Alrighty, guys, it's 9:02 a.m. We got our Bible here. As I promised, guys, on the last episode, we're going to be going for it today. Longest recording ever we're going to do of reading the Bible. No breaks, nonstop. I trained for this. We're fasting today on this Holy Wednesday, April 5th. Mark it in your calendars. It's going to be special today. Just got back with Father Christian. The altar server training. We're about to get some daily masses in, you guys. About to see me at some daily masses. Stay tuned, guys. It's coming soon. And so, so we're going to, let me get my charger, because we're going to do this nonstop. Okay, nonstop. Reading the Bible as long as we can. 10 hours, 8 hours, 12 hours, however long it takes me to go through this 100 gigabytes of room I have left on my phone. Okay, so it's going to be 100 gigabytes this episode. 100 gigabytes of memory. Which, let's just go for it. 12 hours, 11 hours, however long it takes. We're going to keep reading this Bible nonstop today. 12 hours straight. So, shall we begin? Yes, we shall. Joshua chapter 20. We left off at. So, with that, we will begin with the prayer. In the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. Amen. Thank you, God, for this most precious day. As we prepare for your Easter coming this Sunday, the Holy Week of weeks, and as we prepare to go accept the Catholics, the new Catholics, into the Saturday Mass they're having, the Easter Vigil, we call it, to prepare for them. God, please have them enter with us into your kingdom of heaven with full glory and joy, these Catholics, these lost sheep that are waiting to be found. We love you, God, in all the days of our life. In your name we pray, amen. In the name of the Father, Son, Holy Spirit, amen. Okay. Joshua chapter 20, here we go. Cities of asylum. The Lord said to Joshua, tell the Israelites to designate the cities of which I spoke to them through Moses, to which one guilty of an accidental and unintended homicide may flee for asylum from the avenger of blood to one of these cities. The killer shall flee, and standing at the entrance of the city gate, he shall plead his case before the elders, who must receive him and assign him a place in which to live among them. Though the avenger of blood pursues him, they are not to deliver up the homicide who slew his fellow man unintentionally and not out of previous hatred. Once he has stood judgment before the community, he shall live on in that city till the death of the high priest who is in office at the time. Then the killer may go back home to his own city from which he fled. List of cities. So they set apart Kadesh in Galilee, in the mountain region of Naphtali, Shechem in the mountain region of Ephraim, and Kiriath Arba, that is Hebron, in the mountain regions of Judah. And beyond the Jordan, east of the Jericho, they designated Bezer, on the open table land in the tribe of Reuben, Ramoth in Gilead in the tribe of Gad, and Golan in Bashan in the tribe of Manasseh. These were the designated cities to which any Israelite or stranger living among them who had killed a person accidentally might flee to escape death at the hand of the avenger of blood, until he could appear before the community. Chapter 21, Levitical cities. Okay, the heads of the Levite families came up to Eleazar, the priest, to Joshua, son of Nun, and to the heads of families of the other tribes of the Israelites at Shiloh, in the land of Canaan, and said to them, the Lord commanded through Moses that cities be given to us to dwell in, with pasture lands for our livestock, out of their own heritage. In obedience to this command of the Lord, the Israelites gave the Levites the following cities with their pasture lands. When the first lot among the Levites fell to the clans of the Kohathites in the descendants of Aaron, the priest obtained 13 cities by lot from the tribes of Judah, Simeon, and Benjamin. The rest of the Kohathites obtained 10 cities by lot from the clans of the tribe of Ephraim, from the tribe of Dan, and from the half-tribe of Manasseh. The Gershonites obtained 13 cities by lot from the clans of the tribe of Issachar, from the tribe of Asher, from the tribe of Naphtali, and from the half-tribe of Manasseh. The clans of the Merarites obtained 12 cities from the tribes of Reuben, Gad, and Zebulun. These cities, with their pasture lands, the Israelites allotted to the Levites in obedience to the Lord's command through Moses. Cities of the priests. From the tribe of the Judites, from the tribe of the Judahites and Simeonites, they designated the following cities and assigned them to the descendants of Aaron in the Kohathite clan of the Levites, since the first lot fell to them. First, Kiriath Arba. Arba was the father of Anak, that is Hebron, in the mountain region of Judah, with the adjacent pasture lands. Although the open country and villages belonging to the city had been given to Caleb, son of Jephunneh, as his property, thus to the descendants of Aaron the priest were given the city of Asylum for homicides at Hebron, with its pasture lands, also Libnah and its pasture lands, Jeter with its pasture lands, Ishtemoa with its pasture lands, Holon with its pasture lands, Deber with its pasture lands, Ashen with its pasture lands, Judah with its pasture lands, and Beth Shemesh with its pasture lands. 9 cities from the 2 tribes mentioned from the tribe of Benjamin. They obtained the 4 cities of Gibeon with its pasture lands, Geba with its pasture lands, Anathoth with its pasture lands, and Almon with its pasture lands. These cities which with their pasture lands belonged to the priestly descendants of Aaron were 13 in all. Cities of the other Kohathites. The rest of the Kohathite clans among the Levites obtained by lot. From the tribe of Ephraim, 4 cities they were assigned with its pasture lands, the city of Asylum for homicides at Shechem in the mountain region of Ephraim. Also Gezer with its pasture lands, Kibzaim with its pasture lands, and Beth Horon with its pasture lands. From the tribe of Dan they obtained the 4 cities of Ilteki with its pasture lands, Gibbethon with its pasture lands, Ajalon with its pasture lands, and Gath Rimmon with its pasture lands. And from the half-tribe of Manasseh, the 2 cities of Tanakh with its pasture lands, and Ibleam with its pasture lands. These cities which with their pasture lands belonged to the rest of the Kohathite clans were 10 in all. Cities of the Gershonites. The Gershonite clan of the Levites received from the half-tribe of Manasseh 2 cities. The city of Asylum for homicides at Golan with its pasture lands, and also Beth Asheroth with its pasture lands. From the tribe of Issachar they obtained the 4 cities of Kishion with its pasture lands, Deberath with its pasture lands, Jarmuth with its pasture lands, and Iniganim with its pasture lands. From the tribe of Asher, the 4 cities of Mishal with its pasture lands, Abdon with its pasture lands, Helkath with its pasture lands, and Rehob with its pasture lands. And from the tribe of Naphtali, 3 cities, the city of Asylum for homicides at Kadesh in Galilee with its pasture lands, also Hamath with its pasture lands, and Rekath with its pasture lands. These cities, which with their pasture lands belonged to the Gershonite clans, were 13 in all. The cities of the Merarites. The Merarite clans, the last of the Levites, received from the tribe of Zebulun the 4 cities of Jokneam with its pasture lands, Kerath with its pasture lands, Rimmon with its pasture lands, and Nahalal with its pasture lands. Also across the Jordan from the tribe of Reuben, 4 cities, the city of Asylum for homicides at Bezer with its pasture lands, Jahaz with its pasture lands, Kedemoth with its pasture lands, and Mephath with its pasture lands. And from the tribe of Gad, a total of 4 cities, The cities of asylum for homicides at Ramoth in Gilead with its pasture lands, also Mahanaim with its pasture lands, Heshbon with its pasture lands, and Jazer with its pasture lands. The cities which were allotted to the Merarite clans, the last of the Levites, were therefore 12 in all. Thus the total number of cities within the territory of the Israelites which with their pasture lands belonged to the Levites was 48. With each and every one of these cities went the pasture lands round about it. And so the Lord gave Israel all the land he had sworn to their fathers he would give to them. He would give them once they had conquered and occupied it. The Lord gave them peace on every side, just as he had promised their fathers. Not one of their enemies could withstand them. The Lord brought all their enemies under their power. Not a single promise that the Lord made to the house of Israel was broken. Every one was fulfilled. Okay. Return of the Transjordan tribes and Joshua's farewell. Chapter 22. The eastern tribes dismissed. At the time Joshua summoned the Reubenites, the Gadites, and the half-tribe of Manasseh, and said to them, "You have done all that Moses, the servant of the Lord, commanded you, and have obeyed every command I gave you. For many years now you have not once abandoned your kinsmen, but have faithfully carried out the commandments of the Lord your God. Since, therefore, the Lord your God has settled your kinsmen as he promised them, you may now return to your tents beyond the Jordan, to your own land which Moses, the servant of the Lord, gave you. But be very careful to observe the precepts and the law which Moses, the servant of the Lord, enjoined upon you. The Lord of Moses, or the servant of the Lord, enjoined upon you. Love the Lord your God, follow him faithfully, keep his commandments, remain loyal to him, and serve him with your whole heart and soul." Joshua then blessed them and sent them away to their own tents. For to half the tribe of Manasseh, Moses had assigned land in Bashan, and to the other half tribe Joshua had given a portion along with their kinsmen. West of the Jordan, what Joshua said to them. What Joshua said to them when he sent them off to their tents with his blessing was, now that you are returning to your own tents with great wealth, with very numerous livestock, with silver, gold, bronze, and iron, and with a very large supply of clothing, divide these spoils of your enemies with your kinsmen there. So the Reubenites, the Gadites, and the half-tribe of Manasseh left the other Israelites at Shiloh in the land of Canaan and returned to the land of Gilead, their own property which they had received according to the Lord's command through Moses. The altar beside the Jordan. When the Reubenites, the Gadites, and the half-tribe of Manasseh came to the region of the Jordan, in the land of Canaan, they built there at the Jordan a conspicuously large altar. The other Israelites heard the report that the Reubenites, the Gadites, and the half-tribe of Manasseh had built an altar in the region of the Jordan facing the land of Canaan across from them, and therefore they assembled their whole community at Shiloh to declare war on them. Accusation of the western tribes. First, however, they sent to the Reubenites, the Gadites, and the half-tribe of Manasseh in the land of Gilead an embassy consisting of Phinehas, son of Eleazar, the priest, and 10 princes, one from every tribe of Israel, each one being both prince and military leader of his ancestral house. When these came to the Reubenites, the Gadites, and the half-tribe of Manasseh in the land of Gilead, they said to them, "The whole community of the Lord sends this message. What act of treachery is this you have committed against the God of Israel? You have seceded from the Lord this day, and rebelled against him by building an altar of your own for the sin of Peor. A plague came upon the community of the Lord. We are still not free of that. must you now add to it? You are rebelling against the Lord today, and by tomorrow he will be angry with the whole community of Israel. If you consider the land you now possess unclean, cross over to the land the Lord possesses where the dwelling of the Lord stands, and share that with us. But do not rebel against the Lord, nor involve us in your rebellion by building an altar of your own in addition to the altar of the Lord our God. When Achan, son of Zerah, violated the ban, did not wrath fall upon the entire community of Israel? Though he was but a single man, he did not perish alone for his guilt. Reply of the eastern tribes. The Reubenites, the Gadites, and the half-tribe of Manasseh replied to the military leaders of the Israelites, "The Lord is the God of gods. The Lord, the God of gods, knows, and Israel shall know, if now we have acted out of rebellion or treachery against the Lord our God, and if we have built an altar of our own to secede from the Lord, or to offer holocausts, grain offerings, or peace offerings upon it, the Lord himself will exact the penalty. We did it rather out of our anxious concern, lest in the future your children should say to our children, what have you to do with the Lord, the God of Israel? For the Lord has placed the Jordan as a boundary between you and us. You descendants of Reuben and Gad have no share in the Lord. Thus your children would prevent ours from revering the Lord. So we decided to guard our interests by building an altar. So we decided to guard our interests by building this altar of our own, not for holocausts or for sacrifices, but as evidence for you on behalf of ourselves and our descendants, that we have the right to worship the Lord in his presence with our holocausts, sacrifices, and peace offerings. Now in the future, your children cannot say to our children, you have no share in the Lord. Our thought was that if in the future they should speak thus to us or to our descendants, we could answer, look at the model of the altar of the Lord which our fathers made, not for holocausts or for sacrifices, but to witness between you and us. Far be it from us to rebel against the Lord, or to secede now from the Lord by building an altar for holocaust grain offering, or sacrifice in addition to the altar of the Lord our God, which stands before his dwelling. When Phinehas, the priest, and the princes of the community, the military leaders, and of the Israelites heard what the Reubenites, the Gadites, and the Manasseites had to say, they were satisfied. Phinehas, son of Eleazar the priest, said to the Reubenites, and the Gadites, and the Manasseites, now we know that the Lord is with us. Since you have not committed this act of treachery against the Lord, you have kept the Israelites free from punishment by the Lord. Phinehas, son of Eleazar the priest, and the princes returned from the Reubenites and the Gadites in the land of Gilead to the Israelites in the land of Canaan, and reported the matter to them. The report satisfied the Israelites, who blessed God, and decided against declaring war on the Reubenites and Gadites, or ravaging the land they occupied. The Reubenites and the Gadites gave the altar its name, as a witness among them that the Lord is God. Chapter 23 of Joshua. Joshua's final plea. Many years later, after the Lord had given the Israelites rest from all their enemies round about them, and when Joshua was old and advanced in years, he summoned all Israel, including their elders, leaders, judges, and officers, and said to them, I am old and advanced in years. You have seen all that the Lord your God has done for you against all these nations. For it has been the Lord your God himself who fought for you. Bear in mind that I have apportioned among your tribes as their heritage the nations that survive, as well as those I destroyed between the Jordan and the Great Sea in the west. the Lord your God will drive them out and dislodge them at your approach, so that you will take possession of their land as the Lord your God promised you. Therefore, strive hard to observe and carry out all that is written in the book of the law of Moses, not straying from it in any way, or mingling with these nations while they survive among you. You must not invoke their gods, or swear by them, or serve them, or worship them, but you must remain loyal to the Lord your God, as you have been to this day. At your approach, the Lord has driven out large and strong nations, and to this day no one else has withstood you. One of you puts to flight 1,000, because it is the Lord your God who himself who fights for you, as he promised you. Take great care, however, to love the Lord your God, for if you ever abandon him and ally yourselves with the remnant of these nations while they survive among you, you intermarry and intermingling with them, know for certain that the Lord your God will no longer drive these nations out of your way. Instead, they will be a snare and a trap for you, a scourge for your sides and thorns for your eyes, until you perish from this good land which the Lord your God has given you. Today, as you see, I am giving the way of all men. So now acknowledge with your whole heart and soul that not one of all the promises the Lord your God made to you has remained unfulfilled. Every promise has been fulfilled for you with not one single exception, but just as every promise the Lord your God made to you has been fulfilled for you, so will he fulfill every threat, even so far as to exterminate you from this good land which the Lord your God has given you. If you transgress the covenant of the Lord your God, which he enjoined on you, serve other gods and worship them, and the anger of the Lord will flare up against you, and you will quickly perish from the good land which he has given you. Chapter 24 of Joshua. Reminder of the divine goodness. Joshua gathered together all the tribes of Israel at Shechem, summoning their elders, their leaders, their judges, and their officers. When they stood in ranks before God, Joshua addressed all the people. Thus says the Lord, the God of Israel, in times past, your fathers down to Terah, father of Abraham and Nahor, dwelt beyond the river and served other gods. But I brought your father Abraham from the region beyond the river and led him through the entire land of Canaan. I made his descendants numerous and gave him Isaac. To Isaac I gave Jacob and Esau. To Esau I assigned the mountain region of Seir, in which to settle, while Jacob and his children went down to Egypt. Then I sent Moses and Aaron and smote Egypt with the prodigies which I wrought in her midst. Afterward I led you out of Egypt, and when you reached the sea, the Egyptians pursued your fathers to the Red Sea with chariots and horsemen. Because they cried out to the Lord, he put darkness between your people and the Egyptians, upon whom he brought the sea so that it engulfed them. After you witnessed what I did to Egypt and dwelt a long time in the desert, I brought you into the land of the Amorites who lived east of the Jordan. They fought against you, but I delivered them into your power. You took possession of their land, and I destroyed them. The two kings of the Amorites before you. Then Balak, son of Zippor, king of Moab, prepared to war against Israel. He summoned Balaam, son of Beor, to curse you. But I would not listen to Balaam. On the contrary, he had to bless you, and I saved you from him. Once you crossed the Jordan and came to Jericho, the men of Jericho fought against you, but I delivered them also into your power, and I sent the hornets ahead of you, which drove them, the Amorites, Perizzites, Canaanites, Hittites, Girgashites, Hivites, and Jebusites, out of your way. It was not your sword or your bow. I gave you a land which you had not tilled, and cities which you had not built, to dwell in. You have eaten of vineyards and olive groves with which you did not plant. Now therefore fear the Lord and serve him completely and sincerely. Cast out the gods your fathers served beyond the river and in Egypt, and serve the Lord. If it does not please you to serve the Lord, decide today whom you will serve, the gods your fathers served beyond the river, or the gods of the Amorites in whose country you are dwelling. As for me and my household, we will serve the Lord. Renewal of the covenant. But the people answered, Far be it from us to forsake the Lord for the service of other gods, for it was the Lord our God who brought us and our fathers up out of the land of Egypt, out of the state of slavery. He performed those great miracles before our very eyes and protected us along our entire journey and among all the peoples through whom we passed. At our approach, the Lord drove out all the peoples, including the Amorites who dwelt in the land. Therefore, we also will serve the Lord, for he is our God. Joshua in turn said to the people, You may not be able to serve the Lord, for he is a holy God. He is a jealous God who will not forgive your transgressions or your sins. If after the good he has done for you, you forsake the Lord and serve strange gods, he will do evil to you and destroy you. But the people answered Joshua, We will still serve the Lord. Joshua therefore said to the people, You are your own witnesses that you have chosen to serve the Lord. They replied, We are indeed. Now therefore put away the strange gods that are among you and turn your hearts to the Lord, the God of Israel. Then the people promised Joshua, We will serve the Lord our God and obey his voice. So Joshua made a covenant with the people that day and made statutes and ordinances for them at Shechem, which he recorded in the book of the law of God. Then he took a large stone and set it up there under the oak that was in the sanctuary of the Lord. And Joshua said to all the people, This stone shall be our witness, for it has heard all the words which the Lord spoke to us. It shall be a witness against you, should you wish to deny your God. Then Joshua dismissed the people, each to his own heritage. Death of Joshua. After these events, Joshua, son of Nun, servant of the Lord, died at the age of 110. He was buried within the limits of his heritage at Timnath Serah, in the mountain region of Ephraim, north of Mount Gash. Israel served the Lord during the entire lifetime of Joshua and that of the elders who outlived Joshua and knew all that the Lord had done for them. The Lord had done for Israel. The bones of Joseph, which the Israelites had brought up from Egypt, were buried in Shechem in the plot of ground Jacob had brought from the sons of Hamor, father of Shechem, for 100 pieces of money. This was a heritage of the descendants of Joseph. When Eleazar, son of Aaron, also died, he was buried on the hill which had been given to his son Phinehas in the mountain region of Ephraim. Okay. Let's see. This one, the book of Judges. Here we go. Ooh, the book of Judges. Palestine after the death of Joshua. Chapter 1. Okay. Pagan survivors in Palestine. After the death of Joshua, the Israelites consulted the Lord, asking, Who shall be first among us to attack the Canaanites and to do battle with them? The Lord answered, Judah shall attack. I have delivered the land into his power. Judah then said to his brother Simeon, Come up with me into the territory allotted to me, and let us engage the Canaanites in battle. I will likewise accompany you into the territory allotted to you. So Simeon went with him. When the forces of Judah attacked, the Lord delivered the Canaanites and Perizzites into their power, and they slew 10,000 of them in Bezek. It was in Bezek that they came upon Ebony Bezek, Adoni Bezek, and fought against him. When they defeated the Canaanites and Perizzites, Adonizek fled. They set out in pursuit, and when they caught him, cut off his thumbs and his big toes. At this, Adonibezek said, 70 kings with their thumbs and big toes cut off used to pick up scraps under my table. As I have done, so has God repaid me. He was brought to Jerusalem, and there he died. The Judahites fought against Jerusalem and captured it, putting it to the sword. Then they destroyed the city by fire. Afterward, the Judahites went down to fight against the Canaanites who lived in the mountain region in Negeb. And in the foothills, Judah also marched against the Canaanites who dwelt in Hebron, which was formerly called Kiriath Arba, and defeated Sheshai, Ahiman, and Telamai. From there they marched against the inhabitants of Debir, which was formerly called Kiriath Sefer, and Caleb said, I will give my daughter Echsah in marriage to the one who attacks Kiriath Sefer and captures it. Othniel, son of Caleb's younger brother, Kenaz, captured it, so Caleb gave him his daughter Echsah in marriage. On the day of her marriage to Othniel, she induced him to ask her father for some land. Then, as she alighted from the ass, Caleb asked her, What is troubling you? Give me an additional gift. She answered, Since you have assigned land in the Negeb to give me also pools of water. So Caleb gave her the upper and lower pool. The descendants of the Kenite, Moses' father-in-law, came up with the Judahites from the city of palms to the desert at Arad, which is in the Negeb. But they later left and settled among the Amalekites. Judah then went with his brother Simeon, and they defeated the Canaanites who dwelt in Zephath. After having doomed the city to destruction, they renamed it Hormah. Judah, however, did not occupy Gaza with its territory, Ashkelon with its territory, or Ekron with its territory. Since the Lord was with Judah, he gained possession of the mountain region. Yet he could not dislodge those who lived on the plain, because they had iron chariots. As Moses had commanded, Hebron was given to Caleb, who then drove from it the 3 sons of Anak. The Benjamites did not dislodge the Jebusites who dwelt in Jerusalem, with the result that the Jebusites live in Jerusalem beside the Benjaminites to the present day. The house of Joseph too marched up against Bethel, and the Lord was with them. The house of Joseph had reconnaissance made of Bethel, which formerly was called Luz. The scouts saw a man coming out of the city and said to him, Show us a way into the city, and we will spare you. He showed them a way into the city, which they had then put to the sword, but they let the man and his whole clan go free. He then went to the land of the Hittites, where he built a city and called it Luz, as it is still called still called. Manasseh did not take possession of Beth Shean with its towns, or of Tenek with its towns. Neither did he dislodge the inhabitants of Dor and its towns. Those of Iblim and its towns, or those of Megiddo and its towns. The Canaanites kept their hold in this district. When the Israelites grew stronger, they impressed the Canaanites as laborers, but did not drive them out. Similarly, the Ephraimites did not drive out the Canaanites living in Gezer, and so the Canaanites live in Gezer in their midst. Zebulun did not dislodge the inhabitants of Kitron or those of Nahalol. The Canaanites live among them, but have become forced laborers. Nor did Asher drive out the inhabitants of Akko, or those of Sidon, or take possession of Mahaleb, Eshzib, Helba, Afik, or Rehab. The Asherites live among the Canaanites, natives of the land, whom they have not dislodged. Naphtali did not drive out the inhabitants of Beth Shemesh, of those of Beth Anath, and so they live among the Canaanite natives of the land. However, the inhabitants of Beth Shemesh and Beth Anath have become forced laborers for them. The Amorites hemmed in the Danites in the mountain region, not permitting them to go down into the plain. The Amorites had firm hold of Harhares, Ajalon, and Shalbim, but as the house of Joseph gained the upper hand, they were impressed as laborers. The territory of the Amorites extended from the Akrabim, passed to Silla and beyond. Chapter 2. Infidelities of the Israelites. An angel of the Lord went up from Gilgal to Bochim and said, "It was I who brought you up from Egypt and led you into the land which I promised on oath to your fathers. I said that I would never break my covenant with you, but that you were not to make a pact with the inhabitants of this land, and you were to pull down their altars. Yet you have not obeyed me. What did you mean by this? For now I tell you, I will not clear them out of your way. They shall oppose you, and their gods shall become a snare for you." When the angel of the Lord had made these threats to all the Israelites, the people wept aloud, and so that place came to be called Bochim. They offered sacrifice there to the Lord. When Joshua dismissed the people, each Israelite went to take possession of his own hereditary land. The people served the Lord during the entire lifetime of Joshua and of those elders who outlived Joshua and who had seen all the great work which the Lord had done for Israel. Joshua, son of Nun, the servant of the Lord, was 110 years old when he died. And they buried him within the borders of his heritage at Timnath Heres in the mountain region of Ephraim, north of Mount Gash. But once the rest of that generation were gathered to their fathers, and a later generation arose that did not know the Lord or what he had done for Israel, the Israelites offended the Lord by serving the Baals, abandoning the Lord, the God of their fathers, who had led them out of the land of Egypt. They followed the other gods of the various nations around them, and by their worship of these gods provoked the Lord. Because they had thus abandoned him and served Baal and Ashtaroth, the anger of the Lord flared up against Israel, and he delivered them over to plunderers who despoiled them. He allowed them to fall into the power of their enemies round about, whom they were no longer able to withstand. Whatever they undertook, the Lord turned into disaster for them, as in his warning he had sworn he would do, till they were in great distress. Even then the Lord raised up judges to deliver them from the power of their despoilers. They did not listen to their judges, but abandoned themselves to the worship of other gods. They were quick to stray from the way their fathers had taken, and did not follow their example of obedience to the commandments of the Lord. Whenever the Lord raised up judges for them, he would be with the judge and save them from the power of their enemies as long as the judge lived. It was thus the Lord took pity on their distressful cries of affliction under their oppressors, but when the judge died, they would relapse and do worse than their fathers, following other gods in service and worship, relinquishing none of their evil practices or stubborn conduct. In his anger toward Israel, the Lord said, "Inasmuch as this nation has violated my covenant which I enjoined on their fathers, and has disobeyed me, I, for my part, will not clear away for them any more of the nations which Joshua left when he died. Though through these nations the Israelites were to be made to prove whether or not they would keep to the way of the Lord and continue in it as their fathers had done. Therefore the Lord allowed them to remain instead of expelling them immediately or delivering them into the power of Israel." Chapter 3 of Joshua. The following are the nations which through them he might try all those Israelites who had no experience of the battles with Canaan, just to instruct by training them in battle those generations only of the Israelites who would not have had that previous experience. The five lords of the Philistines and all the Canaanites and the Sidonians and the Hivites who dwell in the mountain region of Lebanon, between Baal Hermon and the entrance of Hamath. These served to put Israel to the test, to determine whether they would obey the commandments the Lord had enjoined on their fathers through Moses. Besides, the Israelites were living among the Canaanites, Hittites, Amorites, Perizzites, Hivites, and Jebusites. In fact, they took their daughters in marriage and gave their own daughters to their sons in marriage and served their gods. 2. Stories of the Judges. Othniel, because the Israelites had offered the Lord by forgetting the Lord their God and serving the Baals and the Asherahs, the anger of the Lord flared up against them, and he allowed them to fall into the power of Cushan. Cushan Rishathaim, king of Aram Naharaim, whom they served for 8 years. But when the Israelites cried out to the Lord, he raised up for them a savior, Othniel, son of Caleb's younger brother Kenaz, who rescued them. The Spirit of the Lord came upon him, and he judged Israel. When he went out to war, the Lord delivered Cushan Rishathaim, king of Aram, into his power, so that he made him subject the land So he made them subject the land. The land then was at rest for 40 years, until Othniel, son of Kenaz, died. Ehud, again, the Israelites offended the Lord, who, because of this offense, strengthened Eglon, king of Moab, against Israel. In alliance with the Amorites and Amalekites, he attacked and defeated Israel, taking possession of the city of Palms. The Israelites served Eglon, king of Moab, for 18 years. But when the Israelites cried out to the Lord, he raised up for them a savior, the Benjaminite Ehud, son of Gera, who was left-handed. It was by him that the Israelites sent their tribute to Eglon, king of Moab. Ehud made himself a 2-edged dagger, a foot long, and wore it under his clothes over his right thigh. He presented the tribute to Eglon, king of Moab, who was very fat, and after the presentation went off with the tribute bearers. He returned, however, from where the idols are, near Gilgal, and said,
I have a private message for you, O king. And the king said, Silence. Then, when all his attendants had left his presence, and Ehud went in to him, where he sat in his cool upper room, Ehud said, I have a message from God for you. So the king rose from his chair, and then Ehud, with his left hand, drew the danger from his right thigh and thrust it into Eglon's belly. The hilt also went in after the blade, and the fat closed over the blade because he did not withdraw the dagger from his body. Then Ehud went out into the hall, shutting the doors of the upper room on him and locking them. When Ehud had left and the servants came, they saw that the doors of the upper room were locked, and thought he must be easing himself in the cool chamber. They waited until they finally grew suspicious. Since he did not open the doors of the upper room, they took the key and opened them. There on the floor, dead, lay their lord. During their delay, Ehud made good his escape, and passing the idols, took refuge in Syria. On his arrival, he sounded the horn in the mountain regions of Ephraim, and the Israelites went down from the mountains with him as their leader. Follow me, he said to them, for the Lord has delivered your enemies, the Moabites, into your power. So they followed him down and seized the fords of the Jordan leading to Moab, permitting no one to cross. On that occasion they slew about 10,000 Moabites, all of them strong and valiant men. Not a man escaped. Thus was Moab brought under the power of Israel at that time. And the land had rest for 80 years. Shamgar. After him there was Shamgar, son of Anath, who slew 600 Philistines with an ox goad. He too rescued Israel. Chapter 4 of Judges. Deborah and Barak. After Ehud's death, however, the Israelites again offended the Lord. So the Lord allowed them to fall into the power of the Canaanite king, Jebin, who reigned in Hazor. The general of his army was Sisera, who dwelt in Harosheth HaGoim. But the Israelites cried out to the Lord, for with his 900 iron chariots he solely oppressed the Israelites for 20 years. At this time, the prophetess Deborah, wife of Lepitoth, was judging Israel. She used to sit under Deborah's palm tree, situated between Ramah and Bethel, in the mountain regions of Ephraim. And there the Israelites came up to her for judgment. She sent and summoned Barak, son of Abinoam, from Kadesh of Naphtali. This is what the Lord, the God of Israel, commands, and said to him, Go march on Mount Tabor, and take with you 10,000 Naphtalites and Zebulunites. I will lead Sisera, the general of Jebin's army, out to you and to the Wadi Kishon, together with his chariots and troops, and will deliver them into your power. But Barak answered her, If you come with me, I will go. If you do not come with me, I will not go. I will certainly go with you, she replied, but you shall not gain the glory in the expedition on which you are settling out. For the Lord will have Sisera fall into the power of a woman. So Deborah joined Barak and journeyed with him to Kadesh. Barak summoned Zebulun and Naphtali to Kadesh, and 10,000 men followed him. Deborah also went up against him. Now the Kenite Heber had detached himself from his own people, the descendants of Hobab, Moses' brother-in-law, and had pitched his tent by the terebinth of Zenonim, which was near Kadesh. It was reported to Sisera that Barak, son of Abinoam, had gone up to Mount Tabor. So Sisera assembled from Harosheth HaGoim at the Wadi Kishon, all 900 of his iron chariots and all his forces. Deborah then said to Barak, Be off, for this is the day on which the Lord has delivered Sisera into your power. The Lord marches before you. So Barak went down Mount Tabor, followed by his 10,000 men, and the Lord put Sisera and all his chariots and all his forces to rout before Barak. Sisera himself dismounted from his chariot and fled on foot. Barak, however, pursued the chariots and the army as far as Harosheth HaGoyim. The entire army of Sisera fell beneath the sword, not even one man surviving. Sisera, in the meantime, had fled on foot to the tent of Jael, wife of the Kenite Heber, since Jabin, king of Hazor, and the family of the Kenite Heber were at peace with one another. Jael went out to meet Sisera and said to him, "Come in, my lord, come in with me. Do not be afraid." So he went into her tent, and she covered him with a rug. He said to her, "Please give me a little water to drink. I am thirsty." But she opened a jug of milk for him to drink, and then covered him over. "Stand at the entrance of the tent," he said to her. "If anyone comes and asks, 'Is there someone here?' say no." Instead, Jael, wife of Heber, got a tent peg and stood a mallet in her hand. While Sisera was sound asleep, she stealthily approached him and drove the peg through his temple down into the ground so that he perished in death. Then when Barak came in pursuit of Sisera, Jael went out to meet him and said to him, "Come, I will show you the man you seek." So he went in with her, and there lay Sisera dead, with the tent peg through his temple. Thus on that day God humbled the Canaanite king Jabin before the Israelites. Their power weighed ever heavier upon him, till at length they destroyed the Canaanite king Jabin. Chapter 5, Canticle of Deborah. On that day, Deborah and Barak, son of Abinoam, sang this song: "Of chiefs who took the lead in Israel, of noble deeds by the people who bless the Lord. Hear, O kings, give ear, O princes. I, the Lord, will sing my song, my hymn to the Lord, the God of Israel. O Lord, when you went out from Seir, when you marched from the land of Edom, the earth quaked and the heavens were shaken, while the clouds sent down showers, mountains trembled in the presence of the Lord, the one of Sinai, in the presence of the Lord, the God of Israel. In the days of Shamgar, son of Aneth, in the days of slavery, caravans ceased. Those who traveled the roads went by roundabout paths, gone but was freedom by roundabout paths. Gone was freedom beyond the walls. Gone indeed was it. Gone indeed from Israel. When I, Deborah, rose, a mother in Israel, new gods were their choice, and the war was at their gates. Not a shield could be seen, nor a lance among 40,000 in Israel. My heart is with the leaders of Israel, nobles of the people who bless the Lord. They who ride on white asses, seated on saddlecloths, as they go their way. Sing of them to the strains of the harpers at the wells, where men recount the just deeds of the Lord, his just deeds that brought freedom to Israel. Awake, awake, Deborah. Awake, awake, strike up a song. Strength, arise, Barak. Make the spoilers your spoil, son of Abinoam. Then down came the fugitives with the mighty. The people of the Lord came down for me as warriors. From Ephraim princes were in the valley. Behind you was Benjamin among your troops. From Mecher came down commanders. From Zebulun, wielders of the marshal's staff. With Deborah were the princes of Issachar. Barak too was in the valley, his course unchecked. Among the clans of Reuben, great were the searchings of heart. Why do you stay beside your hearths, listening to the lowing of the herds? Among the clans of Reuben, great were the searchings of heart. Gilead beyond the Jordan rests. Why does Dan spend his time in ships? Asher, who dwells along the shore, is resting in his coves. Zebulun is the people defying death. Naphtali too, on the open heights, the kings came and fought. Then they fought, those kings of Canaan, at Tanach, by the waters of Megiddo. No silver booty did they take. From the heavens the stars too fought. From their courses they fought against Sisera. The Wadi Kishon swept them away, a Wadi the Kishon. Then the hoofs of the horses pounded with the dashing of his steeds. Curse Meroz, says the Lord. Hurl a curse at its inhabitants, for they came not to my help, as warriors to the help of the Lord. Blessed among women be Jael, blessed among tent-dwelling women. He asked for water, she gave him milk. In a princely bowl she offered curds. With her left hand she reached for the peg, with her right hand for the workman's mallet. She hammered Sisera, crushed his head. She smashed stove in his temple. She smashed stove in his temple. At her feet he sank down, fell, lay still. Down at her feet he sank and fell. Where he sank down, there he fell slain. From the window peered down and wailed, the mother of Sisera from the lattice. Why is his chariot so long in coming? Why are the hoofbeats of his chariots delayed? The wisest of her princesses answered her, and she too keeps answering herself. They must be dividing the spoil they took. There must be a damsel or two for each man. Spoils of dyed cloth as Sisera's spoil, an ornate shawl or two for me in the spoil. May all your enemies perish thus, O Lord, but your friends be as the sun rising in its might. And the land was at rest for 40 years. Chapter 6. The Call of Gideon. The Israelites offended the Lord, who therefore delivered them into the power of Midian for 7 years, so that Midian held Israel subject. For fear of Midian, the Israelites established the fire signals on the mountains, the caves for refuge, and the strongholds. And it used to be that when the Israelites had completed their sowing, Midian, Amalek, and the Kidamites would come up and camp opposite them and destroy the produce of the land as far as the outskirts of Gaza, leaving no sustenance in Israel, nor sheep, oxen, or asses. For they would come up with their livestock, and their tents would become as numerous as locusts, and neither they nor their camels could be numbered. When they came into the land to lay it waste, thus was Israel reduced to misery by Midian. And so the Israelites cried out to the Lord. When Israel cried out to the Lord because of Midian, he sent a prophet to Israel who said to them, the Lord God of Israel says, I led you up from Egypt. I brought you out of the place of slavery. I rescued you from the power of Egypt and of all your other oppressors. Egypt, and of all your other oppressors. I drove them out before you and gave you their land. And I said to you, I, the Lord, am your God. You shall not venerate the gods of the Amorites in whose land you are dwelling. But you did not obey me. Then the angel of the Lord came and sat under the terebinth in Ophrah, that he belonged to Joash, the Abizarite, while his son Gideon was beating out wheat in the winepress to save it from the Midianites. The angel of the Lord appeared to him and said, the Lord is with you, O champion. My God, Gideon said to him, if the Lord is with us, why has all this happened to us? Where are his wondrous deeds, of which our fathers told us when they said, did not the Lord bring us up from Egypt? From now the Lord has abandoned us and has delivered us into the power of Midian. The Lord turned to him and said, "Go with the strength you have and save Israel from the power of Midian. It is I who send you." But he answered him, "Please, my Lord, how can I save Israel? My family is the meanest in Manasseh, and I am the most insignificant in my father's house. I shall be with you," the Lord said to him, "and you will cut down Midian to the last man." He answered him, "If I find favor with you, give me a sign that you are speaking with me. Do not depart from here, I pray you, until I come back to you and bring out my offering and set it before you." He answered, "I will await your return." So Gideon went off and prepared a kid and an ephah of flour in the form of unleavened cakes. Putting the meat in a basket and the broth in a pot, he brought them out to him under the terebinth and presented them. The angel of God said to him, "Take the meat and unleavened cakes and lay them on this rock. Then pour out the broth when he had lay them on this rock, then pour out the broth, then pour out the broth. When he had done so, the angel of the Lord stretched out the tip of the staff he held and touched the meat and unleavened cakes. Thereupon a fire came up from the rock, which consumed the meat and unleavened cakes, and the angel of the Lord disappeared from sight. Gideon, now aware that it had been the angel of the Lord, said, "Alas, Lord God, that I have seen the angel of the Lord face to face." The Lord answered him, "Be calm, do not fear, you shall not die." So Gideon built there an altar to the Lord and called it Yahweh Shalom. To this day it is still in Ophrah of the Abiezrites. That same night the Lord said to him, "Take the 7-year-old spare bullock and destroy your father's altar to Baal and cut down the sacred pole. It is by it you shall build instead the proper kind of altar, the Lord your God, on top of this stronghold. Then take the spare bullock and offer it as holocaust on the wood from the sacred pole you have cut down." So Gideon took 10 of his servants as the Lord had commanded him. But through fear of his family and of the townspeople, he would not do it by day, and did it at night. Early the next morning, the townspeople found that the altar of Baal had been destroyed, the sacred pole near it cut down, and the spare bullock offered on the altar that was built. They asked one another, "Who did this?" Their inquiry led them to the conclusion that Gideon, son of Joash, had done it. So the townspeople said to Joash, "Bring out your son that he may die, for he has destroyed the altar of Baal and has cut down the sacred pole that was near it." But Joash replied to all who were standing around him, "Do you intend to act in Baal's stead or be his champion? If anyone acts for him, he shall be put to death by morning. If he whose altar has been destroyed is a god, let him act for himself." So on that day Gideon was called Jerubbaal, because of the words, "Let Baal take action against him, since he destroyed his altar." Then all Midian and Amalek and the Kidamites mustered and crossed over into the valley of Jezreel, where they encamped. The Spirit of the Lord enveloped Gideon. He blew the horn that summoned Abiezer to follow him. He sent messengers throughout Manasseh, which also obeyed his summons through Asher, Zebulun, and Naphtali. Likewise, he sent messengers, and these tribes advanced to meet the others. Gideon said to God, "If indeed you are going to save Israel through me, as you promised, I am putting this woolen fleece on the threshing floor. If dew comes on the fleece alone, while all the ground is dry, I shall know that you will save Israel through me, as you promised." That is what took place. Early next morning, he wrung the dew from the fleece, squeezing out of it a bowlful of water. Gideon then said to God, "Do not be angry with me if I speak once more. Let me make just one more test with the fleece. Let the fleece alone be dry, but let there be dew on all the ground." That night God did so, and the fleece alone was dry, and there was dew on all the ground. Chapter 7, Defeat of Midian. Early the next morning, Jerubbaal, that is Gideon, encamped by En-Harod with all his soldiers. The camp of Midian was in the valley north of Gibeath Hemoreh. The Lord said to Gideon, "You have too many soldiers with you for me to deliver Midian into their power, lest Israel vaunt itself against me and say, 'My own power brought me the victory.' Now proclaim to all the soldiers, 'If anyone is afraid or fearful, let him leave.'" And Gideon put them to this test on the mountain. 22,000 of the soldiers left, but 10,000 remained. The Lord said to Gideon, "There still are too many soldiers. Lead them down to the water, and I will test them. For there, if I tell you that a certain man is to go with you, he must go with you. But no one is to go if I tell you he must not." When Gideon led the soldiers down to the water, the Lord said to him, "You shall set to one side everyone who laps up the water as a dog does with its tongue. To the other, everyone who kneels down to drink. Those who lapped up the water raised to their mouths by hand numbered 300, and all the rest of the soldiers knelt down to drink the water. And the Lord said to Gideon, "By means of the 300 who lapped up the water, I will save you and will deliver Midian into your power. So let all the other soldiers go home. Their horns and such supplies as the soldiers had with them were taken up, and Gideon ordered the rest of the Israelites to their tents, but kept the 300 men. Now the camp of Midian was beneath him in the valley. That night the Lord said to Gideon, "Go descend on the camp, for I have delivered it up to you. If you are afraid to attack, go down to the camp with your aide Purah. When you hear what they are saying, you will have the courage to descend on the camp." So when he went down with his aide Purah to the outposts of the camp, the Midianites, Amalekites, and all the Kedemites lay in the valley as numerous as locusts, nor could their camels be counted, for these were as many as the sands on the seashore. When Gideon arrived, one man was telling another about a dream. "I had a dream," he said, "that a round loaf of barley bread was rolling into the camp of Midian. It came to our tent and struck it. And as it fell, it turned the tent upside down. This can only be the sword of the Israelite Gideon, son of Joash." The other replied, "God has delivered Midian and all the camp into his power." When Gideon heard the description and explanation of the dream, he prostrated himself. Then returning to the camp of Israel, he said, "Arise, for the Lord has delivered the camp of Midian into your power." He divided the 300 men into 3 companies and provided them with the horns and with empty jars and torches inside the jars. "Watch me and follow my lead," he told them. "I shall go to the edge of the camp, and as I do, you must do also. When I and those with me blow horns, you too must blow horns all around the camp and cry out for the Lord and for Gideon." So Gideon and the 100 men who were with him came to the edge of the camp at the beginning of the middle watch, just after the posting of the guards. They blew the horns and broke the jars they were holding. All 3 companies blew horns and broke their jars. They held the torches in their left hands, and in their right the horns they were blowing, and cried out, "A sword for the Lord and Gideon." They all remained standing in place around the camp, while the whole camp fell to running and shouting and fleeing. But the 300 men kept blowing the horns, and throughout the camp the Lord set the sword of one against another. The army fled as far as Beth Shittah in the direction of Zarathan, near the border of Ebel Meholah, and at Tebath. Israelites were called to arms from Naphtali, from Asher, and from all Manasseh, and they pursued Midian. Gideon also sent messengers throughout the mountain regions of Ephraim to say, "Go down to confront Midian and seize the water courses against them as far as Beth-bara, as well as the Jordan." So all the Ephraimites were called to arms, and they seized the water courses as far as Beth-bara and the Jordan as well. They captured the two princes of Midian, Oreb and Zeb, killing Oreb at the rock of Oreb and Zeb at the winepress of Zeb. Then they pursued Midian and carried the heads of Oreb and Zeb to Gideon beyond the Jordan. Chapter 8 of Judges. Okay, let's first get this charger situated. I don't think it's charging. Let's see. It's not charging. We gotta. Okay. Let's get the fast charger. I gotta get this here. Okay. Go. Okay, there we go. Now we're ready. Okay. All right. Ooh, we're 1 hour and 11 minutes in. Oh, Joshua chapter 8. Ooh, we read a lot of chapters so far. 1 hour and 11 minutes. All right, 10 more hours to go. Or 7 or 8 or 6 or however many my phone lasts until the memory runs out. You guys, all right, let's finish strong. Let's do this. Woo! All right, chapter 8. But the Ephraimites said to him, "What have you done to us, not calling us when you went to fight against Midian?" And they quarreled bitterly with him. "What have I accomplished now in comparison with you?" He answered them, "Is not the gleaning of Ephraim better than the vintage of Abiezer? Into your power God delivered the princes of Midian, Oreb, and Zeb. What have I been able to do in comparison with you?" When he said this, their anger against him subsided. When Gideon reached the Jordan and crossed it with his 300 men, they were exhausted and famished. So he said to the men of Succoth, "Will you give my followers some loaves of bread? They are exhausted, and I am pursuing Zebah and Zalmunna, kings of Midian." But the princes of Succoth replied, "Are the hands of Zebah and Zalmunna already in your possession, that we should give food to your army?" Gideon said, "Very well. When the Lord has delivered Zebah and Zalmunna into my power, I will grind your flesh in with the thorns and briars of the desert." He went up from there to Penuel and made the same request of them. But the men of Penuel answered him, as had the men of Succoth. So to the men of Penuel too he said, "When I return in triumph, I will demolish this tower." Now Zebah and Zalmunna were in Karkor, with their force of about 15,000 men. These were all who were left of the whole Kedemite army, 120,000 swordsmen, having fallen. Gideon went up by the route of the nomads east of Noba and Jogbeha. The nomads east of Noba and Jogbeha,
and attacked the camp when it fell secure. Zebah and Zalmunna fled. He pursued them and took the 2 kings of Midian, Zebah and Zalmunna, captive, throwing the entire army into panic. Then Gideon, son of Joash, returned from battle by the pass of Heres and captured a young man of Succoth, who, upon questioning, listed for him 70 princes and elders of Succoth, who he went to the men of Succoth and said, "Here are Zebah and Zalmunna, with whom you taunted me. Are the hands of Zebah and Zalmunna already in your possession, that we should give food to your weary followers?" He took the elders of the city and thorns and briars of the desert and ground these men of Succoth into them. He also demolished the tower of Penuel and slew the men of the city. Then he said to Zebah and Zalmunna, "Where now are the men you killed at Tabor? They all resembled you?" They replied, "They appeared to be princes. They were my brothers, my mother's sons." He said, "As the Lord lives, if you had spared their lives, I should not kill you." Then he said to his firstborn Jether, "Go kill them." Since Jether was still a boy, he was afraid and did not draw his sword. Zebah and Zalmunna said, "Come kill us yourself, for a man's strength is like the man." So Gideon stepped forward and killed Zebah and Zalmunna. He also took the crescents that were on the necks of their camels. The Israelites then said to Gideon, "Rule over us, you and your sons and your son's son, for you rescued us from the power of Midian." But Gideon answered them, "I will not rule over you, nor shall my son rule over you. The Lord must rule over you." Gideon went on to say, "I should like to make a request for you. Will each of you give me a ring from his booty?" For being Ishmaelites, the enemy had gold rings. "We will gladly give them," they replied, and spread out a cloak into which everyone threw a ring from his booty. The gold rings that he requested weighed 1,700 gold shekels. In addition to the crescents and pendants, the purple garments worn by the kings of Midian, and the trappings that were on the necks of their camels, Gideon made an ephod out of the gold and placed it in his city, Ophrah. However, all Israel paid idolatrous homage to it there and caused the ruin of Gideon and his family. Thus was Midian brought into subjection by the Israelites. No longer did they hold their heads high, and the land had rest for 40 years during the lifetime of Gideon's son Abimelech. Then Jerubbaal, son of Joash, went back home to stay. Now Gideon had 70 sons, his direct descendants, for he had many wives. His concubine, who lived in Shechem, also bore him a son, whom he named Abimelech. At a good old age, Gideon, son of Joash, died and was buried in the tomb of his father Joash in Ophrah of the Abiezrites. But after Gideon was dead, the Israelites again abandoned themselves to the Baals, making Baal of Berith their god, and forgetting the Lord their God, who had delivered them from the power of their enemies all around them. Nor were they grateful to the family of Jerubbaal, Gideon, for all the good he had done for Israel. Chapter 9. Abimelech, son of Jerubbaal, went to his mother's kinsmen in Shechem, and said to them, and to the whole clan to which his mother's family belonged, "Put this question to all the citizens of Shechem: which is better for you, that 70 men or all Jerubbaal's sons rule over you, or that one man rule over you?"
You must remember that I am your own flesh and bone. When his mother's kin repeated these words to them on his behalf, all the citizens of Shechem sympathized with Abimelech, thinking, he is our kinsman. They also gave him 70 silver shekels from the temple of Baal of Berith, with which Abimelech hired shiftless men and ruffians as his followers. He then went to his ancestral house in Ophrah and slew his brothers, the 70 sons of Jerubbaal, on one stone. Only the youngest son of Jerubbaal, Jotham, escaped, for he was hidden. Then all the citizens of Shechem and all Beth Millo came together and proceeded to make Abimelech king by the terebinth at the memorial pillar in Shechem. When this was reported to him, Jotham went to the top of Mount Gerizim, and standing there cried out to them in a loud voice, "Hear me, citizens of Shechem, that God may then hear you." Once the trees went to anoint a king over themselves. So they said to the olive tree, "Reign over us." But the olive tree answered them, "Must I give up my rich oil, whereby men and gods are honored, and go to wave over the trees?" Then the trees said to the fig tree, "Come, you reign over us." But the fig tree answered them, "Must I give up my sweetness and my good fruit, and go to wave over the trees?" Then the tree said to the vine, "Come, you, and reign over us." But the vine answered them, "Must I give up my wine that cheers gods and men to go wave over the trees?" Then all the trees said to the buckthorn, "Come, you reign over us." But the buckthorn replied to the trees, "If you wish to anoint me king over you in good faith, come and take refuge in my shadow. Otherwise let fire come from the buckthorn and devour the cedars of Lebanon. Now then, if you have acted in good faith and honorably in appointing Abimelech your king, if you have dealt well with Jerubbaal and with his family, and if you have treated him as he deserved, for my father fought for you at the risk of his life when he saved you from the power of Midian, but you have risen against his family this day, and have killed his 70 sons upon one stone, and have made Abimelech, the son of his handmaid, king over the citizens of Shechem, because he is your kinsman. If then you have acted in good faith and with honor toward Jerubbaal and his family this day, rejoice in Abimelech, and may he in turn rejoice in you. But if not, let fire come forth from Abimelech to devour the citizens of Shechem and Beth Millo. And let fire come forth from the citizens and from Beth Millo to devour Abimelech. Then Jotham went in flight to Beer, where he remained for fear of his brother Abimelech. When Abimelech had ruled Israel for 3 years, God put bad feelings between Abimelech and the citizens of Shechem, who rebelled against Abimelech. This was to repay the violence done to the 70 sons of Jerubbaal, and to avenge their blood upon their brother Abimelech, who killed them, and upon the citizens of Shechem, who encouraged him to kill his brothers. The citizens of Shechem then set men in ambush for him on the mountaintops, and these robbed all who passed them on the road. But it was reported to Abimelech. Now Gal, son of Ebed, came over to Shechem with his kinsmen. The citizens of Shechem put their trust in him, and went out into the fields, harvested their grapes, and trod them out. Then they held a festival and went to the temple of their god, where they ate and drank and cursed Abimelech. Gal, son of Ebed, said to Abimelech, "And why should we of Shechem serve him? Were not the son of Jerubbaal and his lieutenant Zebul one subject to the men of Hemer, father of Shechem?" Why should we serve him? Would that his people were entrusted to my command, I would depose Abimelech. I would say to Abimelech, get a larger army and come out. At the news of what Gal, son of Ebed, had said, Zebul, the ruler of the city, was angry and sent messengers to Abimelech in Aramu with the information. Gal, son of Ebed, and his kinsmen have come to Shechem and are stirring up the city against you. Now rouse yourself, set an ambush tonight in the fields, you and the men who are with you. Promptly at sunrise tomorrow morning, make a raid on the city. When he and his followers come out against you, deal with him as best you can. During the night, Abimelech advanced with all his soldiers and set up an ambush for Shechem in 4 companies. Gal, son of Ebed, went out and stood at the entrance of the city gate. When Abimelech and his soldiers rose from their place to ambush, Gal saw them and said to Zebulun, there are men coming down from the hilltops. But Zebul answered him, you see the shadow of the hills as men. But Gal went out on to say, men are coming down from the region of Tabor Hariz, and 1 company is coming by way of Elon Menunim. Zebul said to him, where now is the boast you uttered? Who is Abimelech that we should serve him? Are these not the men for whom you expressed contempt? Go out now and fight with them. So Gal went out at the head of the citizens of Shechem and fought against Abimelech. But Abimelech routed him, and he fled before him. And many fell slain right up to the entrance of the gate. Abimelech returned to Aramu, but Zebul drove Gal and his kinsmen from Shechem, which they had occupied. The next day, when the people were taking the field, it was reported to Abimelech, who divided the men he had into 3 companies and set up an ambush in the fields. He watched till he saw the people leave the city, and then he rose against them for the attack. Abimelech and the company with him dashed in and stood by the entrance of the city gate, while the other 2 companies rushed upon all who were in the field and attacked them. That entire day Abimelech fought against the city and captured it. He then killed its inhabitants and demolished the city, sowing the site with salt. When they heard of this, all the citizens of Migdal Shechem went into the crypt of the temple of El Berith. It was reported to Abimelech that all the citizens of Migdal Shechem were gathered together, so he went up Mount Zelmon with all his soldiers, took his axe in his hand, and cut down some brushwood. This he lifted to his shoulder. Then said to the men with him, hurry, do just as you have seen me do. So all the men likewise cut down the brushwood, and following Abimelech, placed it against the crypt. Then they set the crypt on fire over their heads, so that every one of the citizens of Migdal Shechem, about 1,000 men and women, perished. Abimelech proceeded to Thebez, which he invested and captured. Now there was a strong tower in the middle of the city, and all the men and women, in a word, all the citizens of the city, fled there, shutting themselves in and going up to the roof of the tower. Abimelech came up to the tower and fought against it, and advanced to the very entrance of the tower to set it on fire. But a certain woman cast the upper part of a millstone down on Abimelech's head, and it fractured his skull. He immediately called his armor-bearer and said to him, draw your sword and dispatch me, lest they say of me that a woman killed me. So that attendant ran him through, and he died. When the Israelites saw that Amalek was dead, they all left for their homes. Thus did God requite the evil Abimelech had done to his father in killing his 70 brothers. God also brought all their wickedness home to the Shechemites, For the curse of Jotham son of Jerubbaal overtook him. Chapter 10, Tola. After Abimelech there rose to save Israel the Issacharite Tola, son of Puah, son of Dudo, a resident of Shamir in the mountain region of Ephraim. When he had judged Israel 23 years, he died and was buried in Shamir. Jair the Gilead came after him and judged Israel 22 years. He had 30 sons who rode on 30 saddled asses, and possessed 30 cities in the land of Gilead. These are called Havoth Jair to the present day. Jair died and was buried in Kamon. Oppression by the Amorites. The Israelites again offended the Lord, serving Aram, the god of Sidon, the gods of Moab, the gods of the Ammonites, and the gods of the Philistines, since they had abandoned the Lord and would not serve him. The Lord became angry with Israel and allowed them to fall into the power of the Philistines and the Ammonites for 18 years. They afflicted and oppressed the Israelites in Bashan and all the Israelites in the Amorite land beyond the Jordan in Gilead. The Ammonites also crossed the Jordan to fight against Judah, Benjamin, and the house of Ephraim, so that Israel was in great distress. Then the Israelites cried out to the Lord, "We have sinned against you. We have forsaken our God. We have served the Baals." The Lord answered the Israelites, "Did not the Egyptians, the Amorites, and the Ammonites, and the Philistines, the Sidonians, and the Amalekites, and the Midianites oppress you? Yet when you cried out to me, and I saved you from their grasp, you still forsook me and worshipped other gods. Therefore I will save you no more. Go and cry out to the gods you have chosen. Let them save you now that you are in distress." But the Israelites said to the Lord, "We have sinned. Do not do to us whatever you please. Only save us this day." And they cast out the foreign gods from their midst and served the Lord, so that he grieved over the misery of Israel. Okay. All right. Judges. Flip this page. The Ammonites had gathered for war and encamped in Gilead, while the Israelites assembled and encamped in Mizpah. And among the people, the princes of Gilead said to one another, "The one who begins the war against the Ammonites shall be leader of all the inhabitants of Gilead." Okay. Chapter 11 of Judges. Jephthah. There was a chieftain, the Gileadite Jephthah, born to Gilead of a harlot. Gilead's wife also born him sons, and on growing up, the sons of the wife had driven Jephthah away, saying to him, You shall inherit nothing in our family, for you are the son of another woman." So Jephthah had fled from his brothers and had taken up residence in the land of Tob. A rabble had joined company with him and went out with him on raids. Sometime later, the Amorites warred on Israel. When this occurred, the elders of Gilead went to bring Jephthah from the land of Tob. "Come," they said to Jephthah, "be our commander, that we may be able to fight the Amorites. Are you not the ones who hated me and drove me from my father's house?" Jephthah replied to the elders of Gilead, Why do you come to me now when you are in distress?" The elders of Gilead said to Jephthah, "In any case, we have now come back to you. If you go with us to fight against the Amorites, you shall be the leader of all of us who dwell in Gilead." Jephthah answered the elders of Gilead, "If you bring me back to fight against the Ammonites, the Lord delivers them up to me. I shall be your leader." The elders of Gilead said to Jephthah, "The Lord is witness between us that we will do as you say." So Jephthah went with the elders of Gilead, and the people made him their leader and commander in Mizpah. And Jephthah settled all the affairs before the Lord. Then he sent messengers to the king of the Ammonites to say, "What have you against me that you come to fight with me in my land?" He answered the messengers of Jephthah, Israel took away my land from Arnon to Jabbok and the Jordan when they came up from Egypt. Now restore the same peaceably. Again, Jephthah sent messengers to the king of the Ammonites, saying to him, "This is what Jephthah says: Israel did not take the land of Moab or the land of the Ammonites. For when they came up from Egypt, Israel went through the desert to the Red Sea and came to Kadesh. Israel then sent messengers to the king of Edom, saying, 'Let me pass through your land.' But the king of Edom did not give consent. They also sent to the king of Moab, but he too was unwilling. So Israel remained in Kadesh. Then they went through the desert, and by passing the land of Edom and the land of Moab, went east of the land of Moab and encamped across the Arnon. Thus they did not go through the territory of Moab, for the Arnon is the boundary of Moab. Then Israel sent messengers to Sihon, king of the Amorites, king of Heshbon. Israel said to him, 'Let me pass through your land to my own place.' But Sihon refused to let Israel pass through his territory. On the contrary, he gathered all his soldiers who encamped at Jahaz and fought Israel. But the Lord, the God of Israel, delivered Sihon and all his men into the power of Israel, who defeated them and occupied all the land of the Amorites, dwelling in that region, the whole territory from the Arnon to the Jabbok, from the desert to the Jordan. If now the Lord, the God of Israel, has cleared the Amorites out of the way of his people, are you to dislodge Israel? Should you not possess that which your God Chemosh gave you to possess and should we not possess all that the Lord our God has cleared out for us? Again, are you any better than Balak, son of Zippor, king of Moab? Did he ever quarrel with Israel, or did he war against them? When Israel occupied Heshbon and its villages, Aroer, and its villages, and all the cities on the banks of the Arnon. 300 years have passed. Why did you not recover them during that time? I have not sinned against you, but you wronged me by warring against me. Let the Lord, who is judge, decide this day between the Israelites and the Ammonites." But the king of the Ammonites paid no heed to the message Jephthah sent him. Jephthah's vow. The Spirit of the Lord came upon Jephthah. He passed through Gilead and Manasseh and through Mizpah, Gilead, as well as from there he went on to the Ammonites. Jephthah made a vow to the Lord, "If you deliver the Ammonites into my power," he said, "whoever comes out of the doors of my house to meet me when I return in triumph from the Ammonites shall belong to the Lord. I shall offer him up as a holocaust." Jephthah then went on to the Ammonites to fight against them, and the Lord delivered them into his power, so that he inflicted a severe defeat on them. From Aroer to the approach of Meneth, the approach of beneath 20 cities in all, and as far as Abel Keramim. Thus were the Ammonites brought into subjection by the Israelites when Jephthah returned to his house in Mizpah. It was his daughter who came forth, playing the tambourine and dancing. She was an only child. He had neither son nor daughter besides her. When he saw her, he rent his garments and said, "Alas, daughter, you have struck me down and brought calamity upon me. For I have made a vow to the Lord, and I cannot retract." "Father," she replied, "you have made a vow to the Lord. Do with me as you have vowed, because the Lord has wrought vengeance for you on your enemies, the Ammonites." Then she said to her father, "Let me have this favor. Spare me for 2 months, that I may go off down the mountains to mourn my virginity with my companions." "Go," he replied, and sent her away for 2 months. So she departed with her companions and mourned her virginity on the mountains. At the end of the 2 months, she returned to her father, who did to her as he had vowed. She had not been intimate with man. It then became a custom in Israel for Israelite women to go yearly to mourn the daughter of Jephthah, the Gileadite, for 4 days of the year. Chapter 12. The Shibboleth Incident. The men of Ephraim gathered together and crossed over to Zephon. They said to Jephthah, Why do you go out to fight with the Ammonites without calling us to go with you? We will burn your house over you." Jephthah answered them, "My soldiers and I were engaged in a critical contest with the Ammonites. I summoned you, but you did not rescue me from their power. When I saw that you would not effect a rescue, I took my life in my own hand and went on to the Ammonites, and the Lord delivered them into my power. Why then do you come up against me this day to fight with me?" Then Jephthah called together all the men of Gilead and fought against Ephraim, whom they defeated. For the Ephraimites had said, "You of Gilead are Ephraimite fugitives in territory belonging to Ephraim and Manasseh." The Gileadites took the fords of the Jordan toward Ephraim. When any of the fleeing Ephraimites said, "Let me pass," the men of Gilead would say to him, "Are you an Ephraimite?" If he answered no, they would ask him to say Shibboleth. If he said Shibboleth, not being able to give the proper pronunciation, they would seize him and kill him at the fords of the Jordan. Thus 42,000 Ephraimites fell at that time. After having judged Israel for 6 years, Jephthah and Gileadite died and was buried in his city in Gilead, Ibzan. After him, Ibzan of Bethlehem judged Israel. He had 30 sons. He also had 30 daughters married outside the family. And he brought in as wives for his sons 30 young women from outside the family. After having judged Israel for 7 years, Ibzan died and was buried in Bethlehem. Elon. After him, the Zebulunite Elon judged Israel. When he had judged Israel for 10 years, the Zebulunite Elon died and was buried in Elon, in the land of Zebulun. Adbon. After him, the Parathonite Abdon, son of Hillel, judged Israel. He had 40 sons and 30 grandsons who rode on 70 saddle asses. After having judged Israel for 8 years, the Parathonite Abdon, son of Hillel, died and was buried in Parathon, in the land of Ephraim, on the mountains of the Amalekites. Chapter 13. Birth of Samson. All right. Oof. Oh, almost 2 hours of reading the Bible. We're like, I don't know, like an eighth of the way there, or sixth, the way there, a quarter of the way there. So far, you guys. Oh, man. Ooh. All right.
Last time I accidentally hit the power button on my phone. It shut off the recording after like 3 or 4 hours. So this time we're not going to make sure to do that. I'm going to go to the restroom, and then I'm going to not put this power button. You guys can see and watch me the whole time. I'm just going to go there and back. I'm not going to stop the recording because, this is all going to be captured in the moment. So you'll see as I exit here. Take a quick bathroom break, and then we'll be back to do Judges chapter 13. Oh. All right. Oh, man. Oh, yeah. Last time, you guys, I went like 4 hours without taking a bathroom break to read the Bible. Now we stopped at 2 hours. We're slacking, but that's okay. I'm going to try to do more reading this time. 12 hours or however long. Okay. All right, we're on chapter 13. All right, you guys, chapter 13. Woo. Chapter 13, the birth of Samson. The Israelites again offended the Lord, who were therefore delivered them into the power of the Philistines for 40 years. There was a certain man of Zorah, of the clan of the Danites, whose name was Manoah. His wife was barren and had borne no children. An angel of the Lord appeared to the woman and said to her, "Though you are barren and have no children, yet you will conceive and bear a son. Now then, be careful to take no wine or strong drink, and to eat nothing unclean. As for the son you will conceive and bear, no razor shall touch his head, for this boy is to be consecrated to God from the womb. It is he who will begin the deliverance of Israel from the power of the Philistines." The woman went and told her husband, "A man of God came to me. He had the appearance of an angel of God, terrible indeed. I did not ask him where he came from, nor did he tell me his name. But he said to me, 'You will be with child and will bear a son. So take neither wine nor strong drink, and eat nothing unclean, for the boy shall be consecrated to God from the womb until the day of his death.' Manoah then prayed to the Lord, 'O Lord, I beseech you,' he said, 'may the man of God whom you sent return to us to teach us what to do for the boy who will be born.' God heard the prayer of Manoah, and the angel of God came again to the woman. As she was sitting in the field, since her husband Manoah was not with her,
The woman ran in haste and told her husband, "The man who came to me the other day has appeared to me." She said to him, so Manoah got up and followed his wife. When he reached the man, he said to him, "Are you the one who spoke to my wife?" "Yes," he answered. Then Manoah asked, "Now when that which you say comes true, what are we expected to do for the boy?" The angel of the Lord answered Manoah, "Your wife is to abstain from all the things of which I spoke to her. She must not eat anything that comes from the vine, nor take wine or strong drink, nor eat anything unclean. Let her observe all that I have commanded her." Then Manoah said to the angel of the Lord, "Can we persuade you to stay while we prepare a kid for you?" But the angel of the Lord answered Manoah, "Although you press me, I will not partake of your food. But if you will, you may offer a holocaust to the Lord." Not knowing that it was the angel of the Lord, Manoah said to him, "What is your name, that we may honor you when your words come true?" The angel of the Lord answered him, "Why do you ask my name, which is mysterious?" Then Manoah took the kid with a cereal offering and offered it on the rock to the Lord, whose works are mysterious, whose works are mysteries. While Manoah and his wife were looking on, as the flame rose to the sky from the altar, the angel of the Lord ascended in the flame of the altar. When Manoah and his wife saw this, they fell prostrate to the ground. But the angel of the Lord was seen no more by Manoah and his wife. Then Manoah, realizing that it was the angel of the Lord, said to his wife, "We will certainly die, for we have seen God." But his wife pointed out to him, "If the Lord had meant to kill us, he would not have accepted a holocaust and cereal offering from our hands, nor would he have let us see all this just now, or hear what we have heard." The woman bore a son and named him Samson. The boy grew up, and the Lord blessed him. The Spirit of the Lord first stirred him in Dan, which is between Zorah and Eshtaol. Chapter 14 of Judges, marriage of Samson. Samson went down to Timnah and saw there one of the Philistine women. On his return, he told his mother and father, "There is a Philistine woman I saw in Timnah, whom I wish you to get as a wife for me." His father and mother said to him, "Can you find no wife among your kinsfolk or among all the people, that you must go and take a wife from the uncircumcised Philistines?" But Samson answered his father, "Get her for me, for she pleases me." Now his father and mother did not know that this had been brought about by the Lord, who was providing an opportunity against the Philistines, for at that time they had dominion over Israel. So Samson went down to Timnah with his father and mother. And they had come to the vineyards of Timnah. A young lion came roaring to meet him. But the Spirit of the Lord came upon Samson, and although he had no weapons, he tore the lion in pieces as one tears a kid. However, on the journey to speak for the woman, he did not mention to his father or mother what he had done. Later, when he returned to marry the woman who pleased him, he stepped aside to look at the remains of the lion and found a swarm of bees and honey in the lion's carcass. So he scooped the honey out into his palms and ate it as he went along. When he came to his father and mother, he gave them some to eat, without telling them that he had scooped the honey from the lion's carcass. His father also went down to the woman, and Samson gave a banquet there, since it was customary for young men to do this. When they met him, they brought 30 men to be his companions. Samson said to them, "Let me propose a riddle to you. If within the 7 days of the feast you solve it for me successfully, I will give you 30 linen tunics and 30 sets of garments. But if you cannot answer it for me, you must give me 30 tunics and 30 sets of garments. Propose your riddle." They responded, "We will listen to it." So he said to them, "Out of the eater came forth food, and out of the strong came forth sweetness." After 3 days' failure to answer the riddle, they said on the 4th day to Samson's wife, "Coax your husband to answer the riddle for us, or we will burn you and your family. Did you invite us here to reduce us to poverty?" At Samson's side, his wife wept and said, "You must hate me. You do not love me, for you have proposed a riddle to my countrymen, but have not told me the answer. He said to her, If I have not told it even to my father or my mother, must I tell it to you? But she wept beside him during the 7 days the feast lasted. On the 7th day, since she importuned him, he told her the answer, and she explained the riddle to her countrymen. On the 7th day, before the sun set, the men of the city said to him, What is sweeter than honey, and what is stronger than a lion? He replied to them, If you had not plowed with my heifer, you would not have solved my riddle. The Spirit of the Lord came upon him, and he went down to Ashkelon, where he killed 30 of their men and despoiled them. He gave their garments to those who had answered the riddle. Then he went off to his own family in anger, and Samson's wife was married to the one who had been best man at his wedding. Chapter 13. Samson defeats the Philistines. After some time in the season of the wheat harvest, Samson visited his wife bringing a kid. But when he said, Let me be with my wife in private, her father would not let him enter, saying, I thought it certain you wished to repudiate her, so I gave her to your best man. Her younger sister is more beautiful than she. You may have her instead. Samson said to them, This time the Philistines cannot blame me if I harm them. So Samson left and caught 300 foxes. Turning them tail to tail, he tied between each pair of tails one of the torches he had at hand. He then kindled the torches and set the foxes loose in the standing grain of the Philistines, thus burning both the shocks and the standing grain, and the vineyards and all olive orchards as well. When the Philistines asked who had done this, they were told, Samson, the son-in-law of the Timnite, because his wife was taken and given to his best man. So the Philistines went up and destroyed her and her family by fire. Samson said to them, If this is how you act, I will not stop until I have taken revenge on you. And with repeated blows he inflicted a great slaughter on them. Then he went down and remained in a cavern on the cliff of Etam. The Philistines went up and from a camp in Judah deployed against Lehi. When the men of Judah asked, Why have you come up against us? They answered, To take Samson prisoner, to do to him as he has done to us. 3,000 men of Judah went down to the cavern in the cliff of Etam and said to Samson, Do you not know that the Philistines are our rulers? Why then have you done this to us? He answered them, As they have done to me, so have I done to them. They said to him, We have come to take you prisoner, to deliver you over to the Philistines. Samson said to them, Swear to me that you will not kill them. Swear to me that you will not kill me yourselves. No, they replied, We will certainly not kill you, but will only bind you and deliver you over to them. So they bound him with 2 new ropes and brought him up from the cliff. When he reached Lehi, and the Philistines came shouting to meet him, the Spirit of the Lord came upon him. The ropes around his arms became as flax that is consumed by fire, and his bonds melted away from his hands. Near him was the fresh jawbone of an ass. He reached out, grasped it, and with it killed 1,000 men. Then Samson said, With the jawbone of an ass I have piled them in a heap. With the jawbone of an ass I have slain 1,000 men. As he finished speaking, he threw the jawbone from him, and so that place was named Ramath Lehi. Being very thirsty, he cried to the Lord, and said, You have granted me this victory. By the hand of your servant must I now die of thirst or fall into the hands of the uncircumcised? Then God split the cavity in Lehi, water issued from it, which Samson drank till his spirit returned, and he revived. Hence that spring in Lehi is called En Hakor. To this day, Samson judged Israel for 20 years in the days of the Philistines. Chapter 16 of Judges. Once Samson went to Gaza,
where he saw a harlot and visited her, informed that Samson had come there. The men of Gaza surrounded him with an ambush at the city gate. All night long, all the night they waited, saying, "Tomorrow morning we will kill him." Samson rested there until midnight. Then he rose, seized the doors of the city gate and the 2 gateposts, and tore them loose, bar and all. He hoisted them on his shoulders and carried them to the top of the ridge opposite Hebron. Samson and Delilah. After that, he fell in love with a woman in the Wadi Sorek, whose name was Delilah. The lords of the Philistines came to her and said, "Beguile him and find out the secret of his great strength, and how he may overcome and bind him so as to keep him helpless. We will each give you 1,100 shekels of silver." So Delilah said to Samson, "Tell me the secret of your great strength and how you may be bound so as to be kept helpless. If they bind me with 7 fresh bowstrings which have not dried." Samson answered her, "I shall be as weak as any other man." So the lords of the Philistines brought her 7 fresh bowstrings which had not dried, and she bound him with them. She had men lying in wait in the chamber, and so she said to him, "The Philistines are upon you, Samson." But he snapped the strings as a thread of tow is severed by a width of flame, and the secret of his strength remained unknown. Delilah said to Samson, "You have mocked me and told me lies. Now tell me how you may be bound." "If they bind me tight with new ropes, with which no work has been done," he answered her, "I shall be as weak as any other man." So Delilah took new ropes and bound him with them. Then she said to him, "The Philistines are upon you, Samson," for there were men lying in wait in the chamber. But he snapped them off his arms like thread. Delilah said to Samson again, "Up to now you have mocked me and told me lies. Tell me how you may be bound." He said to her, "If you weave my 7 locks of hair into the web and fasten them with the pin, I shall be as weak as any other man." So while he slept, Delilah wove his 7 locks of his hair into the web and fastened them in with the pin. Then she said, "The Philistines are upon you, Samson. Awaken from his sleep." He pulled out both the weaver's pin and the web. Then she said to him, "How can you say that you love me when you do not confide in me? 3 times already you have mocked me, and not told me the secret of your great strength." She importuned him continually and vexed him with her complaints till he was deathly weary of them. So he took her completely into his confidence and told her, "No razor has touched my head, for I have been consecrated to God from my mother's womb. If I am shaved, my strength will leave me, and I shall be as weak as any other man." When Delilah saw that he had taken her completely into his confidence, she summoned the lords of the Philistines, saying, "Come up this time, for he has opened his heart to me." So the lords of Philistines came and brought up the money with them. She had him sleep on her lap and called for a man who shaved off his 7 locks of hair. Then she began to mistreat him, for his strength had left him. When she said, "The Philistines are upon you, Samson," and he woke from his sleep, he thought he could make good his escape as he had done time and time again, for he did not realize that the Lord had left him. But the Philistines seized him and gouged out his eyes. Then they brought him down to Gaza and bound him with bronze fetters, and he was put to grinding in the prison. But the hair of his head began to grow as soon as it was shaved off. The death of Samson. The lords of the Philistines assembled to offer a great sacrifice to their god Dagon. And to make merry, they said, "Oh, our God has delivered into our power Samson, our enemy." When their spirits were high, they said, "Call Samson that he may amuse us." So they called Samson from the prison, and he played the buffoon before them. When the people saw him, they praised their God, for they said, "Our God has delivered into our power our enemy, the ravager of our land, the one who has multiplied our slain." Then they stationed him between the columns. Samson said to the attendant who was holding his hand, "Put me where I may touch the columns that support the temple and may rest against them."
The temple was full of men and women. All the lords of the Philistines were there. And from the roof about 3,000 men and women looked on as Samson provided amusement. Samson cried out to the Lord and said, O Lord God, remember me, strengthen me, O God, this last time, that for my 2 eyes I may avenge myself once and for all on the Philistines. Samson grasped the 2 middle columns on which the temple rested and braced himself against them, one at his right hand and the other at his left. And Samson said, Let me die with the Philistines. He pushed hard, and the temple fell upon the lords and all the people who were in it. Those he killed at his death were more than those he had killed during his lifetime. All his family and kinsmen went down and bore him up for burial in the grave of his father Manoah, between Zorath and Eshtaol. He had judged Israel for 20 years. 3. Tribes of Dan and Benjamin in the days of the judges. Chapter 17 of Judges. Micah and the Levite. There was a man in the mountain region of Ephraim, whose name was Micah. He said to his mother, The 1,100 shekels of silver over which you pronounced a curse in my hearing when they were taken from you are in my possession. It was I who took them. So now I will restore them to you. When he restored the 1,100 shekels of silver to his mother, she took 200 of them and gave them to the silversmith, who made them a carved idol, overlaid with silver. Then his mother said, May the Lord bless my son. I have consecrated the silver to the Lord as my gift in favor of my son by making a carved idol overlaid with silver. It remained in the house of Micah. Thus the layman Micah had a sanctuary. He also made an ephod and household idols, and consecrated one of his sons, who became his priest. In those days there was no king in Israel. Everyone did what he thought best. There was a young Levite who had resided within the tribe of Judah at Bethlehem of Judah. From the city that was set, from that city he set out to find another place of residence. On his journey he came to the house of Micah in the mountain region of Ephraim. Micah said to him, Where do you come from? He answered him, I am a Levite from Bethlehem in Judah, and am on my way to find some other place of residence. Stay with me, Micah said to him. Be father and priest to me, and I will give you 10 silver shekels a year, a set of garments, and your food. So the young Levite decided to stay with the man, to whom he became as one of his own sons. Micah consecrated the young Levite, who became his priest, remaining in his house. Therefore Micah said, Now I know that the Lord will prosper me, since the Levite has become my priest. Chapter 18. Migration of the Danites. At that time there was no king in Israel. Moreover, the tribe of Danites were in search of a district to dwell in. For up to that time they had received no heritage among the tribes of Israel. So the Danites sent from their clan a detail of 5 valiant men of Zorah and Eshtaol to reconnoiter the land and scout it. With their instructions to go and scout the land, they traveled as far as the house of Micah in the mountain region of Ephraim, where they passed the night. Near the house of Micah, they recognized the voice of the young Levite and turned in that direction. Who brought you here, and what are you doing here? They asked him, What is your interest here? This is how Micah treats me, he replied to them. He pays me a salary, and I am his priest. They said to him, Consult God, that we may know whether the undertaking we are engaged in will succeed. The priest said to them, Go and prosper. The Lord is favorable to the undertaking you are engaged in. So the 5 men went on, and the people. So the 5 men went on and came to Laish. They saw that the people dwelling there lived securely, after the manner of the Sidonians, quiet and trusting. With no lack of any natural resources, they were distant from the Sidonians, who had no contact with other people. When the 5 returned to their kinsmen in Zorah and Eshtaol and were asked for a report, they replied, "Come, let us attack them, for we have seen the land, and it is very good. Are you going to hesitate? Do not be slothful about beginning your expedition to possess the land. Those against whom you go are a trusting people, and the land is ample. God has indeed given it into your power, a place where no natural resource is lacking." So 600 men of the clan of the Danites, fully armed with weapons of war, set out from where they were in Zorah and Eshtaol, and camped in Judah. Up near Eshtaol, and camped in Judah up near Kiriath Jearim. Hence to this day, the place which lies west of Kiriath Jearim is called Mehena Dan. From there, they went on to the mountain region of Ephraim and came to the house of Micah. The 5 men who had gone to reconnoiter the land of Laish said to their kinsmen, "Do you know that in these houses there are an ephod, household idols, and a carved idol overlaid with silver? Now decide what you must do." So turning in that direction, they went to the house of the young Levite at the home of Micah and greeted him. The 600 men girt with weapons of war, who were Danites, stood by the entrance of the gate, and the priest stood there also. Meanwhile, the 5 men who had gone to reconnoiter the land went up and entered the house of Micah. And they had gone in and taken the ephod, the household idols, and the carved idol overlaid with silver. The priest said to them, "What are you doing?" They said to him, "Be still, put your hand over your mouth, come with us, and be our father and priest. It is better for you to be priest for the family of one man, or to be priest for a tribe and a clan in Israel." The priest agreeing took the ephod, household idols, and carved idol, and went off in the midst of the band. As they turned to depart, they placed their little ones, their livestock, and their goods at the head of the column. The Danites had already gone some distance when those in the houses near that of Micah took up arms and overtook them. They called to the Danites, who turned about and said to Micah, "What do you want that you have taken up arms?" "You have taken my God, which I made, and have gone off with my priest as well." He answered, "What is left for me? How then can you ask me what I mean?" How then can you ask me what I want? The Danites said to him, "Let us hear no further sound from you, lest fierce men fall upon you and your family lose your lives." The Danites then went on their way, and Micah, seeing that they were stronger than he, returned home. Having taken what Micah had made, and the priest he had, they attacked Laish, a quiet and trusting people. They put them to the sword and destroyed their city by fire. No one came to their aid, since the city was far from Sidon, and they had no contact with other people. The Danites then rebuilt the city, which was in the valley that belongs to Beth Rehob, and lived there. They named it Dan after their ancestor Dan, son of Israel. However, the name of the city was formerly Laish. The Danites set up the carved idol for themselves, and Jonathan, son of Gershom, son of Moses, and his descendants were priests for the tribe of the Danites, until the time of the captivity of the land. They maintained the carved idol Micah had made as long as the house of God was in Shiloh. Chapter 19. The Levite from Ephraim. At that time, when there was no king in Israel, there was a Levite residing in remote parts of the mountain region of Ephraim, who had taken for himself a concubine from Bethlehem of Judah. His concubine was unfaithful to him and left him for her father's house in Bethlehem of Judah. where she stayed for some 4 months. Her husband then set out with his servant and a pair of asses and went after her to forgive her and take her back. She brought him into her father's house, and on seeing him, the girl's father joyfully made him welcome. He was detained by the girl's father, and so he spent 3 days with his father-in-law, of his eating and drinking, and passing the night there. On the 4th day they rose early in the morning, and he prepared to go, but the girl's father said to his son-in-law, "Fortify yourself with little food. You can go later on." So they stayed, and the 2 men ate and drank together. Then the girl's father said to the husband, "Why not decide to spend the night here and enjoy yourself?" The man still made a move to go. But when his father-in-law pressed him, he went back and spent the night there. On the 5th morning he rose early to depart, but the girl's father said, "Fortify yourself and tarry until the afternoon." When he and his father-in-law had eaten, and the husband was ready to go with his concubine and servant, the girl's father said to him, "It is already growing dusk. Stay for the night. See, the day is coming to an end. Spend the night here and enjoy yourself. Early tomorrow you can start your journey home." The man, however, refused to stay another night. He and his concubine set out with a pair of saddled asses and traveled till they came opposite Jebus, which is Jerusalem. Since they were near Jebus, with the day far gone, the servant said to his master, "Come, let us turn off to the city of the Jebusites and spend the night in it." But his master said to him, "We will not turn off to a city of foreigners who are not Israelites, but will go on to Gibeah." "Come," he said to his servant, "let us make for some other place, either Gibeah or Ramah, to spend the night." So they continued on their way till the sun set on them. When they were abreast of Gibeah and of Benjamin, there were turned off to enter Gibeah for the night. The man waited in the public. There they turned off to enter Gibeah for the night. The man waited in the public square of the city he had entered, but no one offered them the shelter of his home for the night. In the evening, however, the old man came from his work in the field. He was from the mountain region of Ephraim, though he lived among the Benjaminite townspeople of Gibeah. When he noticed the traveler in the public square of the city, the old man asked where he was going and whence he had come. He said to him, "We are traveling from Bethlehem of Judah far up into the mountain region of Ephraim, where I belong. I have been to Bethlehem of Judah and am now going back home, but no one has offered us the shelter of his house. We have straw and fodder for our asses, and bread and wine for the woman and myself and for our servant. There is nothing else we need." "You are welcome," the old man said to him, "but let me provide for all your needs, and do not spend the night in the public square." So he led them to his house and provided fodder for the asses. Then they washed their feet and ate and drank. The outrage of Gibeah. While they were enjoying themselves, the men of the city who were corrupt surrounded the house and beat on the door. They said to the old man, whose house it was, "Bring out your guest, that we may abuse him." The owner of the house went out to them and said, "No, my brothers, do not be so wicked. Since this man is my guest, do not commit this crime. Rather, let me bring out my maiden daughter or his concubine. Ravish them or do whatever you want with them. But against the man you must not commit this wanton crime." When the men would not listen to his host, the husband seized his concubine and thrust her out to them. They had relations with her and abused her all night until the following dawn. When they let her go, then at daybreak the woman came and collapsed at the entrance of the house in which her husband was a guest, where she lay until the morning. When her husband rose that day and opened the door of the house to start out again on his journey, there lay the woman, his concubine, at the entrance of the house with her hands on the threshold. He said to her, "Come, let us go." But there was no answer. So the man placed her on an ass and started out again for home. On reaching home, he took a knife to the body of his concubine, cut her into 12 pieces, and sent them throughout the territory of Israel. Everyone who saw this said, "Nothing like this has been done or seen from the day the Israelites came up from the land of Egypt to this day. Take note of it and state what you propose to do." Chapter 20. Assembly of Israelites. So all the Israelites came out as one man from Dan to Beersheba, and from the land of Gilead the community was gathered to the Lord at Mizpah. The leaders of all the people and all the tribesmen of Israel, 400,000 foot soldiers who were swordsmen, presented themselves in the assembly of the people of God. Meanwhile, the Benjaminites heard that the Israelites had gone up to Mizpah. The Israelites asked to be told how the crime had taken place, and the Levite, the husband of the murdered woman, testified, "My concubine and I went into Gibeah, the Benjamin, for the night. But the citizens of Gibeah rose up against me by night and surrounded the house in which I was. Me they attempted to kill me, and my concubine they abused so that she died. So I took my concubine and cut her up and sent her through every part of the territory of Israel, because of the monstrous crime they had committed in Israel. Now that you are all here, O Israelites, state what you propose to do." All the people rose as one man to say, "None of us is to leave for his tent or return to his home." Now, as for Gibeah, this is what we will do. We will proceed against it by law, taking from all the tribes of Israel 10 men for every 100, 100 for every 1,000, 1,000 for every 10,000, and procuring supplies for the soldiers who will go to deal fully and suitably with Gibeah of Benjamin for the crime it committed in Israel. When therefore all the men of Israel without exception were leagued together against the city, the tribes of Israel sent men throughout the tribe of Benjamin to say, "What is this evil which has occurred among you? Now give up these corrupt men of Gibeah, that we may put them to death and thus purge the evil from Israel." But the Benjaminites refused to accede to the demand of their brothers, the Israelites. Instead, the Benjaminites assembled from their other cities to Gibeah to do battle with the Israelites. The number of Benjaminite swordsmen from the other cities on that occasion was 26,000. In addition to the inhabitants of Gibeah, included in this total were 700 picked men who were left-handed, every one of them able to sling a stone at a hair without missing. Meanwhile, the other Israelites who, without Benjamin, mustered 400,000 swordsmen ready for battle, moved on to Bethel and consulted God. When the Israelites asked who should go first in the attack on the Benjaminites, the Lord said, "Judah shall go first." The next day, the Israelites advanced on Gibeah with their forces. War with Benjamin. On the day the Israelites drew up in battle array at Gibeah for the combat with Benjamin, the Benjaminites came out of the city and felled 22,000 men of Israel. Then the Israelites went up and wept before the Lord until evening. "Shall I again engage my brother Benjamin in battle?" they asked the Lord. The Lord answered that they should. But though the Israelite soldiers took courage and again drew up for combat in the same place as the previous day, when they met the Benjaminites for the second time, once again the Benjaminites who came out of Gibeah against them felled 18,000 Israelites, all of them swordsmen. So the entire Israelite army went up to Bethel, where they wept and remained fasting before the Lord until evening of that day, besides offering holocaust and peace offerings before the Lord. When the Israelites consulted the Lord, for the ark of the covenant of God was there in those days, and Phinehas, son of Eleazar, son of Aaron, was ministering to him in those days, and asked, "Shall I go out again to battle with Benjamin, my brother, or shall I detest?" The Lord said, "Attack, for tomorrow I will deliver him into your power." So Israel set men in ambush around Gibeah. The Israelites went up against the Benjaminites for the third time and formed their line of battle at Gibeah, as on other occasions the Benjamites went out to meet them, and in the beginning they killed off about 30 of the Israelite soldiers in the open field, just as on the other occasions. Therefore the Benjamites thought we are defeating them as before, not realizing that disaster was about to overtake them. The Israelites, however, had planned the flight so as to draw them away from the city onto the highways. They were drawn away from the city onto the highways, of which the one led to the Bethel, the other to Gibeon. And then all the men of Israel rose from their places. They reformed their ranks at Baal Tamar, and the Israelites in ambush rushed from their place west of Gibeah. 10,000 picked men from all Israel and advanced against the city itself. In a fierce battle, the Lord defeated Benjamin before Israel, and on that day the Israelites killed 25,100 men of Benjamin, all of them swordsmen. To the Benjaminites it had looked as though the enemy were defeated, for the men of Israel gave ground to Benjamin, trusting in the ambush they had set at Gibeah. But then the men in ambush made a sudden dash into Gibeah, overran it, and put the whole city to the sword. Now the other Israelites had agreed with the men in ambush on a smoke signal. They were to send up from the city, and though the men of Benjamin had begun by killing off some 30 of the men of Israel, under the impression that they were defeating them as surely as in the earlier fighting, the Israelites wheeled about to resist. As the smoke of the signal column began to rise up from the city, it was when Benjamin looked back and saw the whole city in flames against the sky that the men of Israel wheeled about. Therefore the men of Benjamin were thrown into confusion, for they realized the disaster that had overtaken them. They retreated before the men of Israel in the direction of the desert, with the fight being pressed against them. In their very midst, meanwhile, those who had been in the city were spreading destruction. The men of Benjamin had been surrounded and were now pursued to a point east of Gibeah, while 18,000 of them fell, warriors to a man. The rest turned and fled through the desert to the rock Rimmon. But on the highways the Israelites picked off 5,000 men among them, and chasing them up to Gidom, killed another 2,000 of them there. Those of Benjamin who fell on that day were in all 25,000 swordsmen, warriors to a man. But 600 others who turned and fled through the desert reached the rock Rimmon, where they remained for 4 months. The men of Israel withdrew through the territory of Benjaminites, putting to the sword the inhabitants of the cities, the livestock, and all they chanced upon. Moreover, they destroyed by fire all the cities they came upon. Chapter 21. Wives for the survivors. Now the men of Israel had sworn at Mizpah that none of them would give his daughter in marriage to anyone from Benjamin. So the people went to Bethel and remained there before God until evening. Raising their voices in bitter lament, they said, Lord God of Israel, why has it come to pass in Israel that today one tribe of Israel should be lacking? Early the next day, the people built an altar there and offered holocausts and peace offerings. The Israelites asked, are there any among all the tribes of Israel who did not come up to the Lord for the assembly? For they had taken a solemn oath that anyone who did not come up to the Lord at Mizpah should be put to death without fail. The Israelites were disconsolate over their brother Benjamin and said, today one of the tribes of Israel has been cut off. What can we do about wives for the survivors, since we have sworn by the Lord not to give them any of our daughters in marriage? And when they asked whether anyone among the tribes of Israel had not come up to the Lord in Mizpah, they found that none of the men of Jabesh Gilead had come to the encampment for the assembly. A roll call of the army established that none of the inhabitants of that city were present. The community therefore sent 12,000 warriors with orders to go to Jabesh Gilead and put those who lived there to the sword, including the women and children. They were told to include under the ban all males and every woman who was not still a virgin. Finding among the inhabitants of Jabesh Gilead 400 young virgins who had no relations with men, they brought them to the camp at Shiloh in the land of Canaan. Then the whole community sent a message to the Benjaminites at the rock of Rimmon, offering them peace. When Benjamin returned at that time, they gave them as wives the women of Jabesh Gilead, whom they had spared, but these proved to be not enough for them. The people were still disconsolate over Benjamin, because the Lord had made a breach among the tribes of Israel. And the elders of the community said, "What shall we do for wives for the survivors? For every woman in Benjamin has been put to death." They said, "Those of Benjamin who survive must have heirs, else one of the Israelite tribes will be wiped out. Yet we cannot give them any of our daughters in marriage, because the Israelites have sworn, 'Cursed be he who gives a woman to Benjamin.'" Then they thought of the yearly feast of the Lord at Shiloh, north of Bethel, east of the highway that goes up from Bethel to Shechem, and south of Lebonah. And they instructed the Benjaminites, "Go and lie in wait in the vineyards. When you see the girls of Shiloh come out to do their dancing, leave the vineyards, and each of you seize one of the girls of Shiloh for a wife, and go to the land of Benjamin. When their fathers of their brothers come to complain to us, we shall say to them, 'Release them to us a kindness, since we did not take a woman apiece in the war.' Had you yourselves given them these wives, you would now be guilty." The Benjamites did this. They carried off a wife for each of them from their raid on the dancers and went back to their own territory, where they rebuilt and occupied the cities. Also at that time the Israelites dispersed, each of them left for his own heritage, in his own clan and tribe. In those days there was no king in Israel. Everyone did what he thought best. All right, the book of Ruth. We will begin. Chapter 1. Naomi in Moab. Once in the time of the judges, there was a famine in the land. So a man from Bethlehem of Judah departed with his wife and 2 sons to reside on the plateau of Moab. The man was named Elimelech, his wife Naomi, and his sons Mahlon and Chilion. They were Ephraimites from Bethlehem of Judah. Sometime after their arrival on the Moabite plateau, Elimelech, the husband of Naomi, died, and she was left with her 2 sons, who married Moabite women. One named Orpah, and the other Ruth. When they had lived there about 10 years, both Mahlon and Chilion died also, and the woman was left with neither her 2 sons nor her husband. She then made ready to go back from the plateau of Moab, because word reached her there that the Lord had visited his people and given them food. She had her 2 daughters-in-law left the place where they had been living. Then, as they were on the road back to the land of Judah, Naomi said to her 2 daughters-in-law, "Go back, each of you, to your mother's house. May the Lord be kind to you, as you were to the departed and to me. May the Lord grant each of you a husband and a home in which you will find rest." She kissed them goodbye, but they wept with loud sobs and told her they would return with her to her people. Go back, my daughters," said Naomi. "Why should you come with me? Have I other sons in my womb who may become your husbands? Go back, my daughters, go, for I am too old to marry again. And even if I could offer any hopes, or if tonight I had a husband or had borne sons, would you then wait and deprive yourselves of husbands until those sons grew up? No, my daughters, my lot is too bitter for you, because the Lord has extended his hand against me." Again they sobbed aloud and wept. And Orpah kissed her mother-in-law goodbye, but Ruth stayed with her. "See now," she said, "your sister-in-law has gone back to her people and her God. Go back after your sister-in-law." But Ruth said, "Do not ask me to abandon you or forsake you. For For wherever you go, I will go. Wherever you lodge, I will lodge. Wherever you lodge, I will lodge. Your people shall be my people, and your God my God. Wherever you die, I will die, and there be buried. May the Lord do so to. May the Lord do so, and so to me, and more besides, if aught but death separates me from you. Naomi then ceased to urge her, for she saw she was determined to go with her. The return of Bethlehem. So they went on together till they reached Bethlehem. On their arrival there, the whole city was astir over them. And the women asked, "Can this be Naomi?" But she said to them, "Do not call me Naomi, call me Mara, for the Almighty has made it very bitter for me. I went away with an abundance, but the Lord has brought me back destitute. Why should you call me Naomi, since the Lord has pronounced against me, and the Almighty has brought evil upon me?" Thus it was that Naomi returned with the Moabite daughter-in-law Ruth, who accompanied her back from the plateau of Moab. They arrived in Bethlehem at the beginning of the barley harvest. Chapter 2 of Ruth. The meeting. Naomi had a prominent kinsman named Boaz, of the clan of her husband Elimelech. Ruth the Moabite said to Naomi, "Let me go and glean ears of grain in the field of anyone who will allow me that favor." Naomi said to her, "Go, my daughter," and she went. The field she entered to glean after the harvesters happened to be the section belonging to Boaz, of the clan of Elimelech. Boaz himself came from Bethlehem and said to the harvesters, "Lord be with you." And they replied, "The Lord bless you." Boaz asked the overseer of his harvesters, "Whose girl is this?" The overseer of the harvesters answered, "She is the Moabite girl who returned from the plateau of Moab with Naomi. She asked leave to gather the gleanings into sheaves after the harvesters. And ever since she came this morning, she has remained here until now, with scarcely a moment's rest." Boaz said to Ruth, "Listen, my daughter, do not go to glean in anyone else's field. You are not to leave here. Stay here with my woman servants. Watch to see which field is to be harvested and follow them. I have commanded the young men to do you no harm. When you are thirsty, you may go and drink from the vessels the young men have filled." Casting herself prostrate upon the ground, she said to him, "Why should I, a foreigner, be favored with your notice?" Boaz answered her, "I have had a complete account of what you have done for your mother-in-law after your husband's death. You have left your father and your mother and the land of your birth, and have come to a people who did not know previously. Who did not know previously. May the Lord reward what you have done. May you receive a full reward from the Lord, the God of Israel, under whose wings you have come for refuge." She said, "May I prove worthy of your kindness, my Lord. You have comforted me, your servant, with your counseling words. Would indeed that I were a servant of yours." At mealtime, Boaz said to her, "Come here and have some food. Dip your bread in the sauce." Then as she sat near the reapers, he handed her some roasted grain, and she ate her fill and had some left over. She rose to glean, and Boaz instructed his servants to let her glean among the sheaves themselves without scolding her, and even to let drop some handfuls and leave them for her to glean without being rebuked. She gleaned in the field until evening, and when she beat out what she had gleaned, it came to about an ephah of barley, which she took into the city and showed to her mother-in-law. Next she brought out and gave her what she had left over from lunch. So her mother-in-law said to her, "Where did you glean today? Where did you go to work? May he who took notice of you be blessed." Then she told her mother-in-law with whom she had worked. "The man at whose place I work today is named Boaz," she said. "May he be blessed by the Lord, who is ever merciful to the living and to the dead. Naomi exclaimed to her daughter-in-law, and she continued, he is a relative of ours, one of our next of kin. He even told me, added Ruth the Moabite, that I should stay with his servants until they complete his entire harvest. You would do well, my dear, Naomi rejoined, to go out with his servants, for in someone else's field you might be insulted. So she stayed gleaning with the servants of Boaz until the end of the barley and wheat harvests. Chapter 3. Ruth again presents herself. When she was back with her mother-in-law, Naomi said to her, my daughter, I must seek a home for you that will please you. Now is not Boaz, with whose servants you were, a relative of ours. This evening he will be winnowing barley at the threshing floor. So bathe and anoint yourself, then put on your best attire, and go down to the threshing floor. Do not make yourself known to the man before he has finished eating and drinking. But when he lies down, take note of the place where he does so. Then go uncover a place at his feet and lie down. He will tell you what to do. I will do whatever you advise, Ruth replied. So she went down to the threshing floor and did just as her mother-in-law had instructed her. Boaz ate and drank to his heart's content. Then when he went and lay down at the edge of the sheaves, she stole up, uncovered a place at his feet, and lay down in the middle of the night. However, the man gave a start and turned around to find a woman lying at his feet. He asked, who are you? And she replied, I am your servant Ruth. Spread the corner of your cloak over me, for you are my next of kin. He said, may the Lord bless you, my daughter. You have been even more loyal now than before in not going after the young men, whether poor or rich. So be assured, daughter, I will do for you whatever you say. All my townspeople know you for a worthy woman. Now though indeed I am closely related to you, you have another relative still closer. Say as you are for tonight and tomorrow. If he wishes to claim you, good, let him do so. But if he does not wish to claim you, as the Lord lives, I will claim you myself. Lie there until morning. So she lay at his feet until morning, but rose before men could recognize one another. Boaz said, let it be known that this woman came to the threshing floor. Then he said to her, take off your cloak and hold it out. When she did so, he poured out 6 measures of barley, helped her lift the bundle, and left for the city. Ruth went home to her mother-in-law, who asked, how have you fared, my daughter? So she told her and all the man had done for her, and concluded, he gave me these 6 measures of barley, because he did not wish me to come back to my mother-in-law empty-handed. Naomi then said, wait here, my daughter, until you learn what happens, for the man will not rest, but will settle the matter today. Chapter 4. Boaz marries Ruth. Boaz went and took a seat at the gate, and when he saw the closer relative of whom he had spoken come along, he called to him by name, come and sit beside me. And he did so. Then Boaz picked out 10 of the elders of the city and asked them to sit nearby. When they had done this, he said to the near relative Naomi, who has come back from the Moabite plateau, is putting up for sale a piece of land that belonged to our kinsman Elimelech. So I thought I would inform you, bidding you before those here present, including the elders of my people, to put in your claim for it if you wish to acquire it as next of kin. But if you do not wish to claim it, tell me so, that I may be guided accordingly, for no one has a prior claim to yours. And mine is next. He answered, I will put in my claim. Boaz continued, once you acquire the field from Naomi, you must take also Ruth the Moabite, the widow of the late heir, and raise up a family for the departed on his estate. The near relative replied, I cannot exercise my claim, lest I depreciate my own real estate. Put in a claim yourself in my stead, for I cannot exercise my claim. Now it used to be the custom in Israel that to make binding a contract of redemption or exchange, one party would take off his sandal and give it to the other. This was the form of attestation attestation in Israel. So the near relative, in saying to Boaz, "Acquire it for yourself," drew off his sandal. Boaz then said to the elders and to all the people, "You are witnesses today that I have acquired from Naomi all the holdings of Elimelech, Chilion, and Mechlon. I also take Ruth the Moabite, the widow of Mechlon, as my wife, in order to raise up a family for her late husband on his estate, so that the name of the departed may not perish among his kinsmen and fellow citizens. Do you witness this today?" All those at the gate, including the elders, said, "We do so. May the Lord make this wife come into your house like Rachel and Leah, who between them built up the house of Israel. May you do well in Ephrathah, and win fame in Bethlehem. With the offspring the Lord will give you from this girl. May your house become like the house of Perez, whom Tamar bore to Judah." Boaz took Ruth. When they came together as man and wife, the Lord enabled her to conceive, and she bore a son. Then the woman said to Naomi, Blessed is the Lord who has not failed to provide you today with an heir. May he become famous in Israel. He will be your comfort and the support of your old age. For his mother is the daughter-in-law who loves you. She is worth more to you than 7 sons. Naomi took the child, placed him on her lap, and became his nurse. And the neighbor woman gave him his name. At the news that a grandson had been born to Naomi, they called him Obed. He was the father of Jesse, the father of David. These are the descendants of Perez. Perez was the father of Hezron, Hezron the father of Ram, Ram the father of Amminadab, Amminadab was the father of Nahshon, Nahshon was the father of Salmon, Salmon the father of Boaz, Boaz the father of Obed, Obed the father of Jesse, and Jesse became the father of David. Okay. All right, so let's see. All right, the books of Samuel. The first book of Samuel, the history of the last judges, Eli and Samuel. Chapter 1. Elkanah and his family at Shiloh. There was a certain man from Ramathaim, Elkanah, by name, a Zuphite from the hill country of Ephraim. He was the son of Jeroham, son of Elihu, son of Tohu, son of Zuph, an Ephraimite. He had 2 wives, one named Hannah and the other named Peninnah. Peninnah had children, but Hannah was childless. This man regularly went on pilgrimage from his city to worship the Lord of hosts and to sacrifice to him at Shiloh, where the 2 sons of Eli, Hophni and Phinehas, were ministering as priests of the Lord. When the day came for Elkanah to offer sacrifice, he used to give a portion each to his wife Peninnah and to all her sons and daughters, but a double portion to Hannah because he loved her, though the Lord made her barren. Her rival to upset her turned into a constant reproach to her that the Lord had left her barren. This went on year after year. Each time they made their pilgrimage to the sanctuary of the Lord, Peninnah would approach her, and Hannah would keep and refuse to eat. Her husband Elkanah used to ask her, Hannah, why do you weep? And why do you refuse to eat? Why do you grieve? Am I not more to you than 10 sons? Hannah's prayer. Hannah rose after one such meal at Shiloh and presented herself before the Lord at the time. Eli the priest was sitting on a chair near the doorpost of the Lord's temple. In her bitterness, she prayed to the Lord, weeping copiously, and she made a vow promising, O Lord of hosts, if you look with pity on the misery of your handmaid, if you remember me and do not forget me, if you give your handmaid a male child, I will give him to the Lord. For as long as he lives, neither wine nor liquor shall he drink, and no razor shall ever touch his head. As she remained long at prayer before the Lord, Eli watched her mouth, for Hannah was praying silently, though her lips were moving, her voice could not be heard. Eli, thinking her drunk, said to her, How long will you make a drunken show of yourself? Sober up from your wine. It isn't that, my lord. Hannah answered, I am an unhappy woman. I have had neither wine nor liquor. I was only pouring out my troubles to the Lord. Do not think your handmaid a ne'er-do-well. My prayer has been prompted by my deep sorrow and misery. Eli said, Go in peace, and may the God of Israel grant you what you have asked of him. She replied, Think kindly of your maidservant, and left. She went to her quarters, ate and drank with her husband, and no longer appeared downcast. Early the next morning they worshipped before the Lord, and then returned to their home in Ramah. Hannah bears a son. When Elkanah had relations with his wife Hannah, the Lord remembered her. She conceived, and at the end of her term bore a son whom she called Samuel. Since she had asked the Lord for him, the next time her husband Elkanah was going up with the rest of his household to offer the customary sacrifice to the Lord and to fulfill his vows, Hannah did not go, explaining to her husband, Once the child is weaned, I will take him to appear before the Lord and to remain there forever. I will offer him as a perpetual Nazirite. Her husband Elkanah answered her, Do what you think best. Wait until you have weaned him. Only may the Lord bring your resolve to fulfillment. And so she remained at home and nursed her son until she had weaned him. Samuel is offered to God. Once he was weaned, she brought him up with her along with a 3-year-old bull, an ephah of flour, and a skin of wine, and presented him at the temple of the Lord in Shiloh. After the boy's father had sacrificed the young bull, Hannah, his mother, approached Eli and said, Pardon, my lord. As you live, my lord, I am the woman who stood near you here, praying to the Lord. I prayed for this child, and the Lord granted my request. Now I, in turn, give him to the Lord. As long as he lives, he shall be dedicated to the Lord. She left him there, and as she worshipped the Lord, she said. Chapter 2. My heart exults in the Lord, my horn is exalted in my God. I have swallowed up my enemies. I rejoice in my victory. There is no holy one like the Lord. There is no rock like our God. Speak boastfully no longer, nor let arrogance issue from your mouths. For an all-knowing God is the Lord, a God who judges deeds. The bows of the mighty are broken, while the tottering gird on strength. The well-fed hire themselves out for bread, while the hungry batten on spoil. The barren wife bears 7 sons, while the mother of many languishes. The Lord puts to death and gives life. He casts down to the nether world. He raises up again. The Lord makes poor and makes rich. He humbles. He also exalts. He raises the needy from the dust, from the ash heap. He lifts up the poor to seat them with nobles and make a glorious throne their heritage. He gives to the vower his vow and blesses the sleep of the just. For the pillars of the earth are the Lord's, and he has set the world upon them. He will guard the footsteps of his faithful ones. But the wicked shall perish in the darkness, for not by strength does man prevail. The Lord's foes shall be shattered. The Most High in heaven thunders. The Lord judges the ends of the earth. Now may he give strength to his king and exalt the horn of his anointed. When Elkanah returned home to Ramah, the child remained in the service of the Lord under the priest Eli. When Elkanah returned home to Ramah, the child remained in the service of the Lord under the priest Eli. Wickedness of Eli's sons. Now the sons of Eli were wicked. They had respect neither for the Lord nor for the priests' duties toward the people. When someone offered a sacrifice, the priest When someone offered a sacrifice, the priest's servant would come with a three-pronged fork while the meat was still boiling and would thrust it into the basin, kettle, cauldron, or pot. Whatever the fork brought up, the priest would keep. That is how all the Israelites were treated who came to the sanctuary at Shiloh. In fact, even before the fat was burned, the priest's servant would come and say to the man offering the sacrifice, "Give me some meat to roast for the priest. He will not accept boiled meat from you, only raw meat." And if the man protested to him, "Let the fat be burned first, as is the custom, then take whatever you wish," he would reply, "No, give it to me now, or else I will take it by force." Thus the young men sinned grievously in the presence of the Lord. They treated the offerings to the Lord with disdain. The Lord rewards Hannah. Meanwhile, the boy Samuel, girt with a linen apron, was serving in the presence of the Lord. His mother used to make a little garment for him, which she would bring him each time she went up with her husband to offer the customary sacrifice. And Eli would bless Elkanah and his wife. As they were leaving for home, he would say, "May the Lord repay you with children from this woman for the gift she has made to the Lord." The Lord favored Hannah, so that she conceived and gave birth to 3 more sons and 2 daughters, while young Samuel grew up in the service of the Lord. Eli's futile rebuke. When Eli was very old, he heard repeatedly how his sons were treating all Israel, and that they were having relations with the woman serving at the entry of the meeting tent. So he said to them, "Why are you doing such things? No, my sons, you must not do these things. It is not a good report that I hear the people of the Lord spreading about you. If a man sins against another man, one can intercede for him with the Lord, but if a man sins against the Lord, who can intercede for him?" But they disregarded their father's warning, since the Lord had decided on their death. Meanwhile, young Samuel was growing in stature and in worth in the estimation of the Lord and of men. Doom of Eli's house. A man of God came to Eli and said to him, "This is what the Lord says. I went so far as to reveal myself to your father's family when they were in Egypt as slaves to the house of Pharaoh. I chose them out of all the tribes of Israel to be my priests, to go up to my altar, to burn incense, and to wear the ephod before me, and I assigned all the oblations of the Israelites to your father's family. Why do you keep a greedy eye on my sacrifices and on my offerings, on the offerings which I have prescribed? And what do you honor your sons in preference to me, fattening yourselves with the choicest part of every offering of my people Israel? This therefore is the oracle of the Lord, the God of Israel. I said in the past that your family and your father's family should minister in my presence forever. But now the Lord declares, away with this, for I will honor those who honor me, but those who spurn me shall be accursed. Yes, the time is coming when I will break your strength and the strength of your father's family, so that no man in your family shall reach old age. You shall witness it as a disappointed rival all the benefits enjoyed by Israel. But there shall never be an old man in your family. I will permit some of your family to remain at my altar, to wear out their eyes in consuming greed, but the rest of the men of your family shall die by the sword. You shall have a sign in what will happen to your 2 sons, Hophni and Phinehas. Both shall die on the same day. I will choose a faithful priest who shall do what I have heard in what I have in heart and mind. I will establish a lasting house for him, which shall function in the presence of my anointed forever. Then whoever is left of your family will come to grovel before him for a piece of silver or a loaf of bread, and will say, appoint me, I beg you, to a priestly function that I may have a morsel of bread to eat. Chapter 3. Revelation to Samuel. During the time young Samuel was minister to the Lord under Eli, a revelation of the Lord was uncommon and vision infrequent. One day Eli was asleep in his usual place. His eyes had lately grown so weak that he could not see. The lamp of God was not yet extinguished, and Samuel was sleeping in the temple of the Lord where the ark of God was. The Lord called to Samuel, who answered, Here I am. He ran to Eli and said, Here I am. You called me. I did not call you, Eli said. Go back to sleep. So he went back to sleep. Again, the Lord called Samuel, who rose and went to Eli. Here I am, he said. You called me, but he answered, I did not call you, my son. Go back to sleep. At that time, Samuel was not familiar with the Lord because the Lord had not revealed anything to him as yet. The Lord called Samuel again for the 3rd time. Getting up and going to Eli, he said, Here I am. You called me. Then Eli understood that the Lord was calling the youth. So he said to Samuel, Go to sleep. And if you are called, reply, Speak, Lord, for your servant is listening. When Samuel went to sleep in his place, the Lord came and revealed his presence, calling out as before, Samuel, Samuel. Samuel answered, Speak, for your servant is listening. The Lord said to Samuel, I am about to do something in Israel that will cause the ears of everyone who hears it to ring. On that day I will carry out in full against Eli everything I threatened against his family. I announced to him that I am condemning his family once and for all. Because of this crime, though he knew his sons were blaspheming God, he did not reprove them. Therefore I swear to the family of Eli that no sacrifice or offering will ever expiate this crime. Samuel then slept until morning. When he got up early and opened the doors of the temple of the Lord, he feared to tell Eli the vision. But Eli called to him. Samuel, my son, he replied. Here I am. Then Eli asked, What did he say to you? Hide nothing from me. May God do thus and so to you, if you hide a single thing he told you. So Samuel told him everything and held nothing back. Eli answered, He is the Lord. He will do what he judges best. Samuel acknowledged as prophet. Samuel grew up, and the Lord was with him, not permitting any word of his to be without effect. Thus all Israel from Dan to Beersheba came to know that Samuel was an accredited prophet of the Lord. The Lord continued to appear at Shiloh. He manifested himself to Samuel at Shiloh through his word. And Samuel spoke to all Israel. Chapter 4. Defeat of the Israelites. At that time, the Philistines gathered for an attack on Israel. Israel went out to engage them in battle and camped at Ebenezer, while the Philistines camped at Aphek. The Philistines then drew up in battle formation against Israel. After a fierce struggle, Israel was defeated by the Philistines, who slew about 4,000 men. On the battlefield, when the troops retired to the camp, the elders of Israel said, Why has the Lord permitted us to be defeated today by the Philistines? Let us fetch the ark of the Lord from Shiloh, that it may go into battle among us and save us from the grasp of our enemies. Loss of the ark. So the people sent Shiloh and brought from there the ark of the Lord of hosts, who is enthroned upon the cherubim. The two sons of Eli, Hophni and Phinehas, were with the ark of God. When the ark of the Lord arrived in the camp, all Israel shouted so loudly that the earth resounded. The Philistines, hearing the noise of shouting, asked, "What can this loud shouting in the camp of the Hebrews mean?" On learning that the ark of the Lord had come into the camp, the Philistines were frightened. They said, "Gods have come to their camp." They said also, "Woe to us. This has never happened before. Woe to us. Who can deliver us from the power of these mighty gods?" These are the gods that struck the Egyptians with various plagues and pestilence. With various plagues and with pestilence. Take courage and be manly, Philistines, otherwise you will become slaves to the Hebrews, as they were your slaves. So fight manfully. The Philistines fought, and Israel was defeated. Every man fled to his own tent. It was a disastrous defeat, in which Israel lost 30,000 foot soldiers. The ark of God was captured, and Eli's two sons, Hophni and Phinehas, were among the dead. Death of Eli. A Benjaminite fled from the battlefield and reached Shiloh that same day with his clothes torn and his head covered with dirt. When he arrived, Eli was sitting in his chair beside the gate, watching the road, for he was troubled at heart about the ark of God. The man, however, went to the city to divulge his news, which put the whole city in an uproar. Whole city in an uproar. Hearing the outcry of men standing near him, Eli inquired, "What does this commotion mean?" Eli was 98 years old, and his eyes would not focus so that he could not see. The man quickly came up to Eli and said, "It is I who have come from the battlefield. I fled from there today." He asked, "What happened, my son?" And the messenger answered, "Israel fled from the Philistines. In fact, the troops suffered heavy losses. Your two sons, Hophni and Phinehas, are among the dead, and the ark of God has been captured." At this mention of the ark of God, Eli fell backward from his chair into the gateway, since he was an old man and heavy. He died of a broken neck. He had judged Israel for 40 years. His daughter-in-law, the wife of Phinehas, was with child, and at the point of giving birth. When she heard the news concerning the capture of the ark and the deaths of her father-in-law and her husband, she was seized with the pangs of labor and gave birth. She was about to die when the women standing around her said to her, "Never fear, you have given birth to a son." Yet she neither answered nor paid any attention. She named the child Ichabod, saying, "Gone is the glory from Israel," with reference to the capture of the ark of God and to her father-in-law and her husband. She said, "Gone is the glory from Israel, because the ark of God has been captured." Chapter 5 of Samuel. The ark in the temple of Dagon. The Philistines, having captured the ark of God, transferred it from Ebenezer to Ashdod. They then took the ark of God and brought it into the temple of Dagon. Placing it beside Dagon. When the people of Ashdod rose early the next morning, Dagon was lying prone on the ground before the ark of the Lord. So they picked Dagon up and replaced him. But the next morning early, when they arose, Dagon lay prone on the ground before the ark of the Lord, his head and hands broken off and lying on the threshold, his trunk alone intact. For this reason, neither the priests of Dagon nor any others who enter the temple of Dagon tread on the threshold of Dagon in Ashdod to this very day. They always step over it. The ark is carried about. Now the Lord dealt severely with the people of Ashdod. He ravaged and afflicted the city and its vicinity with hemorrhoids. He brought upon the city a great deadly plague of mice that swarmed in their ships and overran their fields. On seeing how matters stood, the men of Ashdod decided, "The ark of God of Israel must not remain with us, for he is handling us and our god Dagon severely. So they summoned all the Philistine lords and inquired of them, "What shall we do with the ark of God of Israel?" The men of Gath replied, "Let them move the ark of the God of Israel onto us." So they moved the God of Israel to Gath. But after it had been brought there, the Lord threw the city into utter turmoil, He afflicted its inhabitants, young and old, and hemorrhoids broke out on them. The ark of God was next sent to Ekron. But as it entered the city, the people were cried out, "Why have they brought the ark of God of Israel here to kill us and our kindred?" Then they too sent a summons to all the Philistine lords and pleaded, "Send away the ark of God of Israel, let it return to its own place, that it may not kill us and our kindred." A deadly panic had seized the whole city, since the hand of God had been very heavy upon it. Those who escaped death were afflicted with hemorrhoids, and the outcry from the city went up to the heavens. The ark to be returned. Chapter 6. The ark to be returned. The ark of the Lord had been in the land of the Philistines 7 months, when they summoned priests and fortune tellers to ask, "What shall we do with the ark of the Lord? Tell us what we should send back with it." They replied, "If you intend to send away the ark of the God of Israel, you must not send it alone, but must by all means make amends to him through a guilt offering. Then you will be healed and will learn why he continues to afflict you." When asked further what guilt offering should be our amends to him, they replied, 5 golden hemorrhoids and 5 golden mice, to correspond to the number of Philistine lords, since the same plague has struck all of you and your lords. Therefore make images of the hemorrhoids and of the mice that are infesting your land, and give them as a tribute to the God of Israel. Perhaps then he will cease to afflict you, your gods, and your land. Why should you become stubborn as the Egyptians and Pharaoh were stubborn? Was it not after he had dealt ruthlessly with them that the Israelites were released and departed? So now set to work and make a new cart. Then take 2 milch cows that have not borne the yoke, hitch them to the cart, but drive their calves indoors away from them. You shall next take the ark of the Lord and place it on the cart, putting in a box beside it the golden articles that you are offering. As amends for your guilt, start it on its way and let it go. Then watch if it goes up to Beth Shemesh. Along the route to his own territory, he has brought this great calamity upon us. If not, we will know it was not he who struck us, but that an accident happened to us. The ark of Beth Shemesh. They acted upon this advice, taking 2 milch cows. They hitched them to the cart, but shut up their calves indoors. Then they placed the ark of the Lord on the cart, along with the box containing the golden mice and the images of the hemorrhoids. The cows went straight for the route to Beth Shemesh and continued along this road, mooing as they went, without turning right or left. The Philistine lords followed them as far the border of Beth Shemesh. Beth Shemesh. The people of Beth Shemesh were harvesting the wheat in the valley. When they looked up and spied the ark, they greeted it with rejoicing. The cart came to the field of Joshua the Beth Shemite and stopped there. And a large stone in the field, the wood of the cart was split up, and the cows were offered as a holocaust to the Lord. The Levites, meanwhile, had taken down the ark of God and the box beside it, in which the golden articles were, and had placed them on the great stone. The men of Beth Shemesh also offered other holocausts and sacrifices to the Lord that day. After witnessing this, the 5 Philistine lords returned to Ekron the same day. Guilt offering. The golden hemorrhoids the Philistines sent back as a guilt offering to the Lord were as follows: one for Ashdod, one for Gaza, one for Ashkelon, one for Gath, and one for Ekron. The golden mice, however, corresponded to the number of all the cities of the Philistines belonging to the five lords, including fortified cities and open villages. The large stones on which the ark of the Lord was placed is still in the field of Joshua, the Beth Shemite, at the present time. Penalty for irreverence. The descendants of Jeconiah did not join in the celebration with the inhabitants of Beth Shemesh. When they greeted the ark of the Lord, and 70 of them were struck down, the people went into mourning at this great calamity with which the Lord had afflicted them. The men of Beth Shemesh asked, "Who can stand in the presence of this Holy One? To whom shall he go from us?" They then sent messengers to the inhabitants of Kiriath Jearim, saying, "The Philistines have returned the ark of the Lord. Come and get it." Chapter 7. Chapter 7 of Samuel. So the inhabitants of Kiriath Jearim came from the ark of the Lord and brought it into the house of Abinadab on the hill, appointing his son Eleazar as guardian of the ark of the Lord. Religious reform. From the day the ark came to rest in Kiriath Jearim, a long time, 20 years elapsed, and the whole Israelite population turned to the Lord. Samuel said to them, "If you wish with your whole heart to return to the Lord, put away your foreign gods and your Ashtaroth. Devote yourselves to the Lord and worship him alone. Then he will deliver you from the power of the Philistines." So the Israelites put away their Baals and Ashtaroth and worshiped the Lord alone. Samuel then gave orders, "Gather all Israel to Mizpah, that I may pray to the Lord for you." When they gathered, When they were gathered at Mizpah, they drew water and poured it out on the ground before the Lord, and they fasted that day, confessing, "We have sinned against the Lord." It was at Mizpah that Samuel began to judge the Israelites. Rout of the Philistines. When the Philistines heard that the Israelites had gathered at Mizpah, their lords went up against Israel. Hearing this, the Israelites became afraid of the Philistines and said to Samuel, "Implore the Lord our God unceasingly for us, to save us from the clutches of the Philistines." Samuel therefore took an unweaned lamb and offered it entire as a holocaust to the Lord. He implored the Lord for Israel, and the Lord heard him. While Samuel was offering the holocaust, the Philistines advanced to join battle with Israel. That day, however, the Lord thundered loudly against the Philistines and threw them into such confusion that they were defeated by Israel. Thereupon, Israelites sallied forth from Mizpah and pursued the Philistines, harrying them down beyond Beth-kar. Samuel then took a stone and placed it between Mizpah and Jeshanah. He named it Ebenezer, explaining, "To this point has the Lord helped us." Thus were the Philistines subdued, never again to enter the territory of Israel. The Lord was severe with them as long as Samuel lived. The cities from Ekron to Gath, which the Philistines had taken from Israel, were restored to them. Israel also freed the territory of these cities from the dominion of the Philistines. Moreover, there was peace between Israel and the Amorites. Samuel judged Israel as long as he lived. He made a yearly journey, passing through Bethel, Gilgal, and Mizpah, and judging Israel at each of these sanctuaries. Then he used to return to Ramah, for that was his home. There too he judged Israel and built an altar to the Lord. And establishment of the monarchy in Israel. Chapter 8. Request for a king. In his old age, Samuel appointed his sons judges over Israel. His firstborn was named Joel. His second was son Abijah. They judged at Beersheba. His sons did not follow his example, but sought illicit gain and accepted bribes, perverting justice. Therefore all the elders of Israel came in a body to Samuel at Ramah, and said to him, Now that you are old, and your sons do not follow your example, appoint a king over us, as other nations have to judge us. God grants the request. Samuel was displeased when they asked for a king to judge them. He prayed to the Lord, however, who said in answer, Grant the people's every request. It is not you they reject. They are rejecting me as their king, as they have treated me constantly from the day I brought them up from Egypt to this day, deserting me and worshipping strange gods. So do they treat you too. Now grant their request, but at the same time warn them solemnly and inform them of the rights of the king who will rule them. The rights of a king. Samuel delivered the message of the Lord in full to those who were asking him for a king. He told them, The rights of the king who will rule you will be as follows. He will take your sons and assign them to his chariots and horses, and they will run before his chariot. He will also appoint from among them his commanders of groups of 1,000 and of 100 soldiers. He will set them to do his plowing and his harvesting, and to make his implements of war and the equipment of his chariots. He will use your daughters as ointment makers, as cooks, and as bakers. He will take the best of your fields, vineyards, and olive groves, and give them to his officials. He will tithe your crops and your vineyards, and give the revenue to his eunuchs, and his slaves. He will take your male and female servants, as well as your best oxen and your asses, and use them to do his work. He will tithe your flocks, and you yourselves will become his slaves. When this takes place, you will complain against the king whom you have chosen, but on that day the Lord will not answer you. Persistent demand. The people, however, refused to listen to Samuel's warning and said, Not so. There must be a king over us. We too must be like other nations, with a king to rule us and to lead us in warfare and fight our battles. When Samuel had listened to all the people had to say, he repeated it to the Lord, who then said to him, Grant their request and appoint a king to rule them. Samuel thereupon said to the men of Israel, Each of you go to his own city. Chapter 9. There was a stalwart man from Benjamin named Kish, who was the son of Abiel, son of Zeror, son of Bechorath, son of Apiah, a Benjaminite. He had a son named Saul, who had a handsome young man. There was no other Israelite handsomer than Saul. He stood head and shoulders above the people. The lost asses. Now the asses of Saul's father Kish had wandered off. Kish said to his son Saul, Take one of the servants with you and go out and hunt for the asses. Accordingly, they went through the hill country of Ephraim and through the land of Shalishah, not finding them there. They continued through the land of Shalim. Without success, they also went through the land of Benjamin, but they failed to find the animals. When they came to the land of Zuf, Saul said to the servant who was with him, Come, let us turn back, lest my father forget about the asses, and become anxious about us. The servant replied, Listen, there is a man of God in the city, a man held in high esteem. All that he says is sure to come true. Let us go there now. Perhaps he can tell us how to accomplish our errand. But Saul said to his servant, If we go, what can we offer the man? There is no bread in our bags, and we have no present to give the man of God. What have we? Again the servant answered Saul, I have a quarter of a silver shekel. If I give that to the man of God, he will tell us our way. Then He will tell us our way. Saul then said to his servant, "Well said. Come on, let us go." And they went to the city where the man of God lived. Quest for Samuel's aid. As they were going up the ascent to the city, they met some girls coming out to draw water and inquired of them, Is the seer in town? In former times in Israel, anyone who went to consult God used to say, "Come, let us go to the seer." For he who is now called prophet was formerly called seer. The girls answered, "Yes, there, straight ahead. Hurry now. Just today he came to the city because the people have a sacrifice today on a high place. When you enter the city, you may reach him before he goes up to the high place to eat. The people will not eat until he arrives. Only after he blesses the sacrifice will the invited guests eat. Go up immediately, for you should find him right now." Samuel's revelation about Saul. So they went up to the city. As they entered it, Samuel was coming toward them on his way to the high place. The day before Saul's arrival, the Lord had given Samuel the revelation. "At this time tomorrow I will send you a man from the land of Benjamin, whom you are to anoint as commander of my people Israel. He shall save my people from the clutches of the Philistines, for I have witnessed their misery and accepted their cry for help." When Samuel caught sight of Saul, the Lord assured him, "This is the man of whom I told you. He is to govern my people." Saul met Samuel in the gateway and said, "Please tell me where the seer lives." Samuel answered Saul, "I am the seer. Go up ahead of me to the high place and eat with me today. In the morning before dismissing you, I will tell you whatever you wish. As for the asses you lost 3 days ago, do not worry about them, for they have been found. Whom does Israel desire ardently, if not you and your father's family?" Saul replied, "Am I not a Benjaminite of one of the smallest tribes of Israel? And is not my clan the least among the clans of the tribe of Benjamin? Why say such things to me?" Samuel then took Saul and his servant and brought them to the room, where he placed them at the head of the guests, of whom there were about 30. He said to the cook, "Bring the portion I gave you and told you to put aside." So the cook took up the leg and what went with it and placed it before Saul. Samuel said, This is a reserved portion that has been set before you. Eat, for it was kept for you until your arrival." I explained that I was inviting some guests. Thus Saul dined with Samuel that day. When they came down from the high place into the city, a mattress was spread for Saul on the roof, and he slept there. Saul's anointing. At daybreak, Samuel called to Saul on the rooftop, "Get up, and I will start you on your journey." Saul rose, and he and Samuel went outside the city together. As they were approaching the edge of the town, Samuel said to Saul, "Tell the servant to go on ahead of us, but stay here yourself for the moment, that I may give you a message from God." Chapter 10. Then from a flask he had with him, Samuel poured oil on Saul's head. He also kissed him, saying, "The Lord anoints you command over his heritage. You are to govern the Lord's people Israel, and to save them from the grasp of their enemies around about. This will be the sign for you that the Lord has anointed you commander over his heritage. When you leave me today, you will meet 2 men near Rachel's tomb at Zelah, in the territory of Benjamin, who will say to you, 'The asses you went to look for have been found.' Your father is no longer worried about the asses, but is anxious about you and says, 'What shall I do about my son?' Farther on, when you arrive at the terebinth of Tabor, you will be met by 3 men going up to God at Bethel. One will be bringing 3 kids, another 3 loaves of bread, and the third a skin of wine. They will greet you and offer you 2 wave offerings of bread, which you will take from them. After that, you will come to Gibeath Elihim, where there is a garrison of the Philistines. As you enter the city, you will meet a band of prophets in a prophetic state, coming down from the high place, preceded by lyres, tambourines, flutes, and harps. The Spirit of the Lord will rush upon you, and you will join them in their prophetic state, and will be changed into another man. When you see these signs fulfilled, do whatever you judge feasible, because God is with you. Now go down ahead of me to Gilgal, for I shall come down to you to offer holocausts and to sacrifice peace offerings. Wait 7 days until I come to you. I shall then tell you what you must do. Fulfillment of the signs. As Saul turned to leave Samuel, God gave him another heart. That very day, all these signs came to pass. When they were going from there to Gibeath, when they were going there from there, when they were going from there to Gibeah, a band of prophets met him, and the Spirit of God rushed upon him, so that he enjoined them in their prophetic state. When all who had known him previously saw him in a prophetic state among the prophets, they said to one another, "What has happened to the son of Kish? Is Saul also among the prophets?" And someone from the district added, "And who is their father?" Thus the proverb arose. The proverb arose. Is Saul also among the prophets? When he came out of the prophetic state, he went home. Silence about the kingship. Saul's uncle inquired of him and his servant, "Where have you been?" Saul replied, "To look for the asses. When he could not find them, we went to Samuel." Then Saul's uncle said, "Tell me then what Samuel said to you." Saul said to his uncle, "He assured us that the asses had been found, but he mentioned nothing to him of what Samuel had said about the kingship." Saul chosen king by lot. Samuel called the people together to the Lord at Mizpah and addressed the Israelites. "Thus says the Lord, the God of Israel: It was I who brought Israel up from Egypt and delivered you from the power of the Egyptians and from the power of all the kingdoms that oppressed you. But today you have rejected your God, who delivers you from all your evils and calamities, by saying to him, 'Not so, but you must appoint a king over us.' Now, therefore, take your stand before the Lord according to tribes and families." So Samuel had all the tribes of Israel come forward, and the tribe of Benjamin was chosen. Next, he had the tribe of Benjamin come forward in clans, and the clan of Matri was chosen. And finally, Saul, son of Kish, was chosen, but they looked for him in vain. Again, they consulted the Lord. "Has he come here?" The Lord answered, "He is hiding among the baggage." They ran to bring him from there. And when he stood among the people, he was head and shoulders above all the crowd. Samuel said to all the people, "Do you see the man whom the Lord has chosen? There is none like him among all the people." Then all the people shouted, "Long live the king!" Samuel next explained to the people the law of royalty and wrote it in a book, which he placed in the presence of the Lord. This done, Samuel dismissed the people, each to his own place. Saul also went home to Gibeah, accompanied by warriors whose hearts the Lord had touched. But certain worthless men said, "How can this fellow save us?" They despised him and brought him no present. Chapter 11. The feet of the Amorites. We'll begin after another bathroom break. Oh my. Oof. Lots of... Oh. All right. We're 3.5 hours in, guys. We're almost there. We're getting there. Ooh. All right. Ooh. Mm-hmm. All right.
Ooh. All right, we're not gonna stop now. We almost passed our longest limit yet, guys. Oh, woo. All day long, partying. Oh, with the Word of God, the Bible. All right, we're on chapter 11 of Samuel now. Defeat of the Ammonites. About a defeat of the Ammonites. About a month later, Nahash, the Ammonites, went up and laid siege to Jabesh Gilead. All the men of Jabesh begged Nahash, "Make a treaty with us, and we will be your subjects." But Nahash the Amorite replied, "This is my condition for a treaty with you. I must gouge out every man's right eye, that I may thus bring ignominy on all Israel." The elders of Jabesh said to him, "Give us 7 days to send messengers throughout the territory of Israel. If no one rescues us, we will surrender to you." When the messengers arrived to Gibeah of Saul, they related the news to the people of all, whom wept aloud. Just then Saul came in from the field behind his oxen. "Why are the people weeping?" he asked. The message of the inhabitants of Jabesh was repeated to him. As he listened to this report, the Spirit of God rushed upon him, and he became very angry. Taking a yoke of oxen, he cut them into pieces, which he sent throughout the territory of Israel by couriers with the message, "If anyone does not come out to follow Saul and Samuel, the same as this will be done to his oxen." In the dread of the Lord, the people turned out to a man. When he reviewed them in Bezek, there were 300,000 Israelites and 70,000 Judahites. To the messengers who had come, he said, "Tell the inhabitants of Jabesh Gilead that tomorrow, while the sun is hot, they will be rescued." The messengers came and reported this to the inhabitants of Jabesh, who were jubilant, and said to Nahash, "Tomorrow we will surrender to you, and you may do whatever you please with us." On the appointed day, Saul arranged his troops in 3 companies and invaded the camp during the dawn watch, and they slaughtered Ammonites until the heat of the day. By then, the survivors were so scattered that no two were left together. Saul accepted as king. The people then said to Samuel, who questioned whether Saul should rule over us, "Hand over the men, and we will put them to death." But Saul broke in to say, "No man is to be put to death this day, for today the Lord has saved Israel." Samuel said to the people, "Come, let us go to Gilgal to inaugurate the kingdom there." So all the people went to Gilgal, where in the presence of the Lord they made Saul king. They also sacrificed peace offerings there before the Lord. And Saul and all the Israelites celebrated the occasion with their great joy. Chapter 12. Saul's integrity. Samuel addressed all Israel. "I have granted your request in every respect," he said, "and in every respect he said, I have set a king over you, and now the king is your leader. As for me, I am old and gray, and have sons among you. I have lived with you from my youth to the present day. Here I stand. Answer me in the presence of the Lord and of his anointed. Whose ox have I taken? Whose ass have I taken? Whom have I cheated? Whom have I oppressed? For whom have I accepted a bribe and overlooked his guilt? I will make restitution to you." They replied, "You have neither
cheated us, nor oppressed us, nor accepted anything from anyone. So he said to them, The Lord is witness against you this day, and his anointed as well, that you have found nothing in my possession. He is witness, they agreed. Samuel upbraids the people. Continuing, Samuel said to the people, The Lord is witness, who appointed Moses and Aaron, and who brought your fathers up from the land of Egypt. Now, therefore, take your stand, and I shall arraign you before the Lord, and shall recount for you all the acts of mercy the Lord has done for you and your fathers when Jacob and his sons went to Egypt, and the Egyptians oppressed them. Your fathers appealed to the Lord, who sent Moses and Aaron to bring them out of Egypt, and he gave them this place to live in. But they forgot the Lord their God, and he allowed them to fall into the clutches of Sisera, the captain of the army of Jabin, king of Hazor, into the grasp of the Philistines, and into the grip of the king of Moab, who made war against them. Each time they appealed to the Lord, and said, We have sinned in forsaking the Lord, and worshipping Baals and Ashtaroth. But deliver us now from the power of our enemies, and we will worship you. Accordingly, the Lord sent Jerubbaal, Barak, Jephthah, and Samson. He delivered you from the power of your enemies on every side, so that you were able to live in security. Yet when you saw Nahash, king of the Ammonites, advancing against you, you said to me, Not so, but a king must rule us, even though the Lord your God is your king. Even though the Lord your God is your king. Warnings for the people and king. Now you have the king you want, a king the Lord has given you. If you fear the Lord and worship him, if you are obedient to him and do not rebel against the Lord's command, if both you and the king who rules you follow the Lord your God, well and good. But if you do not obey the Lord, and if you rebel against his command, the Lord will deal severely with you and your king, and destroy you. Now then, stand ready to witness the great marvel the Lord is about to accomplish before your eyes. Are we not in harvest time for the wheat? Are we not in harvest time for wheat? Yet I shall call to the Lord, and he will send thunder and rain. Thus you will see and understand how greatly the Lord is displeased that you have asked for a king. Samuel then called to the Lord, and the Lord sent thunder and rain that day. Assistance promised. As a result, all the people dreaded the Lord and Samuel. They said to Samuel, Pray to the Lord your God for us, your servants, that we may not die for having added to all our other sins the evil of asking for a king. Do not fear, Samuel answered them. It is true that you have committed all this evil. Still you must not turn from the Lord, but must worship him with your whole heart. Do not turn to meaningless idols, which can neither profit nor save. They are nothing. For the sake of his own great name, the Lord will not abandon his people, since the Lord himself chose to make you his people. As for me, far be it from me to sin against the Lord by ceasing to pray for you and to teach you the good and right way. But you must fear the Lord and worship him faithfully with your whole heart. Keep in mind the great things he has done among you. If instead you continue to do evil, both you and your king shall perish. 3. Saul and David. Chapter 13. Saul was years old when he became king, and he reigned 2 years over Israel. Saul offers sacrifice. Saul chose 3,000 men of Israel, of whom 2,000 remained with him in Michmash, in the hill country of Bethel, and 1,000 were with Jonathan in Gibeah of Benjamin. he sent the rest of the people back to their tents. Now Jonathan overcame the Philistine garrison, which was in Gibeah, and the Philistines got word of it. Then Saul sounded the horn throughout the land with a proclamation that the Hebrews hear it. Thus all Israel learned that Saul had overcome the garrison of the Philistines, and that Israel had brought disgrace upon the Philistines. And the soldiers were called up to Saul in Gilgal. The Philistines also assembled for battle with 3,000 chariots, 6,000 horsemen, and foot soldiers as numerous as the sands on the seashore, as the sands of the seashore. Moving up against Israel, they encamped in Mishmash, east of Bethaven. Some Israelites, aware of the danger and of the difficult situation, hid themselves in caves, in thickets, among rocks, in caverns, and in cisterns. And other Hebrews passed over the Jordan into the land of Gad and the Gilead. Saul, however, held out at Gilgal, although all his followers were seized with fear. He waited 7 days, the time Samuel had determined. When Samuel did not arrive at Gilgal, the men began to slip away from Saul. He then said, Bring me the holocaust and peace offerings, and he offered up the holocaust. King Saul reproved. He had just finished this offering when Samuel arrived. Saul went out to greet him, and Samuel asked him, What have you done? Saul replied, When I saw that the men were slipping away from me, since you had not come by the specified time, and with the Philistines assembled at Mishmash, I said to myself, Now the Philistines will come down against me at Gilgal, and I have not yet sought the Lord's blessing. So in my anxiety, I offered up the holocaust. Samuel's response was, You have been foolish. Had you kept the command of the Lord your God gave you, the Lord would now establish your kingship in Israel as lasting, but as things are, your kingdom shall not endure. The Lord has sought out a man after his own heart and has appointed him commander of his people because you broke the Lord's command. Philistine invasion. Then Samuel set out from Gilgal and went his own way, but the rest of the people went up after Saul to meet the soldiers from Gilgal to Gibeah of Benjamin. Saul then numbered the soldiers he had with him, who were about 600. Saul, his son Jonathan, and the soldiers they had with them were now occupying Gibeah of Benjamin, and the Philistines were encamped at Mishmash. Meanwhile, raiders left the camp of the Philistines in 3 bands. One band took the Ophrah road toward the district of Shoal. Another turned in the direction of Beth Horon, and the third took the road for Geba, that overlooks the valley of the Hyenas, toward the desert. Disarmament of Israel. Not a single smith was to be found in the whole land of Israel, for the Philistines had said, Otherwise the Hebrews will make swords or spears. All Israel therefore had to go down to the Philistines to sharpen their plowshares, mattocks, axes, and sickles. The price for the plowshares and mattocks was 2/3 of a shekel, and a third of a shekel for sharpening the axes and for setting the ox goads, and so on. The day of battle neither sword nor spear could be found in the possession of any of the soldiers with Saul or Jonathan. Only Saul and his son Jonathan had them. Jonathan's exploit. An outpost of the Philistines had pushed forward to the pass of Mishmash. Chapter 14. One day Jonathan, son of Saul, said to his armor-bearer, Come, let us go over to the Philistine outpost to the other side. But he did not inform his father. Saul's command post was under the pomegranate tree near the threshing floor on the outskirts of Geba. Those with him numbered about 6 600 men. About 600 men. All right. About 600 men. Ahijah, son of Ahitub, brother of Ichabod, who was the son of Phinehas, son of Eli, the priest of the Lord at Shiloh, was wearing the ephod, nor did the soldiers know that Jonathan had gone. Flanking the ravine through which Jonathan intended to get over to the Philistine outpost, there was a rocky crag on each side, one called Bozez, the other Seneh. One crag was to the north toward Mishmash, the other to the south toward Geba. Son of Geba. Jonathan said to his armor bearer, "Come, let us go over to that outpost of the uncircumcised. Perhaps the Lord will help us, because it is no more difficult for the Lord to grant victory through a few than through many." His armor bearer replied, "Do whatever you are inclined to do. I will match your resolve." Jonathan continued, "We shall go over to those men and show ourselves to them. If they say to us, 'Stay there until we can come to you,' we shall stop where we are. We shall not go up to them. But if they say, 'Come up to us,' we shall go up, because the Lord has delivered them into our grasp. That will be our sign." Accordingly, the two of them appeared before the outpost of the Philistines, who said, "Look, some Hebrews are coming out of the holes where they have been hiding." The men of the outpost called to Jonathan and his armor bearer. "Come up here," they said, "and we will teach you a lesson." So Jonathan said to his armor bearer, "Climb up after me, for the Lord has delivered them into the grasp of Israel." Jonathan clambered up with his armor bearer behind him. As the Philistines turned to flee him, he cut them down, and his armor bearer followed him and finished them off. In this first exploit, Jonathan and his armor bearer slew about 20 men within half a furlong. Then panic spread to the army and to the countrymen, and all the soldiers, including the outpost and the raiding parties, were terror-stricken. The earth also shook, so that the panic was beyond human endurance. Rout of the Philistines. The lookouts of Saul in Geba of Benjamin saw that the enemy camp had scattered and were running about in all directions. Saul said to those around him, "Count the troops, and find out if any of us are missing." When they had investigated, they found Jonathan and his armor bearer missing. Saul then said to Ahijah, "Bring the ephod here." Ahijah was wearing the ephod in front of the Israelites at that time. While Saul was speaking to the priest, the tumult in the Philistine camp kept increasing. So he said to the priest, "Withdraw your hand." And Saul and all his men shouted and rushed into the fight, where the Philistines, wholly confused, were thrusting swords at one another. In addition, the Hebrews who had previously sided with the Philistines and had gone up with them to the camp turned to join the Israelites under Saul and Jonathan. Likewise, all the Israelites who were hiding in the hill country of Ephraim, on hearing that the Philistines were fleeing, pursued them in the rout. Thus the Lord saved Israel that day. Saul's oath. The battle continued past Beth Horon. the whole people, about 10,000 combatants, were with Saul, and there was scattered fighting in every town and in the hill country of Ephraim. And Saul swore a very rash oath that day, putting the people under this ban. Cursed be the man who takes food before evening, before I am able to avenge myself on my enemies. So none of the people tasted food. Indeed, there was a honeycomb lying on the ground, and when the soldiers came to the comb, the swarm had left it. Yet no one would raise a hand to his mouth from it, because the people feared the oath. Violation of the oath. Jonathan, who had not heard that his father had put the people under oath, thrust out the end of the staff he was holding and dipped it into the honey. Then he raised it to his mouth, and his eyes lit up. At this, one of the soldiers spoke up. Your father put the people under a strict oath, saying, Cursed be the man who takes food this day. As a result, the people are weak. Jonathan replied, My father brings trouble to the land. Look how bright my eyes are from the small taste of honey I have had. What is more, if the people have eaten freely today of their enemies' booty when they came across it, would not the slaughter of the Philistines by now have been the greater for it? Use of the flesh with blood forbidden. Use of flesh with blood forbidden. After the Philistines were routed, that day from Mishmash to Eglon. The people who were completely exhausted, so they pounced upon the spoil and took sheep, oxen, and calves, slaughtering them on the ground and eating the flesh with blood. Informed that the people were sinning against the Lord by eating the flesh with blood, Saul said, You have broken faith. Roll a large stone here from me. He continued, Mingle with the people and tell each of them to bring his ox or his sheep to me. Slaughter it here and then eat. But you must not sin against the Lord by eating the flesh with blood. So everyone brought to the Lord whatever ox he had seized. And they slaughtered them there. And Saul built an altar to the Lord. This was the first time he built an altar to the Lord. Jonathan in danger of death. Then Saul said, Let us go down in pursuit of the Philistines by night, to plunder among them until daybreak, and to kill them all off. They replied, Do what you think best. But the priest said, Let us consult God. So Saul inquired of God, Shall I go down in pursuit of the Philistines? Will you deliver them into the power of Israel? But he received no answer on this occasion. Saul then said, Come here, all officers in the army. We must investigate and find out how this sin was committed today. As the Lord lives, who has given victory to Israel, even if my son Jonathan has committed it, he shall surely die. But none of the people answered him. So he said to all Israel, Stand on one side, and I and my son Jonathan will stand on the other. The people responded, Do what you think best. And Saul said to the Lord, the God of Israel, Why did you not answer your servant this time? If the blame for this resides in me or my son Jonathan, Lord God of Israel, respond with Urim. But if this guilt is in your people Israel, respond with Thummim. Jonathan and Saul were designated, and the people went free. Saul then said, Cast lots between me and my son Jonathan. And Jonathan was designated. Saul said to Jonathan, Tell me what you have done. Jonathan replied, I only tasted a little honey from the end of the staff I was holding. Am I to die for this? Saul said, May God do thus and so to me if you do not indeed die, Jonathan. Rescue of Jonathan. But the army said to Saul, Is Jonathan to die, though it was he who brought Israel this great victory? This must not be. As the Lord lives, not a single hair of his head shall fall to the ground, for God was with him in what he did today. Thus the soldiers were able to rescue Jonathan from death. After that, Saul gave up the pursuit of the Philistines, who returned to their own territory. Wars and victories. The kingship of Israel. Wars and victories. After taking over the kingship of Israel, Saul waged war on all their surrounding enemies: Moab, the Ammonites, Aram, Beth Rehob, the king of Zobah, and the Philistines. Wherever he turned, he was successful and fought bravely. He defeated Amalek and delivered Israel from the hands of those who were plundering them. Saul's family. The sons of Saul were Jonathan, Ishvi, and Melchishua. His 2 daughters were named the elder Merob and the younger Michal. Saul's wife, who was named Ahinoam, was the daughter of Ahimaaz. The name of his general was Abner, son of Saul's uncle. Ner, Kish, Saul's father, and Ner, Abner's father, were sons of Abiel. An unremitting war was waged against Philistine. An unremitting war was waged against the Philistines during Saul's lifetime. When Saul saw any strong or brave man, he took him into his service. Chapter 15. Samuel said to Saul, "It was I, the Lord, sent to anoint you king over his people, Israel. Now, therefore, listen to the message of the Lord. This is what the Lord of hosts has to say. I will punish what Amalek did to Israel when he barred his way and he was coming up from Egypt. Go now, attack Amalek and deal with him and all that he has under the ban. Do not spare him, but kill men and women and children and infants, oxen and sheep, camels and asses." Disobedience of Saul. Saul alerted the soldiers and at Telaim reviewed 200,000 foot soldiers and 10,000 men of Judah. Saul went to the city of Amalek, and after setting an ambush in the wadi, warned the Kenites, "Come, leave Amalek and withdraw, that I may not have to destroy you with them. For you were kind to the Israelites when they came from Egypt." After the Kenites left, Saul routed Amalek from Havilah to the approaches of Shur. On the frontier of Egypt, he took Agag, king of Amalek, alive, but on the rest of the people he put into the effect the ban of destruction by the sword. He and his troops spared Agag and the best of the fat sheep and oxen and the lambs. They refused to carry out the doom on anything that was worthwhile, dooming only what was worthless and of no account. Saul is reproved. Then the Lord spoke to Samuel, "I regret having made Saul king, for he has turned from me and has not kept my command." At this, Samuel grew angry and cried out to the Lord all night. Early in the morning he went to meet Saul, but was informed that Saul had gone to Carmel, where he erected a trophy in his own honor, and that on his return he had passed on and had gone down to Gilgal. When Samuel came to him, Saul greeted him, "The Lord bless you. I have kept the command of the Lord." But Samuel asked, "What then is the meaning of this bleating of sheep that comes to my ears, and the lowing of oxen that I hear?" Saul replied, "They were brought from Amalek. The men spared the best sheep and oxen to sacrifice to the Lord your God, but we have carried out the ban on the rest." Samuel said to Saul, "Stop, let me tell you what the Lord said to me last night." "Speak," he replied. Samuel then said, "Though little in your own esteem, you are not leader of the tribes of Israel. The Lord anointed you king of Israel and sent you on a mission, saying, 'Go and put the sinful Amalekite Amalekites under a ban of destruction. Fight against them until you have exterminated them. Why then have you disobeyed the Lord? You have pounced on the spoil, thus displeasing the Lord. Saul answered Samuel, I indeed obey the Lord and fulfill the mission on which the Lord sent me. I have brought back Agag, and I have destroyed Amalek under the ban. But from the spoil the men took sheep and oxen, the best of what had been banned, to sacrifice to the Lord their God in Gilgal. But Samuel said, Does the Lord so delight in holocausts and sacrifices as in obedience to the command of the Lord? Obedience is better than sacrifice, and submission than the fat of rams. For a sin like divination is rebellion, and presumption is the crime of idolatry. Because you have rejected the command of the Lord, he too has rejected you as ruler. Saul asks forgiveness. Saul replied to Samuel, I have sinned, for I have disobeyed the command of the Lord and your instructions. In my fear of the people, I did what they said. Now forgive my sin and return with me, that I may worship the Lord. But Samuel said to Saul, I will not return with you, because you rejected the command of the Lord, and the Lord rejects you as king of Israel. As Samuel turned to go, Saul seized a loose end of his mantle, and it tore off. So Samuel said to him, The Lord has torn the kingdom of Israel from you this day, and has given it to a neighbor of yours, who is better than you. The glory of Israel neither retracts nor repents, for he is not man that he should repent. But he answered, I have sinned, yet honor me now before the elders of my people and before Israel. Return with me, that I may worship the Lord your God. And so Samuel returned with him, and Saul worshipped the Lord. Agag is cut down. Afterward, Samuel commanded, Bring Agag, king of Amalek, to me. Agag came to him, struggling and saying, So it is bitter death. And Samuel said, As your sword has made woman childless, so shall your mother be childless among women. Then he cut Agag down from before the Lord in Gilgal. Samuel departed from Ramah, while Saul went up to his home in Gibeah of Saul. Never again, as long as he lived, did Samuel see Saul. Yet he grieved over Saul, because the Lord regretted having made him king of Israel. Chapter 16. Samuel sent to Bethlehem. The Lord said to Samuel, How long will you grieve for Saul, whom I have rejected as king of Israel? Fill your horn with oil and be on your way. I am sending you to Jesse of Bethlehem, for I have chosen my king from among his sons. But Samuel replied, How can I go? Saul will hear of it and kill me. To this the Lord answered, Take a heifer along and say, I have come to sacrifice to the Lord. Invite Jesse to the sacrifice, and I myself will tell you what to do. You are to anoint for me the one I point out to you. Samuel did as the Lord had commanded him. When he entered Bethlehem, the elders of the city came trembling to meet him and inquired, Is your visit peaceful, O seer? He replied, Yes, I have come to sacrifice to the Lord, so cleanse yourselves and join me today for the banquet. He also had Jesse and his sons cleanse themselves and invited them to the sacrifice. As they came, he looked at Eliab and thought, Surely the Lord anointed is here before him. Surely the Lord's anointed is here before him. But the Lord said to Samuel, Do not judge from his appearance or from his lofty stature, because I have rejected him. Not as man sees does God see. Because man sees the appearance, but the Lord looks into the heart. Then Jesse called Abinadab and presented him before Samuel, who said, The Lord has not chosen him. Next Jesse presented Shammah, but Samuel said, The Lord has not chosen this one either. In the same way, Jesse presented 7 sons before the Lord, but Samuel said to Jesse, The Lord has not chosen any one of these. Then Samuel asked Jesse, Are these all the sons you have? Jesse replied, There is still the youngest who is tending the sheep. Samuel said to Jesse, Send for him. We will not begin the sacrificial banquet until he arrives here. Jesse sent and had the young man brought to them. He was ruddy, a youthful, handsome to behold. He was ruddy, a youth, handsome to behold, and making a splendid appearance. The Lord said, There, anoint him, for this is he. Then Samuel, with the horn of oil in hand, anointed him in the midst of his brothers. And from that day on, the Spirit of the Lord rushed upon David. When Samuel took his leave, he went to Ramah, Saul's spirit of melancholy. The spirit of Saul had departed from the Spirit of the Lord had departed from Saul, and he was tormented by an evil spirit sent by the Lord. So the servants of Saul said to him, Please, an evil spirit from God is tormenting you. If your lordship will order it, we, your servants, here in attendance on you, will look for a man skilled in playing the harp. When the evil spirit from God comes over you, he will play, and you will feel better. Saul then told his servants, Find me a skillful harpist, and bring him to me. A servant spoke up to say, I have observed that one of the sons of Jesse of Bethlehem is a skilled harpist. He is also a stalwart soldier. Besides being an able speaker and handsome, moreover, the Lord is with him. David made armor-bearer. Accordingly, Saul dispatched messengers to ask Jesse to send him his son David, who was with the flock. Then Jesse took 5 loaves of bread, a skin of wine, and a kid, and sent them to Saul by his son David. Thus David came to Saul and entered his service. Saul became very fond of him, made him his armor-bearer, and sent Jesse the message, Allow David to remain in my service, for he meets with my approval. Whenever the Spirit of God seized Saul, David would take the harp and play, and Saul would be relieved and feel better, for the evil spirit would leave him. Chapter 17. The challenge of Goliath. The Philistines rallied their forces for battle at Succoth in Judah, and encamped between Succoth and Ezekah at Ephes-Dammim. Saul and the Israelites also gathered and encamped in the vale of the Terebinth, drawing up their battle line to meet the Philistines. The Philistines were stationed on one hill, and the Israelites on the opposite hill, with the valley between them. A champion named Goliath of Gath came out from the Philistine camp. He was 6.5 feet tall. He had a bronze helmet on his head and wore a bronze corselet of scale armor weighing 5,000 shekels, and bronze greaves, and had a bronze scimitar slung from a baldric. The shaft of his javelin was like a weaver's handlebar, and its iron head weighed 600 shekels. His shield bearer went before him. He stood and shouted to the ranks of Israel, Why come out in battle formation? I am a Philistine, and you are Saul's servants. Choose one of your men and have him come down to me. If he beats me in combat and kills me, we will be your vassals. But if I beat him and kill him, you shall be our vassals and serve us. The Philistine continued, I defy the ranks of Israel today. Give me a man and let us fight together. Saul and all the men of Israel, when they heard this challenge of the Philistine, were dismayed and terror-stricken. David comes to the camp. David was the son of an Ephrathite named Jesse, who was from Bethlehem in Judah. He had 8 sons, and in the days of Saul was old and well on in years. The 3 oldest sons of Jesse had followed Saul to war. These sons who had gone off to war were named the firstborn Eliab, the second son Abinadab, the third son Shammah. David was the youngest. While the 3 oldest had joined Saul, David would go and come from Saul to tend his father's sheep at Bethlehem. Meanwhile, the Philistine came forward and took his stand morning and evening for 40 days. Now Jesse said to his son David, Take this ephah of roasted grain and these 10 loaves of your brothers, and bring them quickly to your brothers in the camp. Also take these 10 cheeses for the field officers, greet your brothers, and bring home some token from them. Saul, they Saul and they and all Israel are fighting against the Philistines in the vale of the Terebinth. Early the next morning, having left the flock with a shepherd, David set out on his errand, as Jesse had commanded him. He reached the barricade of the camp just as the army on their way to the battleground were shouting their battle cry. The Israelites and the Philistines drew up opposite each other in battle array. David entrusted what he had brought to the keeper of the baggage and hastened to the battle line, where he greeted his brothers while he was talking with them. The Philistine champion by name Goliath of Gath came up from the ranks of the Philistines and spoke as before, and David listened. When the Israelites saw the man, they all retreated before him, very much afraid. The Israelites had been saying, "Do you see this man coming up? He comes up to insult Israel. If anyone should kill him, the king would give him great wealth, and his daughter as well, and would grant exemption to his father's family in Israel." David now said to the men standing by, "What will be done for the man who kills this Philistine and frees Israel of the disgrace? Who is this uncircumcised Philistine in any case, that he should insult the armies of the living God?" They repeated the same words to him and said, "That is how the man who kills him will be rewarded." When Eliab, his oldest brother, heard him speaking with the men, he grew angry with David and said, "Why did you come down? With whom have you left those sheep in the desert meanwhile? I know your arrogance and your evil intent. You came down to enjoy the battle." David replied, "What have I done now? I was only talking." Yet he turned from him to another and asked the same question, and everyone gave him the same answer as before. The words that David had spoken were overheard and reported to Saul, who sent for him. David fights Goliath. Then David spoke to Saul, "Let your majesty not lose courage. I am at your service to go and fight this Philistine." But Saul answered David, "You cannot go up against this Philistine and fight with him, for you are only a youth, while he has been a warrior from his youth." Then David told Saul, "Your servant used to tend his father's sheep, and whenever a lion or bear came to carry off a sheep from the flock, I would go after it and attack it and rescue the prey from its mouth. If it attacked me, I would seize it by the jaw and strike it and kill it. Your servant has killed both a lion and a bear, and this uncircumcised Philistine will be as one of them, because he has insulted the armies of the living God." David continued, "The Lord who delivered me from the claws of the lion and the bear will also keep me safe from the clutches of this Philistine." Saul answered David, "Go, the Lord will be with you." Preparation for the encounter. Then Saul clothed David in his own tunic, putting a bronze helmet on his head and arming him with a coat of mail. David also girded himself with Saul's sword over the tunic. He walked with difficulty. However, since he had never tried armor before, he said to Saul, "I cannot go in these, because I have never tried them before." So he took them off. Then, staff in hand, David selected 5 smooth stones from the wadi and put them in the pocket of his shepherd's bag. With his sling also ready to hand, he approached the Philistine. David's victory. With his shield bearer marching before him, the Philistine also advanced closer and closer to David. When he had sized David up and seen that he was youthful and ruddy and handsome in appearance, he held him in contempt. The Philistine said to David, "Am I a dog that you come against me with a staff?" Then the Philistine cursed David by his gods and said to him, "Come here to me, and I will leave your flesh for the birds of the air and the beasts of the field." David answered him, "You come against me with sword and spear and scimitar, but I come against you in the name of the Lord of hosts, the God of the armies of Israel, that you have insulted. Today the Lord shall deliver you into my hand. I will strike you down and cut off your head. This very day I will leave your corpse and the corpses of the Philistine army for the birds of the air and the beasts of the field. Thus the whole land shall learn that Israel has a God. All this multitude too shall learn that it is not by sword or spear that the Lord saves, for the battle is the Lord's, and he shall deliver you into our hands. The Philistine then moved to meet David at close quarters, while David ran quickly toward the battle line in the direction of the Philistine. David put his hand into his bag and took out a stone, hurled it with a sling, and struck the Philistine on his forehead. The stone embedded itself in his brow, and he fell prostrate on the ground. Thus David overcame the Philistine with sling and stone. He struck the Philistine mortally and did it without a sword. Then David ran and stood over him, and with the Philistine's own sword, which he drew from his sheath, he dispatched him and cut off his head. Fight of the Philistines. When they saw that their hero was dead, the Philistines took to flight. Then the men of Israel and Judah, with loud shouts, went in pursuit of the Philistines to the approaches of Gath and to the gates of Ekron. And Philistines fell wounded along the road from Aram as far as Gath and Ekron. On their return from the pursuit of the Philistines, the Israelites looted their camp. David took the head of the Philistine and brought it to Jerusalem, but he kept Goliath's armor in his own tent. David presented to Saul. When Saul saw David go out to meet the Philistine, he asked his general Abner, whose son is that youth? Abner replied, As truly as your majesty is alive, I have no idea. And the king said, Find out whose son the lad is. So when David returned from slaying the Philistine, Abner took him and presented him to Saul. David was still holding the Philistine's head. Saul then asked him, Whose son are you, young man? David replied, I am the son of your servant Jesse of Bethlehem. Chapter 18. David and Jonathan. By the time David finished speaking with Saul, Jonathan had become as fond of David as if his life depended on him. He loved him, and he loved himself. Saul laid claim to David that day and did not allow him to return to his father's house. And Jonathan entered into a bond with David because he loved him as himself. Jonathan divested himself of his mantle. Jonathan divested himself of the mantle he was wearing and gave it to David, along with his military dress and his sword, and David, along with his military dress and his sword and his bow and his belt. David then carried out successfully every mission on which Saul sent him. So Saul put him in charge of his soldiers, and this was agreeable to the whole army, even to Saul's own officers. Saul's jealousy. At the approach of Saul and David on David's return after slaying the Philistine, women came out from each of the cities of Israel to meet King Saul, singing and dancing with tambourines, joyful songs, and cisterns. The woman played this and sang, Saul has slain his thousands, and David his 10,000s. Saul was very angry and resentful of the song, for he thought, they give David 10,000, but only thousands to me. All that remains for him is the kingship. And from that day on, Saul was jealous of David. The next day, an evil spirit from God came over Saul, and he raged in his house. David was in attendance playing the harp, as at other times. While Saul was holding his spear, Saul posed the spear, thinking to nail David to the wall, but twice David escaped him. Saul then began to fear David because the Lord was with him, but had departed from Saul himself. Accordingly, Saul removed him from his presence by appointing him a field officer. So David led the people on their military expeditions and prospered in all his enterprises, for the Lord was with him. Seeing how successful he was, Saul conceived a fear of David. On the other hand, all Israel and Judah loved him, since he led them on their expeditions. Saul said to David, There is my older daughter Merob, whom I will give you in marriage, if you become my champion, and fight the battles of the Lord. Saul had in mind, I shall not touch him. Let the Philistines strike him. But David answered Saul, Who am I, And who are my kin or my father's clan in Israel that I should become the king's son-in-law? However, when it was time for Saul's daughter Merab to be taken, when it was time for Saul's daughter Merab to be given to David, she was given in marriage to Adriel, the Mehalathite, instead. Now Saul's daughter Michal loved David. And it was reported to Saul, who was pleased at this, for he thought, I will offer her to him to become a snare for him, so that the Philistines may strike him. Thus, for the second time, Saul said to David, You shall become my son-in-law today. Saul then ordered his servant to speak to David privately and to say, The king is fond of you, and all his officers love you. You shall become the king's son-in-law. But when Saul's servants mentioned this to David, he said, Do you think it is easy to become the king's son-in-law? I am poor and insignificant. When his servants reported to him the nature of David's answer, Saul commanded them to say this to David, The king desires no other price for the bride than the foreskins of 100 Philistines, that he may thus take vengeance on his enemies. Saul intended in this way to bring about David's death through the Philistines. When the servants reported this offer to David, he was pleased with the prospect of becoming the king's son-in-law. Before the year was up, David made preparations and sallied forth with his men and slew 200 Philistines. He brought back their foreskins and counted them out before the king, that he might thus become the king's son-in-law. So Saul gave him his daughter Michal in marriage. Saul thus came to recognize that the Lord was with David. Besides, his own daughter Michal loved David. Therefore Saul feared David all the more, and was his enemy ever after. The Philistine chiefs continued to make forays, but each time they took the field, David was more successful against them than any other of Saul's officers, and as a result acquired great fame. Chapter 19, Persecution of David. Saul discussed his intention of killing David with his son Jonathan and with all his servants. But Saul's son Jonathan, who was very fond of David, told him, My father, Saul is trying to kill you. Therefore, please be on your guard tomorrow morning. Get out of sight and remain in hiding. I, however, will go out and stand beside my father in the countryside where you are, and will speak to him about you. If I learn anything, I will let you know. Jonathan then spoke well of David to his father Saul, saying to him, Let not your majesty sin against his servant David, for he has committed no offense against you, but has helped you very much by his deeds. When he took his life in his hands and slew the Philistine, and the Lord brought about a great victory for all Israel. Through him, you were glad to see it. Why then should you become guilty of shedding innocent blood by killing David without cause? Saul heeded Jonathan's plea and swore, As the Lord lives, he shall not be killed. So Jonathan summoned David and repeated the whole conversation to him. Jonathan then brought David to Saul, and David served him as before. When war broke out again, David went out to fight against the Philistines and inflicted a great defeat upon them, putting them to flight. Then an evil spirit from the Lord came upon Saul as he was sitting in his house with spear in hand, and David was playing the harp nearby. Saul tried to nail David to the wall with the spear, but David eluded Saul, so that the spear struck only the wall, and David got away safely. The same night Saul sent messengers to David's house to guard it, that he might kill him in the morning. David's wife Michal informed him, Unless you save yourself tonight, tomorrow you will be killed. Then Michal let David down through a window, and he made his escape in safety. Michal took the household idol and laid it in the bed, putting a net of goat's hair at its head and covering it with a spread. Then Saul sent messengers to arrest David. She sent Then when Saul sent messengers to arrest David, she said, "He is sick." Saul, however, sent the messengers back to see David and commanded them to bring up to me in bed. And to see David and commanded them, "Bring him up to me in the bed, that I may kill him." When the messengers entered, they found the household idol in the bed, with the net of goat's hair at its head. Saul therefore asked Michal, "Why did you play this trick on me? You have helped my enemy to get away." Michal answered Saul, "He threatened me. Let me go, or I will kill you." David and Samuel in Ramah. Thus David got safely away. He went to Samuel in Ramah, informing him of all that Saul had done to him. Then he and Samuel went to stay in the sheds. When Saul was told that David was in the sheds near Ramah, he sent messengers to arrest David. But when they saw the band of prophets presided over by Samuel in a prophetic frenzy, they too fell into a prophetic state. Informed of this, Saul sent other messengers who also fell into a prophetic state. For the third time, Saul sent messengers, but they too fell into the prophetic state. Saul among the prophets. Saul then went to Ramah himself. Arriving at the cistern of the threshing floor on the bare hilltop, he inquired, "Where are Samuel and David?" and was told, "At the sheds near Ramah." As he set out from the hilltop toward the sheds, the Spirit of God came upon him also, and he continued on in a prophetic condition until he reached the spot. The sheds near Ramah, he too stripped himself of his garments, and he too remained in a prophetic state in the presence of Samuel. All that day and night he lay naked. That is why they say, "Is Saul also among the prophets?" Chapter 20 of Samuel. David consults with Jonathan. David fled from the sheds near Ramah and went to Jonathan. "What have I done?" he asked him. "What crime or what offense does your father hold against me, that he seeks my life?" Jonathan answered him, "Heaven forbid that you should die. My father does nothing great or small without disclosing it to me. Why then should my father conceal this from me? This cannot be so." But David replied, "Your father is well aware that I am favored with your friendship. So he has decided Jonathan must not know of this, lest he be grieved. Nevertheless, as the Lord lives and as you live, there is but a step between me and death." Jonathan then said to David, "I will do whatever you wish." David answered, "Tomorrow is the new moon. When I should in fact dine with the king, let me go and hide in the open. Let me go and hide in the open country until evening. If it turns out that your father misses me, say, David urged me to let him go on short notice to his city, Bethlehem, because his whole clan is holding its seasonal sacrifice there. If he says, very well, your servant is safe, but if he becomes quite angry, you can be sure he has planned some harm. Do this kindness for your servant because of the Lord's bond between us, into which you brought me. If I am guilty, kill me yourself. Why should you give me up to your father?" But Jonathan answered, "Not I. If ever I find out that my father is determined to inflict injury upon you, I will certainly let you know." David then asked Jonathan, "Who will tell me if your father gives you a harsh answer?" Mutual agreement. Jonathan replied to David, "Come, let us go into the field." When they were out in the open country together, Jonathan said to David, "As the Lord, the God of Israel, lives, I will sound out my father about this time tomorrow. Whether he is well disposed toward David or not, I will send you information. I'll send you the information. Should it please my father to bring any injury upon you, may the Lord do thus and so to Jonathan. If I do not appraise you of it and send you on your way in peace, may the Lord be with you, even as he was with my father. Only this, if I am still alive, may you show me the kindness of the Lord. But if I die, never withdraw your kindness from my house." And when the Lord exterminates all the enemies of David from the surface of the earth, the name of Jonathan must never be allowed by the family of David to die out from among you, or the Lord will make you answer for it. And in his love for David, Jonathan renewed his oath to him, because he loved him as his very self. Jonathan then said to him, "Tomorrow is the new moon, and you will be missed, since your place will be vacant. On the following day, you will be missed all the more. Go to the spot where you hid on the other occasion, and wait near the mound there. On the third day of the month, I will shoot arrows as though aiming at a target. I will then send my attendant to go and recover the arrows. If in fact I say to him, Look, the arrow is this side of you. Pick it up. Pick it up. Pick it up. Come, for be nothing to fear. But if I say to the boy, Look, the arrow is beyond you. Go, for the Lord sends you away. However, in the matter which you and I have discussed, the Lord shall be between you and me forever." So David hid in the open country. On the day of the new moon, when the king sat at table to dine, taking his usual place against the wall, Jonathan sat facing him, while Abner sat at the king's side, and David's place was vacant. Saul, however, said nothing that day, for he thought he must have become unclean by accident, and not yet have been cleansed. On the next day, the second day of the month, David's place was vacant. Saul inquired of his son Jonathan. "Why has the son of Jesse not come to table yesterday or today?" Jonathan answered Saul, "David urgently asked me to let him go to his city, Bethlehem. Please let me go," he begged, "for we are to have a clan sacrifice in our city, and my brothers insist on my presence. Now, therefore, if you think well of me, give me leave to visit my brothers. That is why he has not come to the king's table." But Saul was extremely angry with Jonathan and said to him, Son of a rebellious woman, do I not know that to your own shame and to the disclosure of your mother's shame, you are the companion of Jesse's son? Why, as long as the son of Jesse lives upon the earth, you cannot make good your claim to the kingship? So send for him and bring him to me, for he is doomed. But Jonathan asked his father Saul, Why should he die? What has he done? As this, Saul brandished his spear to strike him, and thus Jonathan learned that his father was resolved to kill David. Jonathan sprang up from the table in great anger and took no food that second day of the month, for he was grieved on David's account, since his father had railed against him. Jonathan's farewell. The next morning, Jonathan went out into the field with a little boy for his appointment with David. There he said to the boy, Run and fetch the arrow. And as the boy ran, he shot an arrow beyond him in the direction of the city. When the boy made for the spot where Jonathan had shot the arrow, Jonathan called after him, The arrow is farther on. Again he called to his lad, Hurry, be quick, don't delay. Jonathan's boy picked up the arrow and brought it to his master. The boy knew nothing, only Jonathan and David knew what was meant. Then Jonathan gave his weapons to this boy of his and said to him, Go, take them to the city. When the boy had left, David rose from beside the mound and prostrated himself on the ground 3 times before Jonathan in homage. They kissed each other and wept aloud together. At length Jonathan said to David, "Go in peace in keeping with what we two have sworn by the name of the Lord. The Lord shall be between you and me, and between your posterity and mine forever." Chapter 21. Then David departed on his way, while Jonathan went back into the city. The holy bread. David went to Ahimelech, the priest of Nob, who came trembling to meet him and asked, "Why are you alone? Is there no one with you?" David answered the priest, "The king gave me a commission and told me to let no one know anything about the business on which he sent me or the commission he gave me. For that reason I have arranged a meeting place with my men. Now what have you on hand? Give me 5 loaves or whatever you can find." But the priest replied to David, "I have no ordinary bread on hand, only holy bread. If the men have abstained from women, you may eat some of that." David answered the priest, "We have indeed been segregated from women, as on previous occasions. Whenever I go on a journey, all the young men are consecrated, even for a secular journey. All the more so today, when they are consecrated at arms." So the priest gave him holy bread, for no other bread was on hand except the show bread, which had been removed from the Lord's presence, and replaced by fresh bread when it was taken away. One of Saul's servants was there that day, detained before the Lord. His name was Doeg the Edomite, and he was Saul's chief henchman. The sword of Goliath. David then asked Ahimelech, "Do you have a spear or a sword or on handle? Do you have a spear or a sword on hand?" "I brought along neither my sword nor my weapons, because the king's business was urgent." The priest replied, "The sword of Goliath, the Philistine whom you killed in the vale of the Terebinth, is here, wrapped in a mantle, behind an ephod. If you wish to take that, take it. There is no sword here except that one." David said, "There is none to match it. Give it to me." David a fugitive. That same day, David took to flight from Saul, going to Achish, king of Gath. But the servants of Achish said, "Is this not David, the king of the land? During their dances do they not sing? Saul has slain his thousands, but David his 10,000s." David took note of these remarks and became very much afraid of Achish, king of Gath. So as they watched, he feigned insanity and acted like a madman in their hands, drumming on the doors of the gate and drooling onto his beard. Finally, Achish said to his servants, "You see, the man is mad. Why did you bring him to me? Do I not have enough madmen that you bring in this one to carry on in my presence? Should this fellow come into my house?" Chapter 22. David left Gath and escaped to the cave of Adullam. When his brothers and the rest of the family heard about it, they came down to him from there. He was joined by all those who were in difficulties or in debt, or who were embittered, and he became their leader. About 400 men were with him. From there David went to Mizpah of Moab, and said to the king of Moab, "Let my father and mother stay with you, until I learn what God will do for me." He left them with the king of Moab, and they stayed with him as long as David remained in the refuge. But the prophet Gad said to David, "Do not remain in the refuge. Leave and go to the land of Judah." And so David left and went to the forest of Hereth. Doeg betrays Ahimelech. Now Saul heard that David and his men had been located at the time he was sitting in Gibeah under a tamarisk tree on the high place, holding his spear, while all his servants were standing by. So he said to them, Listen, men of Benjamin, will the son of Jesse give all of you fields and vineyards? Will he make each of you an officer over 1,000 or 100 men? That you have all conspired against me, and no one tells me that my son has made an agreement with the son of Jesse? None of you shows sympathy for me or discloses to me that my son has stirred up my servant to be an enemy against me, as is the case today. Then Doeg, the Edomite, who was standing with the officers of Saul, spoke up. I saw the son of Jesse come to Ahimelech, son of Ahitub, in Nob. He consulted the Lord for him and gave him supplies and the sword of Goliath the Philistine as well. Slaughter of the priests. Okay, we'll begin after a bathroom break. Oh boy. Oof, almost 5 hours, you guys. Going strong. Alright, I will be back. I will be back. Oh! Yeah. Whew. Non-stop recording, you guys. Non-stop. Non-stop. Okay. Oh. 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 Go. All right. All right. Okay. All right, you guys.
Time Bible stories. Let's go. All right. Go. Slaughter of the priests. At this, the king sent a summons to Ahimelech, the priest, son of Ahitub, and to all his family who were priests in Nob, and they all came to the king. Then Saul said, "Listen, son of Ahitub." He replied, "Yes, my lord." Saul asked him, "Why did you conspire against me with the son of Jesse by giving him food and a sword, and by consulting God for him, that he might rebel against me and become my enemy, as is the case today?" Ahimelech answered the king, "And who among all your servants is as loyal as David, the king's son-in-law, captain of your bodyguard and honored in your own house? Is this the first time I have consulted God for him? No, indeed. Let not the king accuse his servant or anyone in my family of such a thing. Your servant knows nothing at all, great or small, about the whole matter." But the king said, "You shall die, Ahimelech, with all your family." The king then commanded his henchmen standing by, "Make the rounds and kill the priests of the Lord, for they assisted David. They knew he was a fugitive and yet failed to inform me." But the king's servants refused to lift a hand to strike the priests of the Lord. The king therefore commanded Doeg, "You make the rounds and kill the priests." So Doeg the Edomite went from one to the next and killed the priests himself, slaying on that day 85 who wore the linen ephod. Saul also put the priestly city of Nob to the sword, including men and women, children and infants, oxen and asses and sheep. Abiathar escapes. One son of Ahimelech, son of Ahitub, named Abiathar, escaped and fled to David. When Abiathar told David that Saul had slain the priests of the Lord, David said to him, "I knew that day when Doeg the Edomite was there that he would surely tell Saul, 'I am responsible for the death of all your family. Stay with me. Fear nothing. He that seeks your life must seek my also. You are under my protection.'" Chapter 23. Keilah liberated. David received information that the Philistines were attacking Keilah and plundering the threshing floors. So he consulted the Lord, inquiring, "Shall I go and defeat these Philistines?" The Lord answered, "Go, for you will defeat the Philistines and rescue Keilah." But David's men said to him, "We are afraid here in Judah. How much more so if we go to Keilah against the forces of the Philistines?" Again David consulted the Lord, who answered, "Go down to Keilah, for I will deliver the Philistines into your power." David then went with his men to Keilah and fought the Philistines, and with the Philistines. He drove off their cattle and inflicted a severe defeat on them, and thus rescued the inhabitants of Keilah. Abiathar, son of Ahimelech, who had fled to David, went down with David to Keilah, taking the ephod with him. Flight from Keilah. When Saul was told that David had entered Keilah, he said, "God has put him in my grip. Now he has shut himself in, for he has entered a city with gates and bars." Saul then called all the people to war in order to go down to Keilah and besiege David and his men. When David found out that Saul was planning to harm him, he said to the priest Abiathar, "Bring forward the ephod." David then said, "O Lord God of Israel, your servant has heard a report that Saul plans to come to Keilah to destroy the city on my account. Will they hand me over? And now, will Saul come down as your servant has heard? O Lord God of Israel, tell your servant." The Lord answered, "He will come down." David then asked, "Will the citizens of Keilah deliver me and my men into the grasp of Saul?" And the Lord answered, "Yes." So David and his men, about 600 in number, left Keilah and wandered from place to place.
When Saul was informed that David had escaped from Keilah, he abandoned the expedition. David and Jonathan in Horesh. David now lived in the refuges in the desert. Lived in the refuges in the desert, or in the barren hill country near Ziph. Though Saul sought him continually, the Lord did not deliver David into his grasp. David was apprehensive because Saul had come out to seek his life. But while he was at Horesh, in the barrens near Ziph, Saul's son Jonathan came down there to David and strengthened his resolve in the Lord. He said to him, "Have no fear, my father Saul shall not lay a hand to you. You shall be king of Israel, and I shall be second to you. Even my father Saul knows this." They made a joint agreement before the Lord in Horesh, where David remained while Jonathan returned to his home. Treachery of the Ziphites. Some of the Ziphites went up to Saul in Gibeah and said, "David is hiding among us now in the refuges, and again at Horesh, or on the hill of Hechelah, south of the wasteland. Therefore, whenever the king wishes to come down, let him do so. It will be our task to deliver him into the king's grasp." Saul replied, "The Lord bless you for your sympathy toward me. Go now and make sure once more. Take note of the place where he sets foot, for he thought, perhaps they are playing some trick on me. Look around and learn in which of all the various hiding places he is holding out. Then come back to me with sure information, and I will go with you. If he is in the region, I will search him out among all the families of Judah." So they went off to Ziph, ahead of Saul. At this time, David and his men were in the desert below Maon, in the Arabah, south of the wasteland. Escape from Saul. When Saul and his men came looking for him, David got word of it and went down to the gorge in the desert below Maon. Saul heard of this and pursued David into the desert below Maon. As Saul moved along one rim of the gorge, David and his men took to the other. David was in anxious flight to escape Saul, and Saul and his men were attempting to outflank David and his men in order to capture them, when a messenger came to Saul saying, "Come quickly, because the Philistines have invaded the land." Saul interrupted his pursuit of David and went to meet the Philistines. This is how that place came to be called the Gorge of Divisions. Chapter 24. David spares Saul. David then went up from there and stayed in the refuges behind En Gedi. And when En Gedi. David then went from there and stayed in the refuges behind En Gedi. When Saul returned from the pursuit of the Philistines, he was told that David was in the desert near En Gedi. So Saul took 3,000 picked men from all Israel and went in search of David and his men in the direction of the wild goat crags. When he came to the sheepfolds along the way, he found a cave which he entered to ease nature. David and his men were occupying the inmost recesses of the cave. David's servant said to him, "This is the day of which the Lord said to you, I will deliver your enemy into your grasp. Do with him as you see fit." So David moved up and stealthily cut off an end of Saul's mantle. Afterward, however, David regretted that he had cut off an end of Saul's mantle. He said to his men, "The Lord forbid that I should do such a thing to my master, the Lord's anointed, as to lay a hand on him, for he is the Lord's anointed." With these words, David restrained his men and would not permit them to attack Saul. Saul then left the cave and went on his way. David also stepped out of the cave, calling to Saul, "My lord, the king." When Saul looked back, David bowed to the ground in homage and asked Saul, "Why do you listen to those who say, 'David is trying to harm you'? You see for yourself today that the Lord just now delivered you into my grasp in the cave. I had some thought of killing you, but I took pity on you instead. I decided I will not raise a hand against my Lord, for he is the Lord's anointed and a father to me. Look here at this end of your mantle which I hold. Since I cut off an end of your mantle and did not kill you, see and be convinced that I plan no harm and no rebellion. I have done you no wrong, though you are hunting me down to take my life. The Lord will judge between me and you, and the Lord will exact justice from you in my case. I shall not touch you. The old proverb says, 'From the wicked comes forth wickedness.' So I will take no action against you. Against whom are you on campaign, O King of Israel? Whom are you pursuing, a dead dog or a single flea? The Lord will be the judge. He will decide between me and you. May he see this and take my part and grant me justice beyond your reach." Saul's remorse. When David finished saying these things to Saul, Saul answered, "Is that your voice, my son David?" And he wept aloud. Saul then said to David, "You are in the right rather than I. You are in the right rather than I. You have treated me generously while I have done you harm. Great is your generosity you showed me today, when the Lord delivered me into your grasp and you did not kill me. For if a man meets his enemy, does he send him away unharmed? May the Lord reward you generously for what you have done this day. And now, since I know that you shall surely be king, and that sovereignty over Israel shall come into your possession, swear to me by the Lord that you will not destroy my descendants, and that you will not blot out my name and family." David gave Saul his oath, and Saul returned home, while David and his men went up to the refuge. Chapter 25. Death of Samuel. Samuel died, and all Israel gathered to mourn him. They buried him at his home in Ramah. Nabal and Abigail. Then David went down to the desert of Moab. There was a man of Moab who had property in Carmel. He was very wealthy, owning 3,000 sheep and 1,000 goats. At this time, he was present for the shearing of his flock in Carmel. The man was named Nabal. His wife Abigail, the woman, was intelligent and attractive. But Nabal himself, a Calebite, was harsh and ungenerous in his behavior. When David heard in the desert that Nabal was shearing his flock, he sent 10 young men, instructing them, "Go up to Carmel, pay Nabal a visit, and greet him in my name. Say to him, 'Peace be with you, my brother, and with your family, and with all who belong to you. I have just heard that shearers are with you. Now, when your shepherds were with us, we did them no injury. Neither did they miss anything all the while they were in Carmel. Ask your servants, and they will tell you so. Look kindly on these young men, since we come at a festival time. Please give your servants and your son David whatever you can manage." When David's young men arrived, they delivered this message fully to Nabal in David's name, and then waited. But Nabal answered the servants of David, "Who is David? Who is the son of Jesse? Nowadays, there are many servants who run away from their masters. Must I take my bread, my wine, my meat that I have slaughtered for my own shearers, and give them to men who come from I know not where?" So David's young men retracted their steps, and on their return reported to him all that had been said. Thereupon David said to his men, "Let everyone gird on his sword." And so everyone, David included, girded on his sword. About 400 men went up after David, while 200 remained with the baggage. But Nabal's wife Abigail was informed of this by one of the servants, who said, "David sent messengers from the desert to greet our master." But he flew at them, screaming, "Yet these men were very good to us. We were done no injury, neither did we miss anything, all while we were living among them during our stay in the open country. For us they were like a rampart night and day. The whole time we were pasturing the sheep near them. Now what you can do, for you must realize that otherwise evil is in store for our master and for his whole family. He is so mean that no one can talk to him." Abigail quickly got together 200 loaves, 2 skins of wine, 5 dressed sheep, 5 seahs of roasted grain, 100 cakes of pressed raisins, and 200 cakes of pressed figs, and loaded them on asses. She then said to her servants, Go on ahead, I will follow you." But she did not tell her husband Nabal. As she came down through a mountain defile riding on an ass, David and his men were also coming down from the opposite direction. When she met them, David had just been saying, "Indeed, it was in vain that I guarded all this man's possessions in the desert, so that he missed nothing. He has repaid good with evil. May God do thus and so to David, if by morning I leave a single male alive among all those who belong to him." As soon as Abigail saw David, she dismounted quickly from the ass, and falling prostrate on the ground before David, did him homage. As she fell at his feet, she said, "My lord, let the blame be mine. Please let your handmaid speak to you, and listen to the words of your handmaid. Let not my lord pay attention to that worthless man Nabal, for he is just like his name. Fool is his name, and he acts the fool. I, your handmaid, did not see the young men whom my lord sent. Now, therefore, my lord, as the Lord lives, as you live, it is the Lord who has kept you from shedding blood and from avenging yourself personally. May your enemies and those who seek to harm my lord become as Nabal. Accept this present, then, which your maidservant has brought for my lord, and let it be given to the young men who follow my lord. Please forgive the transgression of your handmaid, for the Lord shall certainly establish a lasting dynasty for my lord, because your lordship is fighting the battles of the Lord, and there is no evil to be found in you your whole life long. If anyone rises to pursue you and to seek your life, may the life of my lord be bound in the bundle of the living, in the care of the Lord your God. But may he hurl out the lives of your enemies as from the hollow of a sling. And when the Lord carries out for my Lord the promise of success he has made concerning you, and appoints you as a commander over Israel, you shall not have this as a qualm or burden on your conscience, my lord, for having shed innocent blood, or for having avenged yourself personally. When the Lord confers this benefit on your lordship, remember your handmaid David said to Abigail, Blessed be the Lord, the God of Israel, who sent you to me today. Blessed be your good judgment, and blessed be you yourself, who this day have prevented me from shedding blood and from avenging myself personally. Otherwise, as the Lord, the God of Israel lives, who has restrained me from harming you, if you had not come so promptly to me, by dawn Nabal would not have had a single man or boy left alive. David then took from her what she had brought him, and said to her, Go up to your home in peace. See, I have granted your request as a personal favor. Nabal's death. When Abigail came to Nabal, there was a drinking party in his house like that of a king. And Nabal was merry because
and Nabal was merry because he was very drunk. So she told him nothing at all before daybreak the next morning. But then, when Nabal had become sober, his wife told him what had happened. At this, his courage died within him, and he became like a stone. About 10 days later, the Lord struck him, and he died. On hearing that Nabal was dead, David said, "Blessed be the Lord who has requited the insult I received at the hand of Nabal, and who restrained his servant from doing evil, but has punished Nabal for his own evil deeds." David marries Abigail and Ahinoam. David then sent a proposal of marriage to Abigail. When David's servants came to Abigail in Carmel, they said to her, "David has sent us to you that he may take you as his wife." Rising and bowing to the ground, she answered, "Your handmaid would become a slave to wash the feet of my Lord's servants." She got up immediately, mounted an ass, and followed David's messengers, with her 5 maids following in attendance upon her. She became his wife, and David also married Ahinoam of Jezreel. Thus both of them were his wives. But Saul gave David's wife Michal, Saul's own daughter, to Palti, son of Laish, who was from Gelim. Chapter 26, Saul's life again spared. Men from Ziph came to Saul in Gibeah, reporting that David was hiding on the hill of Hachilah at the edge of the wasteland. So Saul went off down to the desert of Ziph with 3,000 picked men of Israel to search for David in the desert of Ziph. Saul camped beside the road on the hill of Hachilah at the edge of the wasteland. David, who was living in the desert, saw that Saul had come into the desert after him, and sent out scouts who confirmed Saul's arrival. David himself then went to the place where Saul was encamped and examined the spot where Saul and Abner, son of Ner, the general, had their sleeping quarters. Saul's were within the barricade, and all his soldiers were encamped around him. David asked Ahimelech the Hittite and Abishai, son of Zeberah, and brother of Joab, who will go down into the camp with me to Saul. Abishai replied, "I will." So David and Abishai went among Saul's soldiers by night and found Saul lying asleep within the barricade with his spear thrust into the ground at his head, and Abner and his men sleeping around him. Abishai whispered to David, "God has delivered your enemy into your grasp this day. Let me nail him to the ground with one thrust of the spear. I will not need a second thrust." But David said to Abishai, "Do not harm him, for who can lay hands on the Lord's anointed and remain unpunished? As the Lord lives," David continued, "it must be the Lord himself who will strike him. Whether the time comes for him to die, or he goes out and perishes in battle, but the Lord forbid that I touch his anointed. Now take the spear which is at his head and the water jug, and let us be on our way." So David took the spear and the water jug from their place at Saul's head, and they got away without anyone seeing or knowing or awakening. All remained asleep, because the Lord had put them into a deep slumber. David taunts Abner. Going across to an opposite slope, David stood on a remote hilltop at a great distance from Abner, son of Ner, and the troops. He then shouted, "Will you not answer, Abner?" And Abner answered, "Who is it that calls me?" David said to Abner, "Are you not a man whose like does not exist in Israel? Why then have you not guarded your lord the king when one of his subjects went to kill the king, your lord? This is no creditable service you have performed. As the Lord lives, you people deserve death because you have not guarded your lord, the Lord's anointed. Go look where are the king's spear and the water jug that was at his head." Saul admits his guilt. Saul recognized David's voice and asked, "Is that your voice, my son David?" David answered, "Yes, my lord, the king." He continued, "Why does my lord pursue his servant? What have I done? What evil do I plan? Please now let my lord the king listen to the words of his servant. If the Lord has incited
you against me, let an offering appease him. But if men may they be cursed before the Lord, because they have exiled me, so that this day I have no share in the Lord's inheritance. But am told, go serve other gods. Do not let my blood flow to the ground far from the presence of the Lord. For the king of Israel has come out to seek a single flea, as if he were hunting partridge in the mountains. Then Saul said, I have done wrong. Come back, my son David. I will not harm you again, because you have held my life precious today. Indeed, I have been a fool and have made a serious mistake. But David answered, Here is the king's spear. Let an attendant come over to get it. The Lord will reward each man for his justice and faithfulness. Today, though the Lord delivered you into my grasp, I would not harm the Lord's anointed. As I valued your life highly today, so may the Lord value my life highly and deliver me from all difficulties. Then Saul said to David, Blessed are you, my son David. You shall certainly succeed in whatever you undertake. David went his way, and Saul returned to his home. Chapter 27, Refuge among Philistines. But David said to himself, I shall perish someday at the hand of Saul. I have no choice but to escape to the land of the Philistines. Then Saul will give up his continuous search for me throughout the land of Israel, and I shall be out of his search. Accordingly, David departed with his 600 men and went over to Achish, son of Moach, king of Gath. David and his men lived in Gath with Achish. Each one had his family, and David had his 2 wives, Ahinoam from Jezreel, and Abigail, the widow of Nabal from Carmel. When Saul was told that David had fled to Gath, he no longer searched for him. In Ziklag, David said to Achish, David said to Achish, if I meet with your approval, let me have a place to live in one of the country towns. Why should your servant live with you in the royal city? That same day, Achish gave him Ziklag, which has therefore belonged to the kings of Judah, up to the present time. In all, David lived a year and 4 months in the country of the Philistines. Raids of Israel's foes. David and his men went up and made raids on the Geshurites, Girzites, and Amalekites, peoples living in the land between Telam on the approach to Shur and the land of Egypt. In attacking the land, David would not leave a man or woman alive, but would carry off sheep, oxen, asses, camels, and clothes. On his return, he brought these Achish, who asked, Whom did you raid this time? And David answered, The Negeb of Judah, or the Negeb of Jerahmeel, or the Negeb of the Kenites. But David would not leave a man or woman alive to be brought to Gath, fearing that they would betray him by saying, This is what David did. This was his custom as long as he lived in the country of the Philistines. And the Achish trusted David, thinking he must certainly be detested by his people, Israel. I shall have him as my vassal forever. Chapter 28. In those days, the Philistines mustered their military forces to fight against Israel. So Achish said to David, You realize, of course, that you and your men must go out on campaign with me to Jezreel. David answered Achish, Good. Now you shall learn what your servant can do. Then Achish said to David, I shall appoint you my permanent bodyguard. Now Samuel had died, and after being mourned by all Israel, was buried in his city, Ramah. Meanwhile, Saul had driven mediums and fortune tellers out of the land. Saul in dismay. The Philistine levies advanced to Shunem, and encamped. Saul too mustered all Israel. They camped on Gilboa. When Saul saw the camp of the Philistines
he was dismayed and lost heart completely. He therefore consulted the Lord, but the Lord gave no answer, whether in dreams or by the Urim or through prophets. Then Saul said to his servants, "Find me a woman who is a medium, to whom I can go to seek counsel through her." His servants answered him, "There is a woman in Endor who is a medium, the witch of Endor." So he disguised himself, putting on other clothes, and set out with 2 companions. They came to the woman by night, and Saul said to her, "Tell my fortune through a ghost. Conjure up for me the one I ask you to." But the woman answered him, "You are surely aware of what Saul has done in driving the mediums and fortune tellers out of the land. Why then are you laying snares for my life, to have me killed?" But Saul swore to her by the Lord, "As the Lord lives, you shall incur no blame for this." Then the woman asked him, "Whom do you want me to conjure?" And he answered, "Samuel. Samuel appears. When the woman saw Samuel, she shrieked at the top of her voice and said to Saul, "Why have you deceived me? You are Saul." But the king said to her, "Have no fear. What do you see?" The woman answered Saul, "I see a preternatural being rising from the earth." "What does he look like?" asked Saul. And she replied, "It is an old man who is rising, clothed in a mantle." Saul knew that it was Samuel. And so he bowed face to the ground in homage. Saul's doom. Samuel then said to Saul, "Why do you disturb me by conjuring me up?" Saul replied, "I am in great straits, for the Philistines are waging war against me, and God has abandoned me. Since he no longer answers me through prophets or in dreams, I have called you to tell me what I should do." To this Samuel said, "But why do you ask me? If the Lord has abandoned you and is with your neighbor, the Lord has done to you what he foretold through me. He has torn the kingdom from your grasp and has given it to your neighbor David. Because you disobeyed the Lord's directive and would not carry out his fierce anger against Amalek, the Lord has done this to you today. Moreover, the Lord will deliver Israel, and you as well, into the clutches of the Philistines. By tomorrow you and your sons will be with me, and the Lord will have delivered the army of Israel into the hands of the Philistines." Saul's despair. Immediately Saul fell full length on the ground, for he was badly shaken by Samuel's message. Moreover, he had no bodily strength left, since he had eaten nothing all that day and night. Then the woman came to Saul, and seeing that he was quite terror-stricken, said to him, "Remember, your maidservant obeyed you. I took my life in my hands and fulfilled the request you made for me. I took the life in my hands and fulfilled the request you made of me. Now you, in turn, please listen to your maidservant. Let me set something before you to eat, so that you may have strength when you go on your way." But he refused, saying, "I will not eat." However, when his servants joined the woman in urging him, he listened to their entreaties, got up from the ground, and sat on the couch. The woman had a stall-fed calf in the house, which she now quickly slaughtered. Then, taking flour, she kneaded it and baked unleavened bread. She set the meal before Saul and his servants, and they ate. Then they stood up and left the same night. Chapter 29, David's aid rejected. Now the Philistines had mustered all their forces in Aphek, and the Israelites were encamped at the spring of Harod near Jezreel. As the Philistine lords were marching their groups of 100 and 1,000, David and his men were marching in the rear guard with Ashish. The Philistine chiefs asked, "What are those Hebrews doing here?" And Ashish answered them, "Why, that is David, the officer of Saul, king of Israel. He has been with me now for a year or two, and I have no fault to find with him from the day he came over to me until the present." But the Philistine chiefs were angered at this and said to him, "Send that man back. Let him return to the place you picked out for him. He must not go down into battle with us, lest during the battle he become our enemy. For how else can we win back his master's favor if not
with the heads of these men of ours. Is this not the David of whom they sing during their dances? Saul has slain his thousands, but David his 10,000s. So Achish summoned David and said to him, As the Lord lives, you are honest, and I should be pleased to have you active with me in the camp. For I have found nothing wrong with you from the day of your arrival to this day. But you are not welcome to the Lord's. Withdraw peaceably now, and do nothing that might displease the Philistine lords. But David said to Achish, What have I done, or what have you against your servant from the first day I have been with you to this day, that I cannot go to fight against the enemies of my lord the king? You know, Achish answered David, that you are acceptable to me, but the Philistine chiefs have determined you are not to go up with us to battle. So the first thing tomorrow, you and your lord's servants who came with you go to the place I picked out for you. Do not decide to take umbrage at this. You are as acceptable to me as an angel of God. But make an early morning start as soon as it grows light, and be on your way. So David and his men left early in the morning to return to the land of the Philistines. The Philistines, however, went up to Jezreel. Chapter 30, Ziklag in ruins. Before David and his men reached Ziklag on the third day, the Amalekites had raided the Negeb, and Ziklag had stormed the city and had set it on fire. They had taken captive the women and all who were in the city, young and old, killing no one. They had carried them off when they left. David and his men arrived at the city to find it burned to the ground, and their wives, sons, and daughters taken captive. Then David and those who were with him wept aloud until they could weep no more. David's two wives, Ahinoam of Jezreel, and Abigail, the widow of Nabal from Carmel, had also been carried off with the rest. Now David found himself in great difficulty, for the men spoke of stoning him, so bitter were they over the fate of their sons and daughters. But with renewed trust in the Lord his God, David said to Abiathar, the priest, son of Ahimelech, Bring me the ephod. When Abiathar brought him the ephod, David inquired of the Lord, Shall I pursue these raiders? Can I overtake them? The Lord answered him, Go in pursuit, for you shall surely overtake them and effect a rescue. Raid of the Amalekites. So David went off with his 600 men and came as far as the Wadi Besor, where those who were to remain behind halted. David continued the pursuit with 400 men, but 200 were too exhausted to cross the Wadi Besor and remained behind. An Egyptian was found in the open country and brought to David. He was provided with food, which he ate, and given water to drink. A cake of pressed figs and 2 cakes of pressed raisins were also offered to him. When he had eaten, he revived. He had not taken food nor drunk water for 3 days and 3 nights. Then David asked him, To whom do you belong, and where do you come from? He replied, I am an Egyptian, the slave of an Amalekite. My master abandoned me because I fell sick 3 days ago. Today, we raided the Negeb of the Cherethites, the territory of Judah, and the Negeb of Caleb, and we set Ziklag on fire. David then asked him, Will you lead me down to this raiding party? He answered, Swear to me by God that you will not kill me or deliver me to my master, and I will lead you to the raiding party. He did lead them, and there were the Amalekites scattered all over the ground, eating, drinking, and in a festive mood, because of all the rich booty they had taken from the land of the Philistines and from the land of Judah. The booty recovered. From dawn to sundown, David attacked them, putting them under the ban, so that none escaped except 400 young men who mounted their camels and fled. David recovered everything the Amalekites had taken and rescued his 2 wives. Nothing was missing, small or great, booty or sons or daughters. Of all that the Amalekites had taken, David brought back everything. Moreover, David took all the sheep and oxen, and as they drove them before him, they shouted, "This is David's spoils. This is David's spoil." Division of the spoils. When David came to the 200 men who had been too exhausted to follow him, and whom he had left behind at the Wadi Bisor, they came out to meet David and the men with him. On nearing them, David greeted them. But all the stingy and worthless men among those who had accompanied David spoke up to say, "Since they did not accompany us, we will not give them anything from the booty except to each man his wife and children. Let them take those along and be on their way." But David said, "You must not do this, my brothers, after what the Lord has given us. He has protected us and delivered into our grasp. He has protected us and delivered into our grip the band that came against us. Who could agree with this proposal of yours? Rather, the share of the one who goes down to battle and that of the one who remains with the baggage shall be the same. They shall share alike." And from that day forward, he made it a law and a custom in Israel, as it still is today. David's gifts to Judah. When David came to Ziklag, he sent part of the spoil to the elders of Judah, city by city, saying, "This is a gift to you from the spoil of the enemies of the Lord. To those in Bethel, to those in Ramoth Negeb, to those in Jeter, to those in Aror, to those in Siphomath, to those in Eshtemoa, to those in Rakal, to those in Jerahmeelite cities, and to those in the Kenite cities, to those in Hormah, to those in Borashan, to those in Athach, to those in Hebron, and to all the places frequented by David and his men." Okay, chapter 21. Okay, we're almost done. Chapter 31 of Samuel. Death of Saul and his sons. This is the last chapter of Samuel. As they pressed their attack on Israel, with the Israelites fleeing before them and falling mortally wounded on Mount Gilboa, the Philistines pursued Saul and his sons closely and slew Jonathan, Abinadab, and Malchishua, sons of Saul. The battle raged around Saul, and the archers hit him. He was pierced through the abdomen. Then Saul said to his armor bearer, "Draw your sword and run me through, lest these uncircumcised come and make sport of me." But his armor bearer, badly frightened, refused to do it. So Saul took his own sword and fell upon it. When the armor bearer saw that Saul was dead, he too fell upon his sword and died with him. Thus Saul, his 3 sons, and his armor bearer died together on that same day. When the Israelites on the slope of the valley and those along the Jordan saw that the men of Israel had fled and that Saul and his sons were dead, they too abandoned their cities and fled. Then the Philistines came and lived in those cities. The day after the battle, the Philistines came to strip the slain and found Saul and his 3 sons lying on Mount Gilboa. They cut off Saul's head and stripped him of his armor, and then sent the good news throughout the land of the Philistines, to their idols and to the people. They put his armor in the temple of Astarte, but impaled his body on the wall of Bethshan. Burial of Saul. When the inhabitants of Jabesh Gilead heard that When the inhabitants of Jabesh Gilead heard what the Philistines had done to Saul, all their warriors set out, and after marching throughout the night, removed the bodies of Saul and his sons from the wall of Bethshan and brought them to Jabesh, where they cremated them. Then they took their bones and buried them under the tamarisk tree in Jabesh, and fastened for 7 days.
Then they took their bones and buried them under the tamarisk tree in Jabesh and fasted for 7 days. Okay. All right, the second book of Samuel. We finished the first book of Samuel. Now we're on the second book of Samuel, chapter 1, report of Saul's death. Okay, we'll begin chapter 1 here. Oh, after we eat. Oh, I gotta take another break. Oh, my. What are we on? Ooh, 5 hours and 36 minutes, you guys. All right, I'm gonna go grab some food and then we'll be back. Oh. All right. We're back. We are back. Ooh. Ooh, 6 hours. Let's go. We're halfway there. Okay. Let's get it. The second book of Samuel. Chapter 1. Report of Saul's death. After the death of Saul, David returned from his defeat of the Amalekites and spent 2 days in Ziklag. On the third day, a man came from Saul's camp with his clothes torn and dirt on his head. Going to David, he fell to the ground in homage. David asked him, "Where do you come from?" He replied, "I have escaped from the Israelite camp." "Tell me what happened," David bade him. He answered that the soldiers had fled the battle and that many of them had fallen and were dead, among them Saul and his son Jonathan. Then David said to the youth who was reporting to him, "How do you know that Saul and his son Jonathan are dead?" The youthful informant replied, "It was by chance that I found myself on Mount Gilboa and saw Saul leaning on his spear with chariots and his horsemen closing in on him. He turned around and, seeing him, called me to him. When I said, 'Here I am,' he asked, 'Who are you?' And I replied, 'An Amalekite.' Then he said to me, 'Stand up to me, please, and finish me off, for I am in great suffering, yet fully alive.' So I stood up to him and dispatched him, for I knew that he could not survive his wound. I removed the crown from his head and the armlet from his arm and brought them here to my lord." David seized his garments and rent them, and all the men who were with him did likewise. They mourned and wept and fasted until evening for Saul and his son Jonathan, and for the soldiers of the Lord of the clans of Israel, because they had fallen by the sword. Then David said to the young man who had brought him the information, "Where are you from?" He replied, "I am the son of an Amalekite immigrant." David said to him, "How is it that you were not afraid to put forth your hand to desecrate the Lord's anointed?" David then called one of the attendants and said to him, "Come, strike him down." And the youth struck him a mortal blow. Meanwhile, David said to him, "You are responsible for your own death, for you testified against yourself when you said, 'I dispatched the Lord's anointed.'" Elegy for Saul and Jonathan. Then David chanted this elegy for Saul and his son Jonathan, which is recorded in the book of Jasher, to be taught to the Judahites. He sang, "Alas, the glory of Israel! Saul slain upon the heights. How can the warriors have fallen? Tell it not in Gath, herald it not in the streets of Ashkelon, lest the Philistine maidens rejoice, lest the daughters of the strangers exalt, Mountains of Gilboa, may there be neither dew nor rain upon you, nor upsurgings of the deeps. Upon you lie begrimed the warriors' shields, the shield of Saul no longer anointed with oil, from the blood of the slain, from the bodies of the valiant, the bow of Jonathan did not turn back, or the sword of Saul return unstained. Saul and Jonathan, beloved and cherished, separated neither in life nor in death, swifter than eagles, stronger than lions. Women of Israel, weep over Saul, who clothed you in scarlet and in finery, who decked your attire with ornaments of gold. How can the warriors have fallen in thick of the battle? How can the warriors have fallen in the thick of the battle, slain upon your heights? I grieve for you, Jonathan, my brother. Most dear have you been to me. More precious have I held love for you than love for woman. How can the warriors have fallen? The weapons of war have perished. Chapter 2. David anointed king. After this, David inquired of the Lord, shall I go up into one of the cities of Judah? The Lord replied to him, yes. Then David asked, where shall I go? He replied, to Hebron. So David went up there, accompanied by his two wives, Ahinoam of Jezreel, and Abigail, the widow of Nabal of Carmel. David also brought up his men with their families, and they dwelt in the cities near Hebron. Then the men of Judah came there and anointed David king of the Judahites. A report reached David that the men of Jabesh Gilead had buried Saul. So David sent messengers to the men of Jabesh Gilead and said to them, may you be blessed by the Lord for having done this kindness to your lord Saul in burying him. And now may the Lord be kind and faithful to you. I too will be generous to you for having done this. Take courage, therefore, and prove yourselves valiant men, for though your lord Saul is dead, the Judahites have anointed me their king. Ooh. Oh. All right, 4. The reign of David. Ishbal, king of David. The reign of David. Ishbal, king of Israel. Abner, son of Ner, Saul's general, took Ishbal, son of Saul, and brought him over to Mahanaim, where he made him king over Gilead and the Asherites, Jezreel, Ephraim, Benjamin, and the rest of Israel. Ishbal, son of Saul, was 40 years old when he became king over Israel, and he reigned for 2 years. The Judahites alone followed David. In all, David spent 7 years and 6 months in Hebron as king of the Judahites. Combat near Gibeon. Now Abner, son of Ner, and the servants of Ishbal, Saul's son, left Mahanaim for Gibeon. Joab, son of Zeruiah, and David's servants also set out and met them at the pool of Gibeon. And they sat down, one group on one side of the pool and the other on the opposite side. Then Abner said to Joab, let the young men rise and perform for us. Joab replied, all right. So they rose and were counted off, 12 of the Benjaminites of Ishbal, son of Saul, and 12 of David's servants. Then each one grasped his opponent's head and thrust his sword into his opponent's side, and all fell down together. And so that place
which is in Gibeon, was named the field of the sides. Death of Asahel. After a very fierce battle that day, Abner and the men of Israel were defeated by David's servants. The three sons of Zeruiah were there: Joab, Abishai, and Asahel. Asahel, who was as fleet of foot as a gazelle in the open field, set out after Abner, turning neither right nor left in his pursuit. Abner turned around and said, "Is that you, Asahel?" He replied, "Yes." Abner said to him, "Turn right or left, seize one of the young men, and take what you can strip from him." But Asahel would not desist from his pursuit. Once more Abner said to Asahel, "Stop pursuing me. Why must I strike you to the ground? How could I face your brother Joab?" Still he refused to stop. So Abner struck him down in the abdomen with the heel of his javelin, and the weapon protruded from his back. He fell there and died on the spot. And all who came to the place where Asahel had fallen had died, came to a halt. Joab and Abishai, however, continued the pursuit of Abner. The sun had gone down when they came to the hill of Emma, which lies east of the valley toward the desert near Geba. Truce between Joab and Abner. Here the Benjamites rallied around Abner, forming a single group, and made a stand on the hilltop. Then Abner called to Joab and said, "Must the sword destroy to the utmost? Do you not know that afterward there will be bitterness? How much longer will you refrain from ordering the people to stop the pursuit of their brothers?" Joab replied, "As God lives, if you had not spoken, the soldiers would not have withdrawn from the pursuit of their brothers until morning." Joab then sounded the horn, and all the soldiers came to a halt, pursuing Israel no farther, and fighting no more. Abner and his men marched all night long through the Arabah, crossed the Jordan, marched all through the morning, and came to Mahanaim. Joab, after interrupting the pursuit of Abner, assembled all the men. Besides Asahel, 19 other servants of David were missing. But David's servants had fatally wounded 360 men of Benjamin, followers of Abner. They took up Asahel and buried him in his father's tomb in Bethlehem. Joab and his men made an all-night march, and dawn found them in Hebron. Chapter 3 of Samuel. Chapter 3 of the second book of Samuel. There followed a long war between the house of Saul and that of David, in which David grew stronger, but the house of Saul weaker. Sons born in Hebron. Sons were born to David in Hebron. The firstborn, Amnon, of Ahinoam from Jezreel. The second, Chileab, of Abigail, the widow of Nabal of Carmel. The third, Absalom, son of Maacah, the daughter of Talmai, king of Geshur. The fourth, Adonijah, son of Haggith. The fifth, Shephatiah, son of Abital. And the sixth, Ithream, of David's wife Iglah. These were born to David in Hebron. Ishbal and Abner quarrel. During the war between the house of Saul and that of David, Abner was gaining power in the house of Saul. Now Saul had a concubine, Rizpah, the daughter of Ahiah, and Ishbal, son of Saul, said to Abner, "Why have you been intimate with my father's concubine?" Enraged at the words of Ishbal, Abner said, Am I a dog's head in Judah? At present I am doing a kindness to the house of your father Saul, to his brothers and his friends, by keeping you out of David's clutches. Yet this day you charge me with a crime involving a woman. May God do thus and so to Abner if I do not carry out for David what the Lord swore to him. That is, take away the kingdom from the house of Saul and establish the throne of David over Israel and over Judah from Dan to Beersheba. In fear of Abner, Ishbaal was no longer able to say a word to him. Abner and David reconciled. Then Abner sent messengers to David in Telam, where he was at the moment, to say, make an agreement with me, and I will aid you by bringing all Israel over to you. He replied, very well, I will make an agreement with you, but one thing I require of you. You must not appear before me unless you bring back Michal, Saul's daughter, when you come to present yourself to me. At the same time, David sent messengers to Ishbaal, son of Saul, to say, give me my wife Michal, whom I espoused by paying 100 Philistine foreskins. Ishbaal sent for her and took her away from her husband Paltiel, son of Laish, who followed her weeping as far as Baharim. But Abner said to him, go back, and he turned back. Abner then said in discussion, with the elders of Israel for a long time you have been seeking David as your king. Now take action, for the Lord has said of David, by my servant David I will save my people Israel from the grasp of the Philistines and from the grasp of all their enemies. Abner also spoke personally to Benjamin and then went to make his own report to David in Hebron concerning all that would be agreeable to Israel and to the whole house of Benjamin. When Abner, accompanied by 20 men, came to David in Hebron, David prepared a feast for Abner and for the men who were with him. Then Abner said to David, I will now go to assemble all Israel for my lord the king, that they may make an agreement with you. You will then be king over all whom you wish to rule. So David bade Abner farewell, and he went away in peace. Death of Abner. Just then David's servants and Joab were coming in from an expedition, bringing much plunder with them. Abner, having been dismissed by David, was no longer with him in Hebron, but had gone his way in peace when Joab and the whole force he had with him arrived. He was informed Abner, son of Ner, came to David. He has been sent on his way in peace. So Joab went to the king and said, what have you done? Abner came to you. Why did you let him go peacefully on his way? Are you not aware that Abner came to deceive you and to learn the ins and outs of all that you are doing? Joab then left David, and without David's knowledge sent messengers after Abner, who brought him back from the cistern of Sirah. When Abner returned to Hebron, Joab took him aside within the city gate, as though to speak with him privately. There he stabbed him in the abdomen, and he died in revenge for the killing of Joab's brother Asahel. Later David heard of it and said, before the Lord, I and my kingdom are forever innocent. May the full responsibility for the death of Abner, son of Ner, be laid to Joab and to all his family. May the men of Joab's family never be without one suffering from a discharge, or a leper, or one unmanly, one falling by the sword, or one in need of bread. Joab and his brother Abishai had lain in wait for Abner because he killed their brother Asahel in battle at Gibeon. David mourns Abner. Then David said to Joab and to all the people who were with him, rend your garments, gird yourselves with sackcloth, and mourn over Abner. King David himself followed the bier. When they had buried Abner in Hebron, the king wept aloud at the grave of Abner, and the people also wept, and the king sang this clergy over Abner. Would Abner have died like a fool? Your hands were not bound with chains, nor your feet placed in fetters. As men fall before the wicked, you fell. And all the people continued to weep for him. Then they went to counsel David with food while it was still day. But David swore, may God do thus and so to me if I eat bread or anything else before sunset. All the people noted this with approval, just as they were pleased with everything that the king did. So on that day, all the people And all Israel came to know that the king had no part in the killing of Abner son of Ner. The king then said to his servants, "You must recognize that a great general has fallen today in Israel. Although I am the anointed king, I am weak this day. And these men, the sons of Zeruiah, are too ruthless for me. May the Lord requite the evildoer in accordance with his evil deed." Chapter 4, Death of Ishbaal. When Ishbaal, son of Saul, heard that Abner had died in Hebron, he ceased to resist, and all Israel was alarmed. Ishbaal, son of Saul, had 2 company leaders named Benah and Rechab, sons of Rimmon, the Beerothite, of the tribe of Benjamin. Beeroth too was ascribed to Benjamin. The Beerothites fled to Gittaim, where they have been resident aliens to this day. Jonathan, son of Saul, had a son named Meribal, with crippled feet. He was 5 years old when the news about Saul and Jonathan came from Jezreel, and his nurse took him up and fled. But in their hasty flight he fell and became lame. The sons of Rimmon, the Beerothite, Rechab and Benah, came into the house of Ishbaal during the heat of the day. While he was taking his siesta, the portress of the house had dozed off while sifting wheat and was asleep. So Rechab and his brother Benah slipped past and entered the house while Ishbaal was lying asleep in his bedroom. They struck and killed him and cut off his head. Then, taking the head, they traveled on the Arabah road all night long. The murderer avenged. They brought the head of Ishbaal to David in Hebron and said to the king, "This is the head of Ishbaal, son of your enemy Saul, who sought your life. Thus has the Lord this day avenged my lord the king on Saul and his posterity." But David replied to Rechab and his brother Benah, sons of Rimmon, the Beerothite, "As the Lord lives, who rescued me from all difficulty in Ziklag, I seized and put to death the man who informed me of Saul's death, thinking himself the bearer of good news, for which I ought to give him a reward. How much more now, when a wicked man have slain an innocent man in bed at home, must I hold you responsible for his death and destroy you from the earth?" So at a command from David, the young men killed them and cut off their hands and feet, hanging them up near the pool in Hebron. But he took the head of Ishbaal and buried it in Abner's grave in Hebron. Chapter 5, David, king of Israel. All the tribes of Israel came to David in Hebron and said, Here we are, your bone and your flesh. In the days past when Saul was our king, it was you who led the Israelites out and brought them back. And the Lord said to you, "You shall shepherd my people Israel, and shall be commander of Israel." When all the elders of Israel came to David in Hebron, King David made an agreement with them there before the Lord, and they anointed him king of Israel. David was 30 years old when he became king, and he reigned for 40 years, 7 years and 6 months in Hebron over Judah, and 33 years in Jerusalem over all Israel and Judah. Capture of Zion. Then the king and his men set out for Jerusalem against the Jebusites who inhabited the region. David was told, "You cannot enter here. The blind and the lame will drive you away," which was their way of saying, "David cannot enter here." But David did take the stronghold of Zion, which is the city of David. On that day, David said, "All who wish to attack the Jebusites must strike at them through the water shaft. The lame and the blind shall be the personal enemies of David. That is why it is said, 'The blind and the lame shall not enter the palace.'" David then dwelt in the stronghold which was called the city of David. He built up the area from Millo to the place. David grew steadily more powerful, for the Lord of hosts was with him. Hiram, king of Tyre, sent ambassadors to David. He furnished cedar wood, as well as carpenters and masons, who built a place for David. And David knew that the Lord had established him as king of Israel and had exalted him. The Lord had established him as king of Israel and had exalted his rule for the sake of his people Israel. David's family in Jerusalem. David took more concubines and wives in Jerusalem after he had come from Hebron, and more sons and daughters were born to him in Jerusalem. These are the names of those who were born to him in Jerusalem: Shammah, Shobab, Nathan, Solomon, Ibhar, Elishua, Nepheg, Japhiah, Elishama, Baliada, and Eliphelet. Rout of the Philistines. When the Philistines heard that David had been anointed king of Israel, they all took the field in search of him. On hearing this, David went down to the refuge. The Philistines came and overran the valley of Rephaim. David inquired of the Lord, "Shall I attack the Philistines? Will you deliver them into my grip?" The Lord replied to David, "Attack, for I will surely deliver the Philistines into your grip." David then went to Baal Perazim, where he defeated them. He said, "The Lord has scattered my enemies before me, like waters that have broken free." That is why the place is called Baal Perazim. They abandoned their gods there, and David and his men carried them away. But the Philistines came up again and overran the valley of Rephaim. So David inquired of the Lord, who replied, "You must not attack frontally, but circle their rear and meet them before the mastic trees. When you hear a sound of marching in the tops of the mastic trees, act decisively, for the Lord will have gone forth before you to attack the camp of the Philistines." David obeyed the Lord's command and routed the Philistines from Gibeon as far as Gezer. Chapter 6. The ark brought to Jerusalem. David again assembled all the picked men of Israel, 30,000 in number. 30,000 in number. 30,000 in number. Then David and all the people who were with him set out for Bala of Judah to bring up from there the ark of God, which bears the name of the Lord of hosts, enthroned above the cherubim. The ark of God was placed on a new cart and taken away from the house of Abinadab on the hill. Uzzah and Ahio, sons of Abinadab, guided the cart, with Ahio walking before it, while David and all the Israelites made merry before the Lord and with all their strength, with singing and with Sitharas, harps, tambourines, cistrums, and cymbals. When they came to the threshing, okay. Oh, all right. Oh, okay. All right. When they came to the threshing floor of Nodan, Uzzah reached out his hand to the ark of God and steadied it, for the oxen were making it tip. But the Lord was angry with Uzzah. God struck him on that spot, and he died there before God. David was disturbed because the Lord had vented his anger on Uzzah. The place had been called Perez Uzzah, down to the present day. David feared the Lord that day and said, "How can the ark
of the Lord come to me. So David would not have the ark of the Lord brought to him in the city of David, but diverted it to the house of Obededom, the Gittite. The ark of the Lord remained in the house of Obededom, the Gittite, for 3 months, and the Lord blessed Obededom and his whole house. When it was reported to King David that the Lord had blessed the family of Obededom and all that belonged to him, David went to bring up the ark of God from the house of Obededom to the city of David amid festivities. As soon as the bearers of the ark of the Lord had advanced 6 steps, he sacrificed an ox and a fatling. Then David, girt with a linen apron, came dancing before the Lord with abandon, as he and all Israelites were bringing up the ark of the Lord with shouts of joy and to the sound of the horn. As the ark of the Lord was entering the city of David, Saul's daughter Michal looked down through the window and saw King David leaping and dancing before the Lord, and she despised him in her heart. The ark of the Lord was brought in and set in its place within the tent David had pitched for it. Then David offered holocausts and peace offerings before the Lord. When he finished making these offerings, he blessed the people in the name of the Lord of hosts. He then distributed among all the people, to each man and each woman in the entire multitude of Israel, a loaf of bread, a cut of roast meat, and a raisin cake. With this, all the people left for their homes. When David returned to bless his own family, Saul's daughter Michal came out to meet him and said, "How the king of Israel has honored himself today, exposing himself to the view of the slave girls of his followers as a commoner might do." But David replied to Michal, "I was dancing before the Lord, as the Lord lives, who preferred me to your father and his whole family, when he appointed me commander of the Lord's people, Israel. Not only will I make merry before the Lord, but I will demean myself even more, and I will be lowly in your esteem. But in the esteem of the slave girls you spoke of, I will be honored." And so Saul's daughter Michal was childless to the day of her death. Chapter 7. David's concern for the ark. When King David was settled in his palace, and the Lord had given him rest from his enemies on every side, he said to Nathan, the prophet, "Here I am living in a house of cedar, while the ark of God dwells in a tent." Nathan answered the king, "Go do whatever you have in mind, for the Lord is with you." But that night the Lord spoke to Nathan and said, "Go tell my servant David, thus the Lord, should you build me a house to dwell in. I have not dwelt in a house from the day on which I led the Israelites out of Egypt to the present, but I have been going about in a tent under cloth. In all my wanderings everywhere among the Israelites, did I ever utter a word to any of the judges whom I charged to tend my people Israel, to ask, why have you not built me a house of cedar?" The Lord's promises. "Now then, speak thus to my servant David. The Lord of hosts has this to say, it was I who took you from the pasture and from the care. It was I who took you from the pasture and from the care. And from the care of the flock, to be commander of my people, Israel. To be commander of my people, Israel. I have been with you wherever you went, and I have destroyed all your enemies before you, and I will make you famous like the great ones of the earth. I will fix a place for my people Israel. I will plant them so that they may dwell in their place without further disturbance. Neither shall the wicked continue to afflict them as they did of old. Since the time I first appointed judges over my people Israel, I will give you rest from all your enemies. The Lord also reveals to you that he will establish a house for you. And when your time comes and you rest with your ancestors, I will raise up your heir
your heir after you, sprung from your loins, and I will make his kingdom firm. It is he who shall build a house for my name, and I will make his royal throne firm forever. I will be a father to him, and he shall be a son to me. And if he does wrong, I will correct him with the rod of men and with human chastisements. But I will not withdraw my favor from him, as I withdrew it from your predecessor Saul, whom I removed from my presence. Your house and your kingdom shall endure forever before me. Your throne shall stand firm forever. Nathan reported all these words and his entire vision to David. King David's prayer. Then King David went in and sat before the Lord and said, "Who am I, Lord God? And who are the members of my house that you have brought me to this point? Yet even this you see as too little, Lord God. You have also spoken of the house of your servant for a long time to come. This too you have shown to man. Lord God, what more can David say to you? You know your servant, Lord God, for your servant's sake, and as you have had at heart, you have brought about this entire magnificent disclosure to your servant, and so great are you, Lord God, there is none like you, and there is no God but you. Just as we have heard it told, what other nation on earth is there like your people Israel, which God has led, redeeming it as his people, so that you have made yourself renowned by doing this magnificent deed, and by doing awe-inspiring things, as you have cleared nations and their gods out of the way of your people, which you redeemed for yourself from Egypt. You have established for yourself your people Israel as yours forever. And now, Lord God, confirm for all time the prophecy you have made concerning your servant and his house, and do as you have promised. Your name will be forever great when men say, the Lord of hosts is God of Israel, and the house of your servant David stands firm before you. It is you, Lord of hosts, God of Israel, who said in a revelation to your servant, I will build a house for you. Therefore your servant now finds the courage to make this prayer to you. And now, Lord God, you are God, and your words are truth, and you have made this generous promise to your servant. Do then bless the house of your servant, that it may be before you forever, for you, Lord God, have promised, and by your blessing the house of your servant shall be blessed forever. Chapter 8, Summary of David's Wars. After this, David attacked the Philistines and conquered them. Wrestling from the Philistines, he also defeated Moab, and then measured them with a line marking the lie down on the ground. He told off 2 lengths, a line for execution and a full length to be spared. Thus the Moabites became tributary to David. Next, David defeated Hadadezer, son of Rehob, king of Zobah, when he went to reestablish his dominion at the Euphrates River. David captured from him 1,700 horsemen and 20,000 foot soldiers, and he hamstrung all the chariot horses, preserving only enough for 100 chariots. When the Armenes of Damascus came to the aid of Hadadezer, king of Zobah, David slew 22,000 of them. David then placed garrisons in Aram of Damascus, and the Arameans became subjects, tributary to David. The Lord brought David victory in all his undertakings. David also took away the golden shields used by Hadadezer's servants and brought them to Jerusalem. These Shishak, king of Egypt, took away when he came to Jerusalem in the days of Rehoboam, son of Solomon. From Teba and Berothai, towns of Hadadezer, King David removed a very large quantity of bronze. When Toi, king of Hamath, heard that David had defeated all the forces of Hadadezer, he sent his son Hadoram to King David to greet him and to congratulate him for his victory over Hadadezer in battle. Because Toi had been in many battles with Hadadezer, Hadoram also brought with him articles of silver, gold, and bronze. These two King David consecrated to the Lord, together with the silver and gold he had taken from every nation he had conquered, from Edom and Moab, from the Ammonites, from the Philistines, from the Amalekites, and from the plunder of Hadadezer, son of Rehob, king of Zobah. On his return, David became famous for having slain 18,000 Edomites in the Salt Valley, after which he placed garrisons in Edom. Thus all the Edomites became David's subjects, and the Lord brought David victory in all his undertakings. David's officials. David reigned over all Israel, judging and administering justice to all his people. Joab, son of Zeruiah, was in command of the army. Jehoshaphat, son of Ahilud, was chancellor. Zadok, son of Ahitub, and Ahimelech, son of Abithathar, were priests. Shawasha was scribe. Benaiah, son of Jehoiada, was in command of the Cherethites and Pelethites, and David's sons were priests. Chapter 9. David and Meribal. David asked, "Is there any survivor at Saul's house to whom I may show kindness for the sake of Jonathan?" Now there was a servant of the family of Saul named Ziba. He was summoned to David, and the king asked him, "Are you Ziba?" And the king asked him, "Are you Ziba?" Ooh. And the king asked him, "Are you Ziba?" He replied, "Your servant." Then the king inquired, "Is there any survivor of Saul's house to whom I may show God's kindness?" Ziba answered the king, "There is still Jonathan's son, whose feet are crippled." The king said to him, "Where is he?" And Ziba answered, "He is in the house of Machir, son of Amiel, in Lodabar." So King David sent for him and had him brought from the house of Machir, son of Amiel in Lodabar. When Meribal, son of Jonathan, son of Saul, came to David, he fell prostrate in homage. David said, "Meribal," he answered, "Your servant." "Fear not," David said to him, "I will surely be kind to you for the sake of your father Jonathan. I will restore to you all the lands of your grandfather Saul, and you shall always eat at my table." Bowing low, he answered, "What is your servant like me? What is your servant that you should pay attention to a dead dog like me?" The king then called Ziba, Saul's attendant, and said to him, "I am giving your lord's son all that belonged to Saul and to all his family. You and your sons and servants must till the land for him. You shall bring in the produce which shall be food for your lord's family to eat. But Meribal, your lord's son, shall always eat at my table." Ziba, who had 15 sons and 20 servants, said to the king, "Your servant shall do just as my lord the king has commanded him." And so Meribal ate at David's table like one of the king's sons. Meribal had a young son whose name was Micah, and all the 10 tenants of Ziba's family worked for Meribal. But Meribal lived in Jerusalem because he always ate at the king's table. He was lame in both feet. All right, he was lame in both feet. Chapter 10, Insult of the Amorites. Insult of the Ammonites. Some time later, the king of the Ammonites died, and his son Hanun succeeded him as king. David thought, I will be kind to Hanun, son of Nahash. His father was kind to me, so David sent his servants with condolences to Hanun for the loss of his father. But when David's servants entered the country of the Ammonite princes said to their lord Hanun, "Do you think that David is honoring your father by sending men with condolences? Is it not rather to explore the city, to spy on it, and to overthrow it, that David has sent his messengers to you?" Hanun therefore seized David's servants, and after shaving off half their beards and cutting away the lower halves of their garments at the buttocks, sent them away. When he was told of it, King David sent out word to them, since the men were quite ashamed. "Stay in Jericho until your beards grow," he said, "and then come back." Ammonites defeated. In view of the offense they had given to David, the Ammonites sent for and hired 20,000 Aramean foot soldiers from Beth Rehob and Zobah, as well as the king of Makkah, with 1,000 men and 12,000 men from Tob. On learning this, David sent out Joab with the entire levy of trained soldiers. The Aramanites came out and drew up in battle formation at the entrance of their city gate. With the Arameans of Zobah and Rehob and the men of Tob and Mecca remained apart in the open country. When Joab saw the battle lines drawn up against him, both front and rear, he made a selection from all the picked troops of Israel and arrayed them against the Arameans. He placed the rest of the soldiers under the command of his brother Abishai, who arrayed them against the Ammonites. Joab said, "If the Arameans are stronger than I, you shall help me. But if the Ammonites are stronger than you, I will come to help you. Be brave, let us prove our valor for the sake of our people and the cities of our God. The Lord will do what he judges best." When Joab and the soldiers who were with him approached the Arameans for battle, they fled before him. The Ammonites, seeing that the Arameans had fled, also fled from Abishai, and withdrew into the city. Joab then ceased his attack on the Ammonites and returned to Jerusalem. Arameans defeated. Then the Arameans responded to their defeat by Israel with a full mustering of troops. Hadadezer sent for and enlisted Arameans from beyond the Euphrates. They came to Helam with Shobach, general of Hadadezer's army, and their head. On receiving this news, David assembled all Israel crossed the Jordan and went to Helam. The Arameans drew up in formation against David and fought with him, but the Arameans gave way before Israel, and David's men killed 700 charioteers and 40,000 of the Aramean foot soldiers. Shabak, general of the army, was struck down and died on the field. All of Hadadezer's vassal kings, in view of their defeat by Israel, then made peace with the Israelites and became their subjects. And the Arameans were afraid to give further aid to the Ammonites. Chapter 11, David's sin. At the turn of the year, when kings go out on campaign, David sent out Joab along with his officers and the army of Israel, and they ravaged the Ammonites and besieged Rabbah. David, however, remained in Jerusalem. One evening, David rose from his siesta and strolled about on the roof of the palace. From the roof, he saw a woman bathing who was very beautiful. David had inquiries made about the woman, who was told, "She is Bathsheba, daughter of Eliam, and wife of Joab's armor bearer, Uriah the Hittite." Then David sent messengers and took her. When she came to him, he had relations with her at a time when she was just purified after her monthly period. She then returned to her house, but the woman had conceived and sent the information to David, "I am with child." David therefore sent a message to Joab, "Send me Uriah the Hittite." So Joab sent Uriah to David. When he came, David questioned him about Joab, the soldiers, and how the war was going. And Uriah answered that all was well. David then said to Uriah, "Go down to your house and bathe your feet." Uriah left the palace, and a portion was sent out after him from the king's table. But Uriah slept at the entrance of the royal palace with the other officers of his lord, and did not go down to his own house. David was told that Uriah had not gone home. So he said to Uriah, "Have you not come from a journey? Why then did you not go down to your house?" Uriah answered David, "The ark and Israel and Judah are lodged in tents, and my lord Joab and your majesty's servants are encamped in the open field. Can I go home to eat and to drink and to sleep with my wife? As the Lord lives and as you live, I will do no such thing." Then David said to Uriah, "Stay here today also. I shall dismiss you tomorrow." So Uriah remained in Jerusalem that day. On the day following, David summoned him, and he ate and drank with David, who made him drunk. But in the evening he went out to sleep on his bed among his lord's servants, and did not go down to his home. The next morning David wrote a letter to Joab, which he sent by Uriah. In it he directed, "Place Uriah up front where the fighting is fierce, then pull back and leave him to be struck down dead." So while Joab was besieging the city, he assigned Uriah to a place where he knew the defenders were strong. When the men of the city made a sortie against Joab, some officers of David's army fell, and among them Uriah the Hittite died. Then Joab sent David a report of all the details of the battle, instructing the messenger, "When you have finished giving the king all the details of the battle, the king may become angry and say to you, 'Why did you go near the city to fight? Did you not know that they would shoot from the wall above? Who killed Abimelech, son of Jerubbaal? Was it not a woman who threw a millstone down on him from the wall above, so that he died in Thebez? Why did you go near the wall?' Then you in turn shall say, 'Your servant Uriah the Hittite is also dead.'" The messenger set out, and on his arrival he relayed to David all the details as Joab had instructed him. He told David, "The men had us at a disadvantage and came out into the open against us, but we pushed them back to the entrance of the city gate. Then the archers shot at your servants from the wall above, and some of your king's servants died. Among them your servant Uriah." David said to the messenger, "This is what you shall convey to Joab. Do not be chagrined at this, For the sword devours now here and now there. Strengthen your attack on the city and destroy it. Encourage him." And the wife of Uriah heard that her husband had died. She mourned her lord. But once the mourning was over, David sent for her and brought her into his house. She became his wife and bore him a son. But the Lord was displeased with what David had done. Chapter 12. Nathan's parable. The Lord sent Nathan to David, and when he came to him, he said, "Judge this case for me. In a certain town there were two men, one rich and the other poor. The rich man had flocks and herds in great numbers, but the poor man had nothing at all except one little ewe lamb that he had bought. He nourished her, and she grew up with him and his children. She shared the little food he had and drank from his cup and slept in his bosom. She was like a daughter to him. Now the rich man received a visitor, but he would not take from his own flocks and herds or to prepare a meal for the wayfarer who had come to him. Instead, he took the poor man's ewe lamb and made a meal of it for his visitor. David grew very angry with that man and said to Nathan, "As the Lord lives, the man who has done this merits death. You shall restore the ewe lamb fourfold, because he has done this and has had no pity." David's punishment. Then Nathan said to David, "You are the man. Thus says the Lord, God of Israel, I anointed you King of Israel. I rescued you from the hand of Saul. I gave you your Lord's house and your Lord's wives for your own. I gave you the house of Israel and of Judah, and if this were not enough, I could count up for you still more. Why have you spurned the Lord and done evil in his sight? You have cut down Uriah the Hittite with the sword. You took his wife as your own, and him you killed with the sword of the Ammonites. Now, therefore, the sword shall never depart from your house, because you have despised me and have taken the wife of Uriah to be your wife. Thus says the Lord, I will bring evil upon you out of your own house. I will take your wives while you live to see it, and will give them to your neighbor. He shall lie with your wives in broad daylight. You have done this deed in secret, but I will bring it about in the presence of all Israel, and with the sun looking down. David's repentance. Then David said to Nathan, I have sinned against the Lord. Nathan answered David, The Lord on his part has forgiven your sin. You shall not die. But since you have utterly spurned the Lord by his deed, the child born to you must surely die. Then Nathan returned to his house. The Lord struck the child that the wife of Uriah had borne to David, and it became desperately ill. David besought God for the child. He kept a fast, retiring for the night to lie on the ground clothed in sackcloth. The elders of his house stood beside him, urging him to rise from the ground, but he would not, nor would he take food with them. On the seventh day, the child died. David's servants, however, were afraid to tell him that the child was dead, for they said, when the child was alive, we spoke to him, but he would not listen to what we said. How can we tell him the child is dead? He may do some harm. But David noticed his servants whispering among themselves and realized that the child was dead. He asked his servants, Is the child dead? They replied, Yes, he is. Rising from the ground, David washed and anointed himself and changed his clothes. Then he went to the house of the Lord and worshipped. He returned to his own house, where at his request food was set before him, and he ate. His servants said to him, What is this you are doing? While the child was living, you fasted and wept and kept vigil. Now that the child is dead, you rise and take food. He replied, While the child was living, I fasted and wept, thinking perhaps the Lord will grant me the child's life. But now he is dead. Why should I fast? Can I bring him back again? I shall go to him. but he will not return to me. Then David comforted his wife Bathsheba. He went and slept with her, and she conceived and bore him a son who was named Solomon. The Lord loved him and sent the prophet Nathan to name him Jedediah on behalf of the Lord. Ammonite war ends. Joab fought against Rabbah of the Ammonites and captured this royal city. He sent messengers to David with the word, I have fought against Rabbah and have taken the water city. Therefore assemble the rest of the soldiers, join the siege against the city and capture it. Lest it be I that capture the city and it be credited to me. So David assembled the rest of the soldiers and went to Rabbah. When he had fought against it and captured it, he took the crown from Milcom's head. It weighed a talent of gold and precious stones. It was placed on David's head. He brought out immense booty from the city and also led away the inhabitants whom he assigned to work with saws, iron picks, and iron axes, or put to work at the brick mold. This is what he did to all the Ammonite cities. David and all the soldiers then returned to Jerusalem. Chapter 13. The crime of Amnon. Sometime later, the following incident occurred. David's son Absalom had a beautiful sister named Tamar, and David's son Amnon loved her. He was in such straits over his sister Tamar that he became sick, since she was a virgin. Amnon thought it impossible to carry out his designs toward her. Now Amnon had a friend named Jonadab, son of David's brother, Shimeah, who was very clever. He asked him, Prince, why are you so dejected morning after morning? Why not tell me? So Amnon said to him, I am in love with Tamar, my brother Absalom's sister. Then Jonadab replied, Lie down on your bed and pretend to be sick. When your father comes to visit you, say to him, Please let my sister Tamar come and encourage me to take food. If she prepares something appetizing in my presence for me to see, I will eat it from her hand. So Amnon lay and pretended to be sick. When the king came to visit him, Amnon said to the king, Please let my sister Tamar come and prepare some fried cakes before my eyes, that I may take nourishment from her hand. David then sent home a message to Tamar, Please go to the house of your brother Amnon and prepare some nourishment for him. Tamar went to the house of her brother Amnon, who was in bed. Taking dough and kneading it, she twisted it into cakes before his eyes and fried the cakes. Then she took the pan and set out the cakes before him. But Amnon would not eat. He said, Have everyone leave me. When they had all left him, Amnon said to Tamar, Bring the nourishment into the bedroom, that I may have it from your hand. So Tamar picked up the cakes she had prepared and brought them to her brother Amnon in the bedroom. But when she brought them to him to eat, he seized her and said to her, Come, lie with me, my sister. But she answered him, No, my brother, do not shame me. That is an intolerable crime in Israel. Do not commit this insensate deed. Where would I take my shame? And you would be a discredited man in Israel. So please speak to the king. He will not keep me from you. Not heeding her plea, he overpowered her, and he shamed her and had relations with her. Then Amnon conceived an intense hatred for her, which far surpassed the love he had for her. Get up and leave, he said to her. She replied, No, brother, because to drive me out would be far worse than the first injury you have done me. He would not listen to her, but called the youth who was his attendant and said, Put her outside away from me, and bar the door after her. Now she had on a long tunic, for that is how maiden princesses dressed in olden days. When his attendant put her out and barred the door after her, Tamar put ashes on her head and tore the long tunic in which she was clothed. Then, putting her hands to her head, she went away crying out loudly. Her brother Absalom said to her, Has your brother Amnon been with you? Be still now, my sister, he is your brother. Do not take this affair to heart. But Tamar remained grief-stricken and forlorn in the house of her brother Absalom. King David, who got word of the whole affair, became very angry. He did not, however, spark the resentment of his son Amnon, whom he favored because he was the firstborn. Absalom, moreover, said nothing at all to Amnon, although he hated him for having shamed his sister, Tamar. Absalom's plot. After a period of 2 years, Absalom had shearers in Baal Hazor near Ephraim, and he invited all the princes. Absalom went to the king and said, "Your servant is having shearers. Please, your majesty, come with all your retainers to your servant." But the king said to Absalom, "No, my son, all of us should not go, lest we be a burden to you." And though Absalom urged him, he refused to go and began to bid him goodbye. Absalom then said, "If you will not become yourself, please let my brother Amnon come to us." The king asked him, "Why should he go to you?" At Absalom's urging, however, he sent Amnon and all the other princes with him. Absalom prepared a banquet fit for royalty, but he had instructed his servants, "Now watch. When Amnon is merry with wine, and I say to you, 'Kill Amnon,' put him to death. Do not be afraid, for it is I who order you to do it. Be resolute and act manfully." Death of Amnon. When the servants did to Amnon as Absalom had commanded, all the other princes rose, mounted their mules, and fled. While they were still on the road, a report reached David that Absalom had killed all the princes, that not one of them had survived. The king stood up, rent his garments, and then lay on the ground. All his servants standing by him also rent their garments, but Jonadab, son of David's brother Shemiah, spoke up. Let not my lord think that all the young princes have been killed. Amnon alone is dead, for Absalom was determined on this ever since Amnon shamed his sister Tamar. So let not my lord the king put faith in the report that all the princes are dead. Amnon alone is dead. Meanwhile, Absalom had taken flight. Then the servant on watch looked about and saw a large group coming down the slope from the direction of Bahurim. He came in and reported this, telling the king that he had seen some men coming down the mountainside from the direction of Bahurim. So Jonadab said to the king, "There, the princes have come. It is as your servant said." No sooner had he finished speaking than the princes came in. Weeping aloud, the king too came in. Weeping aloud, the king too and all his servants wept bitterly. But Absalom, who had taken flight, went to Talmai, son of Ahimaaz, king of Geshur, and stayed in Geshur for 3 years. Efforts for Absalom's return. The king continued during all that time to mourn over his son, but his longing reached out for Absalom as he became reconciled to the death of Amnon. Chapter 14. When Joab, son of Zeruiah, observed how the king felt toward Absalom, he sent to Tekoa and brought from there a gifted woman, to whom he said, "Pretend to be in mourning, put on mourning apparel, and do not anoint yourself with oil, that you may appear to be a woman who has been long in mourning for a departed one. Then go to the king and speak to him in this matter." And Joab instructed her what to say. So the woman of Tekoa went to the king and fell prostrate to the ground in homage, saying, "Help, your majesty." The king said to her, "What do you want?" She replied, "Alas, I am a widow. My husband is dead. Your servant had 2 sons who quarreled in the field. There being no one to part them, one of them struck his brother and killed them. Then the whole clan confronted your servant and demanded, Give up the one who killed his brother. We must put him to death for the life of his brother whom he has slain. We must extinguish the heir also. Thus they will quench my remaining hope, and leave my husband neither name nor posterity upon the earth. The king then said to the woman, Go home, I will issue a command on your behalf. The woman of Tekoa answered him, Let me and my family be to blame, my lord king. You and your throne are innocent. Then the king said, If anyone says a word to you, have him brought to me, and he shall not touch you again. But she went on to say, Please, your majesty, keep in mind the Lord your God, that the avenger of blood may not go too far in destruction, and that my son may not be done away with. He replied, As the Lord lives, not a hair of your son shall fall to the ground. The one continued, Please let your servants say still another word to my lord the king. He replied, Speak. So the woman said, Why then do you think of this same kind of thing against the people of God? In pronouncing as he has, the king shows himself guilty. For not bringing back his own banished son, we must indeed die. We are then like water that is poured out on the ground and cannot be gathered up. Yet though God does not bring back life, he does take thought how not to banish anyone from him. And now if I have presumed to speak of this matter to your majesty, it is because the people have given me cause to fear. And so your servant thought, Let me speak to the king. Perhaps he will grant the petition of his maidservant. For the king must surely consent to free his servant from the grasp of one who would seek to destroy me and my son, as well as my son, as well as from God's inheritance. And the woman concluded, Let the word of my lord the king provide a resting place. Indeed, the lord the king is like an angel of God, evaluating good and bad. The Lord your God be with you. The king answered the woman, Now do not conceal from me anything I may ask you. The woman said, Let my lord the king speak. So the king asked, Is Joab involved with you in all this? And the woman answered, As you live, my lord the king, it is just as your majesty has said, and not otherwise. It was your servant Joab who instructed me and told your servant all these things she was to say. Your servant Joab did this to come at the issue in a roundabout way. But my lord is wise as an angel of God, so that he knows all things on earth. Absalom's return. Then the king said to Joab, I hereby grant this request. Go therefore and bring back young Absalom. Falling prostrate to the ground in homage and blessing the king, Joab said, This day I know that I am in good favor with you, my lord the king, since the king has granted the request of his servant. Joab went off to Geshur and brought Absalom to Jerusalem. But the king said, Let him go to his own house. He shall not appear before me. So Absalom went off to his house and did not appear before the king. In all Israel, there was not a man who could so be praised for his beauty as Absalom, who was without blemish from the sole of his foot to the crown of his head. When he shaved his head, which he used to do at the end of every year, because his hair became too heavy for him, the hair weighed 200 shekels according to the royal standard. Absalom had 3 sons born to him, besides a daughter named Tamar, who was a beautiful woman. Absalom is pardoned. Absalom lived in Jerusalem for 2 years without appearing before the king. Then he summoned Joab to send him to the king, but Joab would not come to him. Although he summoned him a second time, Joab refused to come. He therefore instructed his servants, You see Joab's field that borders mine, on which he has barley, go set it on fire. And so Absalom servants set the field on fire. Joab's farm hands came to him with torn garments and reported to him what had been done. At this, Joab went to Absalom in his house and asked him, "Why have your servants set my field on fire?" Absalom answered Joab, "I was summoning you to come here, that I may send you to the king to say, 'Why did I come back from Gishur? I would be better off if I were still there. Now let me appear before the king. If I am guilty, let him put me to death." Joab went to the king and reported this. The king then called Absalom, who came to him and in homage fell on his face to the ground before the king. Then the king kissed him. Chapter 15. Absalom's plot. After this, Absalom provided himself with chariots, horses, and 50 henchmen. Moreover, Absalom used to rise early and stand alongside the road leading to the gate. If someone had a lawsuit to be decided by the king, Absalom would call to him and say, "From what city are you?" And when he replied, "Your servant is of such and such tribe of Israel," Absalom would say to him, "Your suit is good and just, but there is no one to hear you in the king's name." And he would continue, "If only I could be appointed judge in the land, then everyone who has a lawsuit to be decided might come to me, and I would render him justice. Whenever a man approached him to show him homage, he would extend his hand, hold him, and kiss him by behaving in this way toward all the Israelites who came to the king for judgment." Absalom was stealing away the loyalties of the men of Israel. Conspiracy in Hebron. After a period of 4 years, Absalom said to the king, "Allow me." Absalom said to the king, Sorry. Absalom said to the king, "Allow me to go to Hebron and fulfill a vow I made to the Lord. For while living in Geshur in Aram, your servant made this vow. If the Lord ever brings me back to Jerusalem, I will worship him in Hebron." The king wished him a safe journey, and he went off to Hebron. Then Absalom sent spies throughout the tribes of Israel to say, "When you hear the sound of the horn, declare Absalom king in Hebron." 200 men had accompanied Absalom from Jerusalem. From Jerusalem. They had been invited, had went in good faith, knowing nothing of the plan. Absalom also sent to Ahithophel, the Gilonite, from his town Gilo, for the sacrifices he was about to offer. So the conspiracy gained strength, and the people with Absalom increased in numbers. David flees Jerusalem. An informant came to David with the report that Israelites have transferred their loyalty to Absalom. At this, David said to all his servants who were with him in Jerusalem, "Up, let us take flight, or none of us will escape from Absalom. Leave quickly, lest he hurry and overtake us. Then visit disaster." The king's officers answered him, "Your servants are ready, whatever our lord the king chooses to do." Then the king set out, accompanied by his entire household, except for 10 concubines whom he left behind to take care of the place. As the king left the city, and all his officers accompanying him, they halted opposite the ascent of the Mount of Olives. At a distance while the whole army marched past him. David and Ittai. Oh, how many hours are we at? 7 hours, you guys. 7 hours. We're almost there. More than halfway there. I don't know how people do this. I don't know how they read. For so long. They read out loud. Oh. Okay. David and Ittai, as all the Cherethites and Pelethites and the 600 men of Gath who had accompanied him from that city were passing in review before the king, he said to Ittai, the Gittite, "Why should you also go with us? Go back and stay with the king. For you are a foreigner, and you too are an exile from your own country. You came only yesterday, and shall I have you wander about with us today wherever I have to go? Return and take your brothers with you, and may the Lord be kind and faithful to you." But Ittai answered the king, "As the Lord lives, and as my lord the king lives, your lives, and the Lord king lives, your servant shall be wherever my lord the king may be, wherever for death. Wherever my lord the king may be, whether for death or for life." So the king said to Ittai, the king said to Ittai, "Go then, march on." And Ittai the Gittite with all his men and all the dependents that were with him marched on. Everyone in the countryside wept aloud as the last of the soldiers went by, and the king crossed the Kidron Valley with all the soldiers moving on ahead of him by way of the Mount of Olives toward the desert. David and the priests. Zadok, too, with all the Levites bearers of the Ark of the Covenant of God, and Abiathar brought the Ark of God to a halt until the soldiers had marched out of the city. Then the king said to Zadok, "Take the Ark of God back to the city. If I find favor with the Lord, he will bring me back and permit me to see it and its lodging. But after he should say, 'I am not pleased with you,' I am ready, let him do to me as he sees fit." The king also said to the priest Zadok, "See to it that you and Abiathar return to the city in peace, and both your sons with you, and your own son Ahimaaz, and Abiathar's son Jonathan. Remember, I shall be waiting at the fords near the desert until I receive information from you." So Zadok and Abiathar took the Ark of God back to Jerusalem and remained there. As David went up to the Mount of Olives, he wept without ceasing. His head was covered, and he was walking barefoot. All those who were with him also had their heads covered and were weeping as they went. When David was informed that Ahithophel was among the conspirators with Absalom, he said, O Lord, turn the counsel of Ahithophel to folly. David and Hushai. When David reached the top where these men used to worship God, Hushai the Archite was there to meet him with rent garments and dirt upon his head. David said to him, If you come with me, you will be a harden to me. But if you return to the city and say to Absalom, Let me be your servant, O king. I was formerly your father's servant. Formerly your father's servant. Formerly your father's servant, but now I'll be yours. You will undo for me the counsel of Ahithophel. You will have the priests Zadok and Abiathar there with you. If you hear anything from the royal place, you shall report it to the priests Zadok and Abiathar, who have there with them both Zadok's son of Ahimaaz and Abiathar's son of Jonathan. Though them you shall send on to me whatever you hear. So David's friend Shai went into the city of Jerusalem as Absalom was about to enter it. Chapter 16 we're at. Oh, man. Chapter 16, you guys. Ooh, 7.5 hours. We're getting it. Take a 5-minute rest. Take a little nap. Oh, put the bookmark in there. Oh, let me take a little nap and then we'll begin. Oh. Ooh, it's important to rest your eyes, you guys. Always rest those eyes and mouth from talking too much. Oh.
Oh, all right, guys, I'm too sleepy to continue. We'll just close in a prayer. We'll start in chapter 16 tomorrow. In the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. Amen. God, please help us to gain rest, strength in your name. We pray, O Lord our God.